Alright. So where we left off last time is you guys were waiting in relatively ambush for Ma Malone to come back to her estate. There was a vehicle that slowly pulled up about 30 meters out, and then it seemed to stop and then start to pull back. Barton here broke out the front door, shot a lightning bolt. However, Hunter fired a gun first. However, he fired from the hip and he missed somewhere off into the forest. Yeah. Well, he's still pretty good at guns, but I suppose he hasn't been using them a while. He's been using a lot of magic. So
little rusty.
It's like guns pointing weird. Otherwise, as I had mentioned before, Browning had spent some time making some ergonomic controls for those camera guns. He sold 2 off through the help of B. That's where you guys got that 36,000 from. And then 2 of the guns were sold off to the not sold off, but given to the Urquhart estate. So you're down 4 guns and 4 magazines, I believe, off of your initial total. Okay. Which you still have, I think, 12 guns left and a fair amount of magazines.
Yeah.
I'm still thinking that the government's might be interested in buying.
You know, I did not get one, right?
I'll give you one. You don't want one.
I thought you were just going to dole them out if we all went down there, was the plan.
Yeah, that might be the plan later, but
Yeah.
just saying that there's feelers out for...
Right now, they're not really rechargeable other than you could possibly jerry-rig something in your facilities, but you don't know where else. If you gave them off to someone, you don't know how they'd get it ever charged up again.
So they're still there right now?
So, as we had left off prior, you guys were in rough pseudo rounds. He fired a lightning bolt, blew out the lights on the front windshield. You guys heard a window break.
I got stuck in a tree root mysteriously.
Yep, it looks like it backed up, and it backed up into the dark, and it was a narrow path to begin with. Just to note, there's a tournament going on, so it's a little bit noisier today than normal, but that should be fine. It's no noisier than your mother's basement.
Which is the name of another store.
No, it's actually an insult.
Do you really care? Yes, it's the name of another store. We're not playing in any mom's basement. From there, it'd be, I would say, up to the professor. What you guys had saw of this facility, it's a small cabin in the woods. There is a storm cellar. It does seem like there are occult activities that happen here. There was an altar that had been pushed onto the ground from the Black, Go to the Black Woods. It does look like there was a summoning site nearby. Something might have been summoned here, but there's a lot of spirit wards around the area.
I believe there's something that flies and has big claws.
Your initial investigation at the police station with the suspects and the officers that were nearby suggested that there was something that attacked the officers when they were just about to take out the remaining members of the Crimson Gang. Patrick Malone is the...
Who's going to be the guy getting shocked by lightning?
Patrick Malone is the leader of the Crimson, the Crimson Gang, and Ma Malone, a.k.a. Ma Murphy, from what the records indicated, was the mother of Patrick Malone.
So they're trying to grab her or trying to grab...
I'm not sure what the PCs are trying to do right now. Right now you're throwing lightning bolts at a car that drove up.
Yep.
A truck, I believe.
We were disabling a vehicle that had
people?
2 people in it.
It was hard to tell. I mean, you guys, it was relatively dark.
I thought 2
when they
people
drove up,
got out.
it looked like there was some people going up based on who made their perception checks. I can't remember who did last time. When you fired a lightning bolt, I think you saw the silhouette of 2 people.
Yeah, you said...
And those were people coming out of the back of the vehicle, so there's obviously somebody driving it, you assume.
I wanted to use a lightning bolt. Deal with it.
I'll have to deal with the smoking corpses.
It seemed as though this Ma Malone stays up at the cabin. There was some evidence that somebody had been up here prior, but it looked like a few other people had been staying up here for the last couple days. You guys found some receipts and other things of that nature. All right. So from there, like I said, it's Jolene's turn. Huh? There was 2 silhouettes that were coming out of the vehicle. You heard a window smash or glass smash. It could be the front windshield and side windshield. There's no safety glass or anything.
I don't know what's going on, so I guess we'll...
So most of you were inside of the cabin.
Inside the cabin.
Outside of the cabin,
He's firing out.
nothing has changed much. You guys had sold off 2 of the weapons to Browning. I think you have 36,000 from the cut.
Can I running in action or like do gravity ripple and then when I see them clearly do it?
Yep.
Okay.
5S. For the thumbprint.
Otherwise, 2 more of the Yith cameras had been given off to what is it, the Urquhart estate,
I made it by 6.
to where Urquhart lives. The remainder of them, Browning had found a way to create an ergonomic harness so you could carry a front backpack, and the buttons were readily accessible through a hand. So it's mostly just a casing. It doesn't actually break down the gun at all. It just makes it gets rid of an ergonomic penalty for firing it, and it's kind of like a front tourist camera pouch where you can fire it from your chest.
Okay.
I made it by 6.
And add 3,600 to your funds.
There's definitely a fair amount of power that you have. What kind of what are you trying to intimidate with gravity ripple?
So it's my total.
36,000.
We had 160,000
He said
divided by
3,600.
5.
Okay.
You know, so
Right. 160,000 divided by 5 would be 32,000 on 36.
I already had 30.
160,000 divided by 5,
By 6, no.
except for I didn't take a share.
Okay.
Divided
So
by
5.
Yeah, it would be 30.
Be 32,000 each.
Number.
150, 160, $32,000.
Oh, you can do basic division. I can't.
All right. Otherwise, you have a rough idea where the vehicle is, and you think you could get the whole area, but frankly, you don't. It's very dark out here.
yeah, I want to make sure that I can at least see him a little bit. I don't want to like focus the whole
Without turning on a
time.
flashlight, it's hard to tell. You're working off of, essentially right now, lightning bolt flashes.
Then I could get the area.
You could get the area.
Then I'll do that then.
Okay. Ultimately, you guys see. You guys can give me perception checks after that.
Oh wow. Perception.
Don't have Rick and 11 perception anymore.
By 10.
Right. Anyone making it by 4 or more?
Yeah.
4 or more?
By 9.
9. So
10.
5.
okay.
Visual.
Well,
Visual.
It is visual.
6.
6.
I made it by bunches.
So all of you can see, after the gravity ripple hits, ultimately the vehicle and some objects near the vehicle break past. Break up into the canopy, and then there's broken branches. You lose sight of them.
Look like there's any survivors, or
Like someone flew
Presumably. You'd have to. What was your perception made by? 6. You're not sure. It looks as though gravity in that region had been reversed.
6. So
I didn't do it.
I made it by 11. So gravity reverse.
Yeah, you know 2 people that could have done it. And here, there was multiple people doing stuff. He went outside. And
I was casting lightning bolt.
ultimately, the vehicle ripped up into the sky. You lose track of it after 5 feet because the canopy is just
I
thick.
thought you said the 2 people
So it goes
got
bursting
out
through the
though,
trees.
They got out of the vehicle, yes.
And then the vehicle
And
went
then that
flying.
area just.
Did you have them jinxed out of
What?
curiosity?
I didn't
Yeah.
do
I
the
jinxed him,
trees?
that's why I got stuck.
I didn't do that high.
Well,
It's dark right now, right?
So based on what you made it by, and your restrictions, it would have reversed the gravity in the region enough for that vehicle to break through the canopy.
Hey Butch, it has to come back down.
The same way as if you throw a
Well, at least
primal
you
blast
can't
and you're like,
shoot
I'm going to blow that guy up. And you roll by 13. You're like, well, you took out the house, you took out the nearby car. So unless you're like, I specifically do not want to do this.
Right. It'd be like the weightlifter's is like, I've got 20-pound weight, I'm going to put everything into this.
Yep. So your effect seems to have.
anymore.
You assume the dark figures that crashed through the canopy were most likely people getting out of the vehicle, and then.
Oh, nice shot.
All right, so you.
I guess I'll start. I have.
Wait for things to fall.
What's awareness?
Awareness is you have
Hopefully I'm not here
a
with new furniture or
you
something.
have a supernatural awareness of your
Hopefully it's not on
surroundings.
an arc
I'll make you aware of certain things that
What if it
happen
comes
here.
back?
Do I sense anyone out in the woods?
Yeah.
She's like,
Blood has been thrown up into the air.
There was a faint hint of what Zeitz would have told you was an old demon. You sensed it as well. You just didn't know what it was.
Okay.
But it's not here. It's
Pay
not
back
within
my
the
lawn.
spirit ward. It's near the river.
Okay.
I take it.
Um,
I count it, put it back, so I take out a
inform
book.
that. You guys realize that there was actually another demon around here?
Yep.
Yep, your character had told them.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna keep an eye out to see if anyone comes when they start to come down, and I'll walk over there.
Okay,
I'm
yeah.
not just gonna let them drop. Like,
I know. You can catch them as they come, but I'm just gonna
So are we
wait
still
till-
doing pseudo rounds? Or?
I thought they got out already.
They did in everything in that area, including small rocks
gotcha.
and what have you. Everything that wasn't nailed down or buried in the ground pretty deeply just flew up in the air through the canopy. There was a cracking
that's
noise of branches and other things like that, and it was much like
What about in your wallet?
what the hell was that one mover?
What's on it?
It wasn't Taken.
Don't pay us.
You remember that sci-fi movie where people just got yanked up into the sky?
Taken, yeah.
That's what I'm
It wasn't
gonna tell
Taken.
them.
No, it was The Vanishing.
It wasn't the Van. I don't think it was the Vanishing, was it?
Yeah, no, it was Taken then. Taken is.
Taken was with.
Taken was a freaking
Kidnapping.
That was a kidnap movie, but there was another one I think.
I'm aware of that, and I'm asking the name of it, and it might be the Vanishing. I don't think.
Here,
it is,
I'll
though.
check my inner tube.
I'm not going to. But they essentially disappeared up into the sky. You guys are in a wooded area, and
You have
So
safe
Jeff-
search on.
Well, it's dark, right?
Hold up in
Yeah.
the sky.
All right,
for
we
that.
need some
I'm
light,
trying to
so I'll
think
shoot
of
out
the
two.
name.
Runners.
Ring, I'll just make one giant ring of foxfire that starts probably
Forgotten.
10 yards. Well, yeah, 10 yards in front of me, and it encompasses where I feel like they would be.
It's the Forgotten.
okay.
So
Ben wanted me to Google yanking into the sky.
20 yards.
Yup, yanking into the sky in Google would definitely get you some results.
20 yards in front of me and a 20 yard circle.
You need to roll on that fairy fire.
I would just go for the picture hits, by the way. Images.
Well, the thing is, Google often will show the first series of images if it thinks you're searching for an image.
By 6.
By 6, you create a fairy fire. There's a ring of fairy fire that gets created farther out where the vehicle is. You can still see that there's clumps of dirt and wreckage slowly kind of drifting up into the canopy. I shouldn't say slowly. It looks like anything with a heft is.
Whipping up there.
Does it look
whipping
like
up
it's
there.
accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared backwards?
You can give me a, I suppose, a perception-based physics.
I like that. I like that.
Now you got some type of. They're not going to go outside the fire because they're not going to know what it is. So
So here you go. This is
Well,
because
currently
you were
no one is
obsessed with
inside of the
last
fire.
time.
Did it by 2.
By 2,
So
some
it
of the
doesn't bug dust
some of
this
the-
time.
given
It didn't bother
we
me
had
the
bugs
last time.
given the distance they are and the rough estimate for how high the canopy is, the rocks are probably traveling more than 10 meters a second. So it's got to be higher than normal gravity in the opposite
I
direction.
know you were into that.
All right, Steve, the area is lit up. You don't see any remnants.
really
There's
wanna
still some
fly
sort of
the
gravity
lava
effect
there
that
and
is
see what happens.
keeping that area. But it seems like the nearby trees are holding down most of the path.
All right. I'm kind of watching there to see if that truck comes.
And what are you gonna do if it does?
I shout out for Burton. What'd you do, Burton?
You saw me casting a lightning
proceed to
bolt,
load
so
it.
I'm gonna call you stupid if you call me out in that.
How'd you twin it with a gravity ripple? Or who's doing that?
I think they did it. I think they're escaping.
I don't know. Didn't you do it?
They got away.
I didn't
but
do
I'm
it.
not
I
sure.
don't know how to do gravity ripple.
Can I hear this?
Yeah, all of you are in the same house
I
except
did
for
it
him.
So they can't.
I guess we got another caster out there.
No, the professor did it.
Shoot us.
Oh, well, the professor's here.
You have
She's
to
not
have
hiding in the
some
woods.
sort of skills in order to like.
Oh,
aim
okay.
in. I can bring them down.
Really? I thought you just threw them up there and were like, okay, they gotta come down sometime.
Quiet lightning boy.
Like Ned Chen's toes.
Yep, like Ned Chen's toes. Exactly like Ned Chen's toes.
All right. Well, hopefully you didn't kill him, Professor. We did want to talk to somebody.
I think they're going to be very amiable to us talking to them after we toss them
So,
over the air.
can
They let the air
I
in.
just use my watch and start flying up a good distance away and see if I can see them?
All right, it is kind of dark once you get up towards the tree line.
I feel like once you're in
there's
the
a little
sky,
bit of a
it's kind of
clear.
like, there's a car.
Did you turn it off, Professor?
I'm aware. What I'm
bring
saying
them down
is
with gravity.
there are still trees above here, and other than the fairy fire effect, it is kind of
2,
dark.
3.
So as you go up, you're hitting branches, you're shifting around, and it's just going to take a moment to get up there.
Okay.
I bring them down carefully with gravity ripple. I made it by 5.
You'll have to walk out there. You don't have line of sight to them.
Oh,
We could ask.
I'll walk out there.
You have the
I don't think we'll need him again.
Okay.
Ever.
you have the flying watch.
Zykes would tell you that he detected a sidestep.
The flying watch.
like they sidestepped into
Oh, yeah,
a
yeah.
It
separate
uses the
dimension.
gravity ripple stuff.
He said one of them did.
Okay.
I think I wrote it down.
FYI, Zeke says that there was a sidestep.
I don't know what sidestep is.
Someone moved into a different dimension, like the Umbra or the...
Well, then have him keep an eye on them
Yeah,
because he
keep-
can do that too.
Keep an eye on them, Zykes, if they come back.
All right. Otherwise, you can come back and slowly. If you bring them down slowly here, there's a chance they could grab onto the nearby branches and things of that nature. But
What do you mean? Can I bring them down to the ground?
you can, but you forced them through a canopy, so they just fell rapidly upwards through the canopy.
Can I take them
I
slowly
think we want to
down?
crush them.
You can, but then
They're ace
if any of them are
bowlers.
conscious, they could grab onto the canopy. I'm just telling you, it doesn't necessarily mean they can do anything.
Okay, she has to walk outside. That took a whole turn for me.
You're out of combat rounds right now. The only
Okay.
thing is it takes you about a minute to get through the canopy as you're going up.
They all did.
You would see the vehicle slowly lowering down by the time that you're here. Based on what she had rolled prior, it's probably a good 40 feet up in the air. It looks like the roof got smashed in, the sides got smashed in a bit. It looks like it probably was going 30 meters a second by the time it actually hit the canopy.
So can I
Maybe slower than that, maybe 20 meters.
can I then cast gravity ripple like 2 feet from the ground, pretty strong, going up like a trapeze cushion type thing?
You could. It already looks like something is slowly drawing it back down. And you don't have terribly good line of sight to the ground underneath it.
Well, I'm just thinking like she gets shot at, she drops them, they die. We can't talk to them.
You don't have a good line of sight to where that is. There's
Well,
a roughly blue halo underneath the canopy.
I assume if as soon as I see them, I'm gonna kind of go down as they go down type thing.
Do you have
Okay.
deflect harm?
Give me a gravity ripple then.
Do that for me.
I'll have to move a little bit closer to them.
So 11 passed by 2.
Okay.
As we moved up, I would have cast Deflect Harm on Professor.
All right.
Hit by 4.
Take some dice from here.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you take care of that for me, Ben, please?
Do you buy boosters now?
Yeah, I decided to get a couple.
Where'd you go for?
Just for
As the two people are slowly lowered down, one of them appears to be unconscious. Another one appears to be slowly trying to grab onto something. He does latch onto a branch as you're lowering him down through the canopy. He seems bewildered.
Would it be safer for him to let go of the branch so I can lower him down?
Relative to his perspective, he looks panicked.
Let go of that branch there, buddy.
He doesn't seem to.
So, as soon as I see him grabbing onto the branch, can I just cast a 0G field around him then? Like
You can, but he's anchored to the ground via a tree.
I realize this. I'll deal with that in a minute.
Yeah,
but
you can give me a
0G
gravity
field
ripple
around
on.
Wow.
Yep. Unnecessary uses of magic. Magic for everything.
I manually reload
Fail
Gertie.
by 1. Fail by
No
1.
teleportation reload, Gertie?
Nope. Save that for combat.
So,
Fail by 1.
failed by one?
Gold space.
Nothing went off.
Okay.
Can I try again?
You can try as
Sure
many
can.
times as you want.
In fact, Ian encourages it because he delights in it.
Is there anything? What's outside where we are right now?
Pass by 1.
There's a small amount. The canopy is lighter above the cabin itself, but imagine a kind of an Evil Dead-like cabin that's just kind of out in the middle. There's kind of poor trails leading up to it. The trail that the vehicle was on was slightly larger. You guys took a footpath to the south, but this vehicle path goes off to the northwest-ish. There's a little bit of a cleared backyard, and then there's another small footpath that leads off to the river that's probably about 100 meters from here.
Okay, I'll pull down my monocle and I'll switch it to temporal and spatial.
Temporal and spatial. Okay.
And then as I kind of flip through the settings, I'm
No
like,
specific change that you've seen.
and then I'll go to dimensional if that don't work. And then I'll say,
You can give me a perception check.
And they say that cats play with their foods. So I see you guys casting gravity ripples on for it.
So what was your second gravity ripple by?
By 1.
By one. You have a field around him.
And if he
White
hasn't let
tag.
go yet, then I want to break a branch. I'll yell, Professor, apportion that branch. Or
Yep.
I don't
By
have
10,
anything that can cut
perception.
through a branch fast.
There's a faint amount coming from the vehicle that's coming down. It seems to be primarily where the driver might have been sitting.
What were your revs?
Can I use psychology to talk the guy down like we're lowering you down?
Yeah, you can give me a psychology roll.
me by 6.
By 6. How do I know you're not just gonna off me when I get down there?
You don't off me, I won't off you.
Yeah, what about that crazy that witch you got down there?
What witch?
That one throwing lightning.
No.
No, he
If
won't,
he wanted
he
to
won't
kill
do
you, he'd do
anything.
it now. He can hit you with the lightning wherever he wants. I could shoot with this big gun if I wanted to, too. Why don't you just let down? We're in a talk.
Yeah, pretty good rares.
Hey, you see him slowly try to move. Hey, my legs won't fall down. I'm trapped up here. Someone's got me trapped.
No, as soon as he lets go, I'll lower the field.
All right, that's not a no. That in fact happens, and then you lower the field. So you lower the field after that.
Yeah, so he's just gonna kind of
All right.
free fall down.
He tries to climb the branch down. He has a little bit hit and miss, but he does make it down. He looks pretty badly beaten up. Looks like he might have gouged out one eye. He might have not been prepared, falling upward into the sky.
I didn't know that's what it was. I thought I had control
It
over
happens.
it.
You did, and based on what you told me, you did. The thing is, when Barton started using this, he almost hit, shredded himself into the ground, going 40, 60 miles an
That's
hour.
pretty
Can I
hardcore,
check
Professor.
the other person?
Do you have cannot harm
The new
resistance?
professor.
Because
There's no
I
half
feel like
measures
there'd be a
there.
moral dilemma going on.
The other individual, as you lower it down, and then the vehicle lowers as well and breaks through the canopy. Now it's kind of a little bit messed up.
So I
It
have
might
to
be
very
drivable. You're not
specific
sure.
in what I
Yes, no.
can.
Depending on what it does. Normally with destruction spells, I've mentioned that you guys have taken out large chunks of area, or it's had more grandiose
If you're
effects.
doing something like when I was flying, it was like,
Does
I'm
anyone
going
have
to
a
make
first
gravity
aid kit on
field
him?
going up, but I'm not going to have it resist.
Yes, I've
That was
I got a first aid
how
kit.
I
I'll go over
used
there
to
and
make
treat the
myself go
guy.
flying
Yeah,
up
alright.
at 1,000,000 meters
Yeah.
per second.
Because I just wanted to do enough and then hold
I'm
him there.
aware.
Oh, you did enough.
But you basically did the Arnold Schwarzenegger, where you shook the woman apart. You need to.
Well, let's check
I'll
the
go over there and
person.
start treating his wounds and asking him polite questions.
Taking a look at the other individual, it looks like he probably hit close to a 3-inch branch near the back of his head, close to the top of the occipital lobe. He might have a concussion, but he definitely got knocked unconscious. It's the equivalent of he literally fell on his head. He didn't have any kind of bracing, or did he know really what was going on? He just fell, from his perspective, straight down onto his head.
You're like the evil genie from Wishmaster.
I'm not like the evil genie. You didn't.
You are
Your
the
effect
evil
was
genie.
very well within what you established. You wanted to lift them up into the
Can I
air.
look in the back of the truck to see if anybody else is
I
back
feel
there?
like something similar
I'll
would
check the
happen.
first-
There's some
Pull out a
debris
gift
around
gun
here.
and say, I'm
It does
gonna
look like they
shoot that
had a case of material. What is it? Some food, some water jugs, probably some extra gasoline, some 45 rounds with them. You will, looking around, see at least one grenade, but you don't know if there might be more that just kind of scattered.
Whoever the driver was left too.
There's just grenades hanging by their pins on the tree
I
branches.
There could be.
I'm introducing to Bass by samples.
Okay.
An unconscious person.
You can heal him. He will rapidly regain consciousness at that point. You can give me an initiative check.
Did you check him for grenades first?
No.
No more weapons.
No weapons. You can give me an initiative check.
I feel like we're back to misfiring on all cylinders.
I have initiative at 15.
Do you have a truth
It's
grenade?
we
Because
use
if you do,
No.
I feel like that's the
a
only thing.
bazooka to take out,
The individual looks very panicked, kind of rears up his hands into a guard stance at you.
Exactly.
You and
or an
your partner
aircraft
are
carrier.
safe.
Let's go with an aircraft.
You can give me a diplomacy or
I got-
Yeah. It's like the abuser says, you're safe now.
Yeah.
Can I do an
By
intimidation on
by
him?
7.
My rampage is
No,
done.
just to calm him down. He holds up his hands.
Oh, wait. What's going on?
He says, "I don't know.
Are you guys?
You a rival gang or something?
What are
You
you
ambushed us. Why are you asking me questions?
What are you going to tell us about your demon worshipping activities?
I don't know nothing about that.
You were all
It's
subtle last time. Now you're
not
just
really
demon
my
worshipping
forte.
activities.
Because he's a demon worshiper.
Ask him if you.
Who else
Have
was
you
with
seen? Have either of you seen anything with fur lately that looked human-sized?
There's more than just that type of demon.
fur. No, not really.
Like a gargoyle thing?
Maybe.
Why don't you
maybe.
just tell me what you saw? If I have to be specific.
When? Wait, I just woke up. I don't know what's going on.
Just
Ask her where Mom Malone is.
We're getting there.
Why get there? Just get there.
She was driving. She made us sit in the back.
There you go. Mom Malone's the one that left.
There we go.
So she's running on the
Dum
road.
dum dum.
No, she stepped into a different dimension.
Yep. We can go after her. Zykes knows where she went through.
You should go get her.
If you want to go get her, we can. It's up
You
to
should go get her.
I'm not listening to you.
Can you have Zyke go get her?
See?
Um,
We just beat
us,
around
Sykes,
the
if
whole
you've
entire
got eyes
15
on her.
minutes of just like, where's this, where's this? When you try
Could
to
you do
where's
that for
Mom
us,
below?
please?
We still need to know what kind
I
of
still
demon
want to
they
know
are.
if he's seen the demon thing.
Thank you.
I think that will come in time, but at the same
I feel like it'd be nice to know right
So-
now.
So, sir, why don't you tell us exactly what type of things goes on with what we've seen, the gargoyle type thing? Why don't you describe it to us, and I'll see if I can draw you a picture.
He says, Ma, she occasionally talks to these weird dog things. I've seen them in the woods before. She's been really trying to get access to these two art dealers recently. He'll tell you that Freddie, that son of a bitch, sold off some items trying to jump town after that King Ireland massacre, and apparently Ma was pretty pissed at what he sold. I don't know nothing about what she sold, or was it what Freddie sold, other than Freddie, Ma handled Freddie.
Can we make me
They're trying to recover it. There's receipts. We've been looking around. One of them was headed off to Detroit, but we don't know where he is.
Can we make mythos rolls on dog things? And all of the other pieces we've had before.
There could be a lot of things with dogs. You really need him to describe it better.
Flying
I'll do-
dog things with fur that eat people.
That could be like how
That could
much
be
a
a lot
dog.
of
Maybe a mythos.
I'll ask.
Huh?
I got like mine.
Nice.
There's probably a handful, 6 or 7 things. I mean,
Do I
there's
have to be very
There's-
specific with all my other spells too?
Just the ones
not
that-
necessarily.
do you have anything to
I'll
to
ask
find
some
primal
more.
If you can imagine
What's
it
that?
doing overkill, if you roll really good, you should say.
There have been
I
times
can
where you've
do
done
all
Blessings
that
of Bass and
with
it's done it very rapidly, but you've never said, like, do I need to word it specifically?
I didn't want to kill people.
You heal them so fast they form tumors.
There's probably about 5 or 6 different creatures. There might be even more when you count demons and those type of
What's
spirits.
the worst?
The worst
So next step is we
dog-like
need to find out where
creatures.
she's going to.
Maybe hounds
We
and
got that.
gallows.
Do we want to
Those
track
look
down
like
Go
the,
see. We got that.
They're dog-like.
Zykes
and they
is out.
fly.
Okay, next worst.
Next
Just
worst,
chasing her down?
Yep.
Okay.
probably certain types of demon.
What kind of attack would we expect from them?
From the different varieties of demon, and evil. Some of those types of demon do know
They've been-
magic, so there could be
we
any
should
number of
try to hunt
magics that
them
they
down,
were
but they've been
taught.
mentioning them
It
several
could be
times, like they've been
attacks from the
hunting them.
sky or
Got a feeling we're not
ambushes.
gonna find them.
Are
could
the
try
hounds
that or
and the
just the
demons
past tense.
susceptible to what kind of...
someplace.
What could we hit them with that we think
Demons, holy weapons, and enchanted weaponry, magics. The Hounds of Tondalos, very specifically attuned weapons, ancient, timeless objects, things without times, and things not made in a dimension of. Was it in a round dimension?
So, no bullets on either, right?
If they were enchanted, maybe.
Primal Blast?
There's Biaki, which fit into that
I thought
category.
we already said no to those, though.
You just said
Okay.
everything
Okay.
that is a dog that flies, and I
Yeah.
just told you there's a bunch of things, and those are in those things.
What I'll do is I'll take out my sketch pad and I'll ask him to kind of describe what he's seen. So I'll give you a drawing on that one. Let's see, I made by 12. I made artistic drawing by 3.
All right, you guys can give
Sorry,
me a
four.
+3 mythos.
Another roll.
Yep.
I'll use my setting to see if I can find any primal energy on my monitor around here.
A +3.
There's a faint remnant on the vehicle front where it looks like a lightning
Yep.
bolt
So, critical
hit.
success.
There is some radiating from.
I made by 15.
I would say there's a higher amount
good.
near the house
I made by
itself. You do know that there was a higher amount from the riverside as well. These individuals are relatively low. There's a faint amount where the driver was sitting.
Okay. The house has a little bit too.
Yeah. There's no finite source, it's just higher than normal, but that could be indicative of an area where magic occurs fairly frequently or was stored.
I made it by 15.
Success by 7.
7,
15.
15,
Didn't roll.
6,
9.
9. From what he describes, there's a very high likelihood that he's describing Biaki. I mean, there's no way that he would describe this without having seen one before, you think? But the tracks that you had saw on the shore were not Biaki.
He's just describing the messengers that she talks to in the forest.
Yep. You don't know what was summoned here or if he knows anything about that.
Okay.
Zykes will tell you that she's traveling through the nearby penumbra.
All right. Do we have a fix on
Can
her?
you
Do you
just
want to go
have
after?
Sykes bring
Can
her
she
here?
can you grab her? I mean,
I can ask.
Do a platypod
does
down
he
there?
think
Is there a
he
shower
can?
here?
Does he think
Take
you
us
can
in.
grab her
Alright.
and bring her back, or is she too powerful?
He doesn't know for certain.
Go ahead and give her a try. See what you
I'll
get.
send Shallows here.
He will.
Okay.
You had sent Shallows here prior, unless you wanted to do that again.
Okay, I did.
If you remember coming here,
not
this
gonna
area was
be able to-
relatively thin. The wards most likely had something to do with that, but it only encompassed this area, and you don't know how high up into the sky that
I
counted
don't think
for.
she will close it.
Alright, I tell you, there is a Shallow here.
All right.
No. Excuse me. This area is relatively well warded, so
It's kind of a
it's
dead
not
zone.
thin. It's fairly
Thick.
thick, relatively. Near the river, though, it was thin.
I'll let you guys know that that's...
Do we want to go down the river and try to... Jed can open up the portal for us? and follow?
Sykes is going after her right now and seeing if he
And
can
fright
grab her.
checks for everyone.
And Fright checks are
Fright or fight?
Fright.
right. But I'm sure it will be followed at fight time. Ooh, I'm so close to Cthulhu, so far away.
Yeah, made it by 7.
7.
So made it by
7.
5.
14.
Sorry, let me double check that.
You're actually exempt from the fright
Oh,
check.
okay.
7. You'll end up losing 2 points of fatigue, and you'll be temporarily at a -1 will, but you won't burn a full will point.
14.
So I did a 7, same as Professor then?
You're temporarily at a -1.
And 2 fatigue.
2 fatigue.
Okay, I'm the same.
Does 8 make all the difference or no?
No, they'd be the same thing. You don't burn a will point, but you're temporarily at
Oh,
1
okay.
will. Yep. As you guys are talking, there is a faint ripple in the air, and probably a fraction of a second later, there's a large, elongated demon drawn up in burnt, scarred runes, and an old woman that looks like she's held tightly in the claws. As you guys are talking, this
Hey,
happens.
I know what Zykes looks like. You described it.
I know, but you guys are in the midst of kind of a, what is it? There's the
base
fairy fire
situation.
effect in front of you. Behind you is dark. To the side of you is dark. You guys are kind of
They're
running along.
shining a
And as you're
flashlight
talking,
into their
a
faces.
now 12-foot demon, you're not to the point where you're so jaded, you're like, 12-foot demons, I don't really care about that. Because that's not a normal occurrence. And you don't know whether or not it's Zykes or something else or anything else. I'm assuming if there's something 12-foot, you immediately grab your weapon and kind of look.
I do, until I tell you differently.
Yeah, I'm assuming so. You're like, it's Zykes, I won't even look.
Yeah.
call it
Oh,
out.
it's attacking me.
Yeah, there's something large upstairs. I'm sure that's Bigfoot. I'll talk to him
He
later.
just brings a gun.
I'll say thank you, Zykes. Thanks for
There is
grabbing
a,
her.
what the hell is it, a fairly withered woman. She looks very stern. She currently is somewhat still. It looks as though she has a little bit of a, what the hell is it, a cut side, but probably from like the car hitting something, not so much actually being attacked.
Yeah, keep on, like,
Given the length of
moving
Zykes'
so
claws,
quick.
if she actually attacked her.
Zykes, go ahead and put her down. Keep a close eye on her in case she
What's the
doesn't
point of
grab
powerful
it.
stance when you have a demon?
He says that malign words come out of her mouth.
Malign words,
Malignant.
Curses?
curses. So she's
Speaking
stop.
spells.
then put her in.
He doesn't change his posture. He just
Okay.
insults her.
All right, so
Are you
it's
going
like
to cooperate, Mama?
She seems to, from your body language, it seems as though she's willing to cooperate, but she definitely doesn't like any of you. It's very likely she would try to kill you or escape in any particular instance that she could.
Well, I don't even want to take initiative anymore after you did it to me.
What?
Like, made me harm innocent people.
They weren't innocent.
they're gangsters.
They're gangsters.
Horribly
killers.
innocent.
I'll scan her with my
Are
monocle.
we any better?
All right. She has a fairly hard,
Magical gangsters.
what is it, primal energy, a little bit higher than any of you guys, probably the same amount of two of like you and Hunter. She seems to have a charm around her neck of some kind, and then she has something in her pockets.
Go to her neck and rip it off and then
Okay.
go through her pocket.
Do curses require you to burn quintessence usually or not?
That's what I'm learning.
Not a lot of, it depends on the type of spell. Not all spells do. A lot of them don't, like Gravity Ripple. It depends on how they achieve the effect and what it really is doing. More elaborate or rituals generally do require the area to be primed.
I'm kind of curious if we just throw your little ghost trap.
You can break off, it's on a leather strap.
Or no, that
Put it in
hurts
my
the
pocket
person,
and
doesn't
go
it?
through her pocket where I see it.
You do put it in your pocket. Scarlet does kind of paw at you when you do that after it's been done, though.
Okay.
It's probably demon based.
All right, I take it out, and then as soon as she pauses, and
Scarlet seems a bit worried, and then pause at your person again.
okay.
Why don't you just put it on the ground there?
I did.
Yeah.
I put it on the
Put all
ground.
our stuff, yeah.
Oh, you want
She's still
attention?
pawing at me.
She's still pawing at you.
You want me to use your monocle to see what you
I'm
did
kind
to
of watching,
yourself?
I'm watching the mama to see if
Don't
she's
you have
like
yours?
suddenly got a glee in her
Mine
eye
doesn't
because
do what
he's,
yours
you know,
does. Yours is
put the
like,
assassin
good,
god in his
mine is
pocket
like
or something.
Like the tiki idol.
craptastic.
Yeah, you know, she's suddenly happy that he's over there killing himself. Doesn't know it yet.
Can't
Who,
you,
me?
No, I'm watching mama to see if she's like.
She's pretty stoic. It's hard to tell.
I'll look at him with his own monocle, go through all the settings except for the last one, see if there's anything odd.
His pocket was it either? Do you have a jacket on you, or
I guess I don't have a pocket.
He's got his
in my
robes.
then on your robes there's a fold that doesn't come unfolded, and there's a light there. Also, where Scarlet is pawing, there's some small object there.
I tell ya, there's where you put that thing in your pocket. There's some.
I'll
Yep.
try to reach inside it. And,
It's the charm you threw on the ground. You're looking around at the ground. It's not on the ground anymore.
He won't leave his person.
Why don't you see if you can get
You saw
back
him
there?
rip something from her, throw it. What is it? Then he put it away, and then Scarlet started to paw at him. And he picked it up and threw it into the woods.
And came back.
And then he picked out the same thing, and then
So can
So
I
it looks
walk?
like you're
Can I walk over to him and do a
Possibly.
primal conduit on it and siphon out
potentially, yeah.
this juju?
Well, you can check out thaumatology to see
Yeah.
what
Or
it
could
Yeah,
I
is.
just do
thaumatology.
weave
Ooh, I
and
like
like
that.
break it?
Nah, I like just doing
potentially.
primal
Let's just take a
funneling
look.
to
Before
see
you
what
do
happens.
that, let's take a look at what it is.
Okay, tell me what it is and I'll
Okay,
break it.
thaumatology.
You have to do a primal
Thaumatology.
flare to determine what it is, unless you use your
Primal
goggles.
flare.
I'll use the goggles.
He uses his goggles. I
You
use
guys can
my
give me
own.
thaumatology, or thaumatology, or default off thumb tech.
By 7.
Can I see your
Thaumatology.
goggles?
New perfume.
7.
She's wearing them right now.
So 7 and 7.
So tell us what's going on.
But you're defaulting on
From what?
No,
From what?
I'm a thaumatologist, I tell you.
Yep,
Trained by the
that's a-
dwarven lords
That's a
of
prerequisite for thumb tech.
Morden.
It's
Tell us what's
just
going on.
so between the two of you, it seems to be a gypsy charm. It is attuned probably to her, and if somebody tries to forcibly take that from you, it very likely is cursed now.
Yeah.
Where do you go?
Why don't you
You
give
might
it back to her? Maybe she'll keep it.
I'll give the back tied around her neck.
Yeah.
put it around her neck, and
See if it stays there.
All right. So what were we going to try?
there's
to
seems to be ethereal strand still connected to him. So it doesn't look like
He's
you
not
can
gonna
undo
undo
it
it.
like that.
There you go.
I mean, it's on her person right now, but
So
Take it away from her.
With
You
what
already
they
got
Yeah,
said,
you already got the juju. You must
Yeah,
keep
I'll
the,
take it.
with what they said, can I do a weave prime and try and just straight up break the enchantment?
you can give me a thaumatology. I'm assuming they share information.
Yeah, I share information.
Thaumatologist, 9.
I'm just throwing this out here.
Was this what
You might
also
not
was
want
in her
me
hand?
the magic gun.
It's on the
There was
top.
something in her pocket as well.
Okay.
5.
Oh, and I should note there was. You guys didn't check the card. Never mind.
No. But you said that I did use the monocle on the car, so there was faint.
Yep, but this isn't for
Thumb by 5.
by 5. The thing is, it's a cursed object. If you try to break it, it's gonna. If you manage to do it, it's very likely going to immediately, I suppose, unravel. So it's very destructive and dangerous for you.
Would a counter magic to be something to neutralize it with then? Or is that more of I'm casting a spell? And
You might be
cut
able
it
to
off?
suppress it, but the same thing is if you inadvertently damage it, you'll trigger it, and he'll get the full booby prize. Probably anyone near around him is going to get the booby prize
It's
too.
something to deal with later.
Yep. Well, what were the questions we were going to ask her anyway?
It's a little bit like you've stepped on the claymore at this point. You're like, well, can I just shoot the claymore? I'm like, yeah, you can shoot the claymore. You can get in there and try to disarm it,
see,
but the failure for it is
See, I thought primal conduit would be shooting it, but I thought weave prime would be like, I'm disarming the
It is.
pins.
like I said, you might be able to disarm it, but as I said, if you screw
goes
that
off.
up,
Right.
I mean, you're not necessarily a master in weaving prime, and you don't have any familiarity with cursed objects. So this is all new. You read in the manual. I mean, you know how to set some booby traps. Like I know how to set up a claymore, disarm this bomb. You're like,
I had
that's a little bit advanced.
I had a class for 3 days. It was very intense training.
Yup.
Yeah.
I don't remember. The
I had my
booby
own
traps.
Mr. Miyagi. We did wax on, wax off. I did a montage. We'll be good.
So yeah, what questions were we going to ask her?
She's got something in her pocket.
So, Mama, can you nod your head or blink your eyes once for a yes, but you won't attempt to cast any spells?
She'll blink her eyes once.
Okay. Having said that, if you decide to go ahead and break your word, we'll probably react lethally in our response. Okay?
You see the other two individuals are looking around a little bit. There's a lot of you, but they're definitely eyeing the forest and looking at people and what they
If
have
either
on
of
their
you two
person.
run, I will kill you.
You can give me intimidate.
That's what we've done.
By 6?
Yeah, they look like they straightened up. They're sitting there. They're waiting.
You guys are way too free. I take out some
I
rope.
think I need to kill
Oh,
someone
yeah.
for that purpose.
It's looked like you guys were looking
Why
at
don't you sit
Ma and the
down?
demon. They were kind of out in the outskirts, like, huh.
Why don't you sit down?
I wonder what happens if they start asking questions and I disappear out into the night.
Exactly.
Luckily, you guys are fairly.
Feet up, tie their hands behind their back.
Yep.
With what?
Can you take whatever's in
You
your
have
pocket
rope?
now?
Let me double check.
Ma will blink twice for Nell.
All right.
It looks like Zyke's pretty much got her in a death grip.
Let's start the conversation.
His hands literally wrap around her
If
body.
you could ask Zykes to open.
Go ahead, Zykes. Keep an eye on her. Just put her down so she doesn't try to.
He can hold on to her.
Yeah,
Just
hold
take
on to her. Just
hand
look
off
for
the
your
mouth.
mouth a little
Right, he
bit.
kind of slowly shifts his fingers now covering her forehead and her chin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what you were trying to do with the demon you were summoning?
What demon?
The Biaki?
How about the massacre? Were you behind that, or
30 feet of rope.
She says that she is aware of a summons for an ancient type of demon that can't be killed normally. Now, apparently it's been summoned, and she says she'll throw out some pretty heavy slurs, but I'll kind of save the group from them. But otherwise, she says that some idiot went out and sold one of the stones. She doesn't know which one has the unsummon, but one of them does, and she can't send it back until it's gone.
so you're trying to undo it?
She says it'll keep going until it kills the summoner.
Okay.
Are you the summoner?
She says no, she's not.
Who's the summoner?
She tells you that Patrick Malone is the summoner. She
Where's
says
Patrick
he
Malone?
apparently got into something and used that damn spell and he wasn't supposed to. She says not yet anyway.
Where's Patrick Malone?
She doesn't know. He's hiding out.
So he's the guy who sold the stone.
She says no, he's not an idiot. He says his damn friend Freddie sold the stones, tried to make enough money to get out of Boston.
You have to make her sound like Mama Fratelli from the
Yeah.
Then we can explode her head with a basketball.
What's in your pocket?
She says some herbs from the forest.
Were you trying to weave a tracking spell at all to find any of
I
your...
use it to make
Oh,
milk.
we interrupted you?
She says she wasn't tracking nobody, this is where she lives.
Okay.
She's coming back, it's late. She was tired. She's an old woman.
Respectable people shouldn't be out this way.
No,
Detect lies? Yeah.
detect lies, yeah. We'll detect lies on that one.
I can roll on that.
Okay.
You can just assume I'm detecting lies in everything she says.
I'll use body language as well.
I believe none of it.
Have a 12.
Horseradish.
It does generally seem as though she was just coming home to rest, but it most likely she's still continuing to search whoever got these damn stones. That does seem to match up to some of the stuff that you've been looking at. It seems as you've been trying to track down two people, and apparently there were death threats on these two individuals by a manly voice, unlikely her. It might have been two of her goon squad, though.
What's the purpose of you summoning them? Well, in the future, that is.
She says it's a fucking ancient demon. What do you think?
What did
It
you-
isn't the black goat that you summoned, is it?
She says
No.
no.
Does what you summoned have a name other than
Well,
an
actually, she
ancient
did
demon?
one name.
She says, does it matter what its name
Yes,
is?
it does.
She will give you some, like, Dracontadoof, or what have you. some
Draconda do.
some
hard to pronounce. and
hard to
super
pronounce, no consonants, or excuse me, no vowels. Like, yeah.
What kind of curse?
So-
Sufficient to say that without any references,
it's
you've
not a
never
god.
heard of this thing.
So you said it couldn't be killed by traditional means. What was?
She says it, from what she had read, and she had only found it out recently, that this thing came before death, so it doesn't die. She said she thought it would be interesting. However, she wasn't going to summon nothing before she could learn how to control the damn thing.
Right. And so then this is your son.
apparently he got into some situation with the Boston police, and there was some gunfighting, and apparently he had summoned this thing when I told him specifically not to.
Beautiful.
And you said he wasn't the dumb one. Just for clarification.
She just kind of stares at you.
Are these your boys here, or who are these guys?
She says these are two of the Crimson Gang. She'll give you the names.
Okay.
Do we need these guys anymore?
What kind of curse
Other
is
than
bestowed
to
upon you right
provide
now?
goodwill.
Not
You're
kill
not
them?
quite sure. You can give me hidden lore.
Are you just
Are you
straight
going
up
to transition them, or are you going to let them go?
Excuse me, hidden lore occult.
I was going to usher them to the other side.
Oh, you're asking
Is there a
her?
reason
That's
for
what I
that?
She says that charm is
Jeez,
attuned
I
to
thought I was a
her,
demon.
so bad
What's that?
fortune
I
will
thought I was
come
a
your
demon.
way.
They're guilty of something.
How can you
Yeah, not legally.
reverse that?
Hasn't been approved legally.
She says
I
there's
ain't seen him do
rituals.
nothing.
She knows some of them, but obviously she can't
Sorry, I
perform
don't
them
have
here.
a judge and jury out here.
The only one.
All I got is an executioner.
By you.
What do the stones look like? How large are they?
She says they're conical, probably about 2 feet in height.
Jesus. How many of them are there?
She says 2.
Stone,
They're made out of some sort of unbreakable stone.
And one's a summoning,
gray,
one's a non-summoning,
red
right?
flag.
She says she's only read part of it, and she believes the summoning could be on either. The summoning is on one of them. She says they're damn near identical. They aren't marked. The unsummoning could be on either or.
So there's no runes on either of them?
She says they're both covered in runes. There's some sort of ancient text.
Can I do a sense stealing? Of, like, big area?
You could, if you want to.
What?
You guys want to do a reciprocal sense stealing to try to do a big area? Because maybe it has something that we can sense?
I don't think I will.
Probably not stealing.
Why not try? All you gotta do is throw dice.
I hear you. I don't believe that it's going to have any effect. So.
Will you help me, Professor?
With hidden lore cult.
Okay. We don't roll on reciprocal.
No, reciprocal is your limiting. So if you're both doing reciprocal, then you both make your sense steelies.
The worst of sense steely or reciprocal for her.
Like 5.
No, they roll it. It's just anything that is above the reciprocal level is half.
Right.
So if they make it by 3, but the last 3 of that is, or is it the last
2.
1 of or 2 of them? Yeah.
Then it would turn to 2.
So I made it by 2, but I think I'm only contributing 1.
Okay, 1, 5.
Sounds like you add them together and divide by 2. I don't care. I don't have it. I don't care.
I think
don't
what-
bother to explain to me. I'll never take it.
If you have an 11 for reciprocal,
I'll
and
let
a skill
Scarlett,
at
she knows how to
13,
break
basically
the curse.
your first
There-
2 points are 1 point. It's like any overage,
I think we went over
it's
this
cut
last
in half.
time.
It doesn't matter.
I know.
It's time for me to go spend copper.
There are a
corn
few
dollars.
sites in the region, one of which is pretty close to the Chantry House. The Chantry House doesn't show up, but once again, you know that there are heavy wards on that, so it's unlikely that that would ever show up unless you really drilled into an area. From that distance, you can also detect, you'd actually probably detect 15 or so within an area of the Massachusetts, 3 of which are in Boston,
Do any of them
one
feel
of which
funny?
is a location which you've been to before.
Do any of them feel funny?
There's some spatial presence to them. That's it. They could be somebody could have teleported there recently. Somebody could have had. There could be some sort of temporal object.
So can we remember those
They
3?
could be any number of
Those
things.
3 locations that were closer.
Yeah, in the Boston region. Yeah,
I'll ask.
one of which you know that you've teleported from recently.
So remember those 2 locations.
I'll ask her if she had any sort of trail as to who would have which stone in any way. If she had like any sort of leads.
She had 2 leads on art detectors. She's currently looking into it. She said she could help you find them.
Yeah, that's what we were going to offer as our help to find them because we want this taken care of as much as you. Should we? We should probably work with her just to get this stuff. If that demon is as powerful as it thinks, I don't think with everything else that's going on, we want that running amok.
I agree. We don't want it running amok.
So let's get a hold of that demon, or help her find it. And put down anything.
Do we really need to
I
work with
apologize
her?
for ripping the amulet off your
Yes, she has leads. I'll say.
I do.
So
She
go
says
ahead
that
and
you're
say
not
no.
sour. You don't need to say anything.
All right,
So
you're
what's
right.
the effect on him?
It's bad juju. She has
She
to do a
says that
ritual.
he's cursed, and you can't take a gypsy charm like that.
Okay, I understand that. We all know that. But can you undo it?
I could, given time.
Okay. How much time do you need?
She says probably near next morning. She'd have to gather some resources from the forest.
Okay.
So next one, just go ahead and put her down.
Are we working a
for now.
partnership here? Or?
Yep.
We already are. So people are just like, yeah, we'll help you.
Yep.
Somebody already said it.
Well, it doesn't mean we got to back it up.
I'll have Zyke set her down.
Zyke will slowly let her go.
All right. You have the curse, so
After
hopefully
that
find
part,
the
there's
guy.
a audible rumble, and then he's just instantly gone. There's the ball.
Thank you, Zyke. Well, what sort of things do you need to help our friend get rid of this curse, and we'll work with you to get this stuff.
Do you have any herb lore?
I do not. Frank did.
You keep telling me that a lot. That doesn't count.
I know.
He's not here.
Dead.
I think I have. Could I default off of a soldier maybe?
Not really.
I always have the wrong herb skill. I have pharmacy herb.
That would be a practical. This is a type of plant that actually grows in the Amazon jungle. You can use it to treat certain types of poison. The type of stuff that she's talking about is esoteric. She's talking about dewdrops under like a summer wind
any of her-
out there type stuff.
How about naturalist?
Would if any of her ingredients also be the ingredients of my?
Some of the items that she mentions in naturalism, I mean, it's kind of like St. John's wort and petals and what have you, but not all of it.
Any of the ingredients, the same ingredients that I have for my luck charms.
No, not really.
All right, so we'll just follow her, make sure she's collecting the ingredients.
She says it's like 9 p.m. at night. We're gonna do this in the forest because it's gonna take like 12 hours.
So have we
I thought
agreed?
you said something about having it done by morning.
She said that she would have to get it done in morning.
In the morning.
So
Okay.
can I whisper to him where she can't hear using human means? So
So you guys are walking away from the group.
Yeah, we've agreed that
Doesn't
we're kind
have
of
to
taking those
survival.
stones with us. And
Like I said, most of the
safety
stuff she's
to
talking about is
bring them to
esoteric,
someone
so
else, right?
you don't know what the
She
hell
has no
like.
stuff.
Like the
fucking-
wind of the
Well,
southern.
once we find the
Yeah,
stones,
so you're like, I don't
we're
know.
I have
We're obviously
Thomas
not giving them back because that's the only way of summoning these.
Potentially, the
Yeah.
skill that you're looking at though is
Yeah.
herb lore. So
I didn't have a problem
not
with
really.
them
You
as
could get
long as
lucky,
they're
but
stones, they're just
you're
fine.
probably more of a hindrance.
I'll ask Mom along if there's a ley line near here.
Right, we should set that standard, huh?
She says somewhere down farther on the river. She says it's near a ley line.
Is that where you
She
derive
said
a lot of
that.
your power from?
She hadn't summoned it yet.
She gets
so
very
you don't control
sources.
it. She consorts with
What is the
demons. She
curse
would have-
gonna do to
she
my
would
friend?
summon it at some point.
He says
in the
she doesn't
future.
know.
But it
Fate
requires the
controls that.
stones.
She assumes something
But I
bad.
understand your point.
A lot of bad things have happened to me before.
She says then I'm sure you'll be fine.
I get by sometimes. Sometimes I get my
Why
hand
don't you
back.
give us your leads? We'll work them as best we can tonight. Or do
She
you wanna
says
work
that
them
she
together?
can't help you any more than that just because you're talking about getting rid of us, and I mean, what's the incentive for me to even
Who's talking
tell you
about
anything?
getting rid of
Or even getting rid of the curse on him, because at least you kill me, he's going to get fucked anyway.
She's right.
Who's talking about killing
Of course,
you?
I've been fucked.
That guy over there, tall one, talking about getting rid of us.
Yeah.
Really?
He talks like that a lot.
Yeah, he said that like an hour ago. Well, no, probably 30 minutes ago.
Should I free the minions?
Yeah, go ahead. I'd say so.
Or are you going to transition them?
Just
I don't
free
know why
him.
we're working with any of these people. What do we need them for?
No, no.
It's okay.
They've
I'll
got
take
the
my
leads.
chance.
She's got the leads on the
Yep.
stoneholders is all.
We have leads on the stoneholders too, so she still hasn't given me anything that would make me want to believe it. Do you have anything that's worth, gonna bargain for your life?
She says that she has very good leads on where they are. There's only a handful of locations that it could have headed off with, and she knows which flight one of the two antiquity dealers is taking into Detroit. She just needs them to show up, and that's going to be happening. She'll probably say in a day and a half.
So he's currently in the air.
No, what she says is she knows what flight he's leaving Boston from,
Okay.
and she has eyes on the ground watching the exits of Boston. So it's very likely he's going to hide until he gets his flight out of here.
Gotcha.
She says at which point in time she happens to bump into him.
Okay. And how about the other lead?
She says she has a few locations, family members, they might know where he is.
So you haven't run that down yet?
She says she has been running them down.
Okay. So how many do we have left?
She probably says 2 on the other guy. She says definitively the next day or 2 she's going to hit something.
Okay.
Well, why don't we work with her to speed this up?
All right.
So we can do that in the morning. Right now.
And minions.
Why do we need to do it in the morning? Is everybody tired all of a sudden? Or?
I don't. She was tired.
She says we can do this now, but your friend, she said you need the material from the forest in the morning.
Yeah.
Unless you want to stumble around the forest in the dark.
Do you need to get unbooted or trapped? Or?
I'm kind of bad juju'd right now.
Okay. What's going to happen to him?
She doesn't know. She said it's up to fate.
Okay.
You're good at that.
We know how that works.
Yeah.
So I give it to her.
Give me some of your meth.
Wait till morning.
You guys want to work with him? Okay.
Yep. I'll work with them.
Don't. We are, so.
So where are we going to go? Are we going to stay here?
No.
Probably the safest place for us.
Yep.
It's a thick. There's a thick weave around here.
She still was able to walk out of it.
Yeah, it was her own weave that put it here. So.
She was actually above it.
Then can't she control the force to grab us when we're sleeping?
Good.
I'll
But
never sleep up in the tree.
All right. I guess we're trusting Mama here. Huh? All right. Well, we've got
Yep.
yourself an uneasy truce now, I guess.
How'd you do?
Go on and tie her to goons.
Untie your goons. Take my rope back. Don't run. We're not going to hurt you.
Whatever's willing.
Or run. I mean,
That's fine, of course.
I don't care. You work for her now. You're her problem.
They just kind of shrug their shoulders.
All right. I give them their guns back if I took them. They would have just been left on the ground.
They would have been left on the ground. They didn't hold on to them as they flew up into the air.
I'll grab any grenades that I see.
You saw the one. There's probably 1 or 2 that are in the canopy or somewhere in the nearby
I'll find a
area.
grenade.
If I can see it, I'm grabbing it and not letting them have it.
Okay.
Kind of a
All right.
point for us.
Are we all staying here then?
I guess that's what everybody wants to do.
All right.
Our ride's not technically coming here until morning anyway.
Yep.
All right.
Well, come on inside, Mom. I hold the door open for her. I do
Sorry
step
about your
inside.
slowly
shrine. Somebody
walking
knocked it over.
She kind of looks over and she says that it's going to be mid-morning until tomorrow. She says shrines are often oriented in a way in which she can harvest the energies from it, but
Why don't we assemble it then? And by we, I mean you.
she says she can do it. It's just going to add a little bit more time tomorrow.
All right.
All right.
Keep shifts.
All right.
2 at a time.
I'm looking at a camera during my shift. I'm outside. Blow
No,
leaves off
do I
trees.
actually- do I actually
Are you
think-
attempting to fire it?
Absolutely.
You're
the
spending your
heart-
guard duty, not guarding. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
I actually don't think I. Do I still sleep? Or do I sleep actually? Or
You sleep.
okay, so I sleep.
All right.
Well,
So, what are the guard shifts during the course of the night?
I'll
I
be
can
one.
take.
Well, I'll take. Well, shit. How many do we have? 2, 4, 6.
Have first, second, third.
Yeah.
I'll just set up my
Better come during the second shift.
Yeah.
I got a sleeping
Yep,
bag
lightsaber.
and a pillow and a sleep mask.
I actually been having the same problem sleeping too. I realized.
So who else are
1,
light
2,
sleepers?
3.
You both are light sleepers?
Yep.
It saved me on that ship once.
It's getting rushed, please. You have 1 minute to set up. Or you? And I was in my head, I'm like, oh, 30 minutes. Shit, we couldn't get this game going. So I mean, I'm thinking, and I started throwing shit down. And then it turns out in a half hour, it's like, oh, it should be 15 minutes. I should put my finger right here. No. I know. That's what happens. Because
It's like we went to sleep in a Viper's nest.
Yeah.
We could at least stayed at a Motel 6.
Yeah.
They keep the light on.
Then can you hand me that dice attack?
No. Might as well just confront whatever happens right here. It's staying at a Motel 6.
I won't go outside and play with my camera while I'm on my duty. I'll wait until the second watch, and then I'll go out there on my own time.
Okay.
I'm like, well, I'll put in the car, and I'm like, well, I don't want to be way back here, which I should have been, because you could have
So why are you doing it?
just moved up, and then I could have got 12 inches.
You don't need to sleep now, so yeah.
I want to blast a few charges, see what the camera does, so I have familiarity with it.
Okay.
It shouldn't take more than 5 minutes.
All right.
Okay?
Heading outside, you can give me a dex check.
Oof.
It was a failure.
Failed by 5.
By 5.
Plus, I'm
Of
skinny.
course, you're on my ship.
We see.
No, I said I waited till his shift.
Oh, okay.
So we see her ring
We just see her
activated. She's
flying
like
in the air.
flipped it towards her head, and it's like boom, boom, her body disappeared.
I'd point it away from me.
Jack comes back!
I understand you intended to put it away from her.
And
Then there was a failure by 5.
failed by 5 was
Your ring just shut you.
supposed to. Maybe I
Oh,
took a picture of it.
because I was down to one race with one move.
Out in the forest, you guys can see that there's obviously everyone who has light sleeper. Actually, both of you guys can give me a -4.
Oh, no.
roll.
There's a third one over there.
I'm on watch duty though.
He is
This
on
is actually during Hunter's watch, I believe.
Yeah, it's he and I
Okay,
are
you
second.
It was like the missile pod suit.
-4, 5 will.
-4 real.
-4, okay.
The will?
Yep. You're still at your -1 will penalty.
So that'd be like a -5.
I wake everybody up. What do you mean you guys woke up?
-6.
You're gonna be like, why am I pinned under this tree?
Ultimately, you'll wake up.
He's screaming.
You won't have enough time to sleep fully that night. You'll end up being at a -1 fatigue. But ultimately, it's in the midst of a quiet forest, and then there's a massive thunderclap, like lightning struck right near the cabin, and it shook everything. Ultimately, you can
You know the best part is I'm gonna get blamed.
I hope so.
you can get back to sleep after this, but likely everyone will wake up because you end up hearing
Very fit him.
"Kabam! Kabam! Kabam!"
Yeah.
and then that's it.
Okay.
Then you end up hearing posh.
I'll kind of wake up.
I listen to see if I hear any screams.
Son of a. Good night.
We'll check it out.
Just be testing out our lightning gun. Don't worry about it.
Very
I
fit
look at
coming
Puddin. Or does she figure up this?
Puddin has puffed up to probably 3 times her size. She's just staring possibly into the darkness and maybe the corner.
I don't know. I'm
that
pretty sure there's a
response.
pretty good possibility Puddin would just run around for no really apparent reason.
That's a lot of
Puddin knows
energy.
that they just have that.
Yeah. The cat will do this.
Do I come back smelling the ozone with my hair kind of frazzled?
So far, nothing has happened.
Okay. I'm standing guard.
I'll try to calm down.
I'm not quite sure why B
What
went so
did
far out in the
the
woods.
3 others
She had
do?
to walk a mile away.
They were
before she got her
surprised you guys were still on watch. They just kind of have been eyeballing you. It's very apparent that they kind of watch you all the time. They're not always sleeping, but so far haven't tried anything.
Do I even wake up?
It depends. I would say that you do wake up. It's just whether or not you can readily get back to sleep. B does come in probably about 5-10 minutes later. Ultimately, Steve, you haven't really test fired these one before. You fire off the first, and it's so shocking to your system, you inadvertently fall back as it kind of singes your hands a little bit, and then you fall onto your back, and then 2 more go off. It damages a tree above you. The last thing you see is a branch coming down towards your face, and then you're in some sort of bubble.
Nice.
And then ultimately you dick around and manage to get back in the forest. Looks like a tree fell on where you were. You discharged 3 rounds. The gun looks relatively fine.
I come back with smoking gloves,
I'll,
hair frazzled,
Had to do it, huh?
how did the harness work?
harness. Yeah.
Harness is still holding on. I mean, it didn't slip at all when you fell backwards, but it's like, bam, bam, bam.
Wow.
Freaking tourist with the cameras.
Eye-widening
I
experience.
just roll back over and go to sleep.
All right.
Adding the sound of my
Thank you
notes
for doing that during my guard duty, so I don't suffer the penalties of being in light sleep.
It's almost as
I keep it on my chest from now on.
hey Hunter, what's going on over here? Like, hey, don't be pointing at people.
It's got a safety, right?
No. Yeah,
There's a button
It's
on
called
it.
a trigger finger.
Yep.
Put it in my case.
That's the safety.
I put it away.
Depending, you could have put a cover over the button because you were making an ergonomic control for it. Was that intentional though? Because you do have overconfidence.
Me, 1 and 2.
That's what trigger fingers are for.
That's why you have a control roll on overconfidence.
Yeah, I don't know if I made that overconfidence.
Did you want to or not?
I would have probably tried to put some
Then you will
safety
need an
in
overconfidence
this,
roll.
So.
Curse?
No. Why? Of course, you're not going to inadvertently fire it.
Could possibly push that button. It's
You
right
can
here.
survive this. Why would you need it?
Yeah.
So no, you're like looking at it. And you're like, there is no safety. There's no safety on this.
All right.
You can imagine where a safety could go. It's just not there.
Yeah. All right.
This is a
Maybe a mechanism to stop it from firing. You know, if your hand isn't directly on the button, that'd be nice too.
I could fix the safety on there. I got my trusty hammer.
No thanks. I put it in my box
All right.
with the harness. I go to sleep. I wake up in the morning.
During your guys' shift, Ma rouses a little bit. You watch her. She doesn't seem to do anything that you can tell is unusual. She somewhat chats to one of the individuals, just asks him kind of few generic questions. You don't get anything from that. Otherwise, they seem to wait until morning. Sun starts to come up. It's a little bit dark still in the canopy here, but
Okay. So, guess we're gonna go try to find that stuff we need.
Yep. The people. That's
Stones.
the stones.
Kind of
Oh, I thought we were trying to find whatever's gonna take his stuff off.
Oh yeah. The curse.
Now I know how it feels.
Removing the curse.
she'll tell you the items that she needs to go, and she tells you the rough area that she needs to find them. What is it? I would give you a default off of thaumatology, but it'd be probably a -5 thaumatology for this specific herb lore. Or otherwise, probably, I wouldn't say that would be necessarily.
Hey, I rolled a 5. I got a 13. I did it by 8.
With the -5?
So I did it by 3.
You have a rough idea what she's talking about, but then it's going to take her expertise to generally find the items.
All right.
So everyone can give me a hiking roll.
Soldier?
-2 soldier.
Anything for very fit?
Yeah, I'll give you a +2 for that.
Okay.
Why do I keep throwing that one die?
Holy shit, I have that.
What if you don't have hiking? You should have it.
Then it's an HT roll at a -5, I think.
Not a soldier at a -2.
Straight up.
Yeah, I don't know where that other die went. Dead to me now. I need a new die.
No, it's dead to me.
Whichever can you pick up your feet.
There goes the next one. Take that off your belt.
How about your back? Oh, I didn't see it. It's behind the table. Sorry.
Okay, campaign derailed for a dice.
Yep.
It happens.
Derailed.
All right, so you all are heading through the forest. Everyone, what was your
I succeed
hiking
by
number?
7. Hiking by
Pass by
4.
You
one.
made what by 7?
A health check. So
Okay.
I really need
straight
it by
Gentlemen, roll.
Straight up.
whack 5 lives.
Now you'll know how it feels to fall down the hill.
No. I didn't fall down the hill. I succeeded.
That's hilarious.
The whole morning you've been feeling uneasy. You can give me a dex check.
Tree falls on you.
Bear trap.
By 7.
By 7. Ultimately, when you're hiking through the woods, it felt like something grabbed your foot. All of them are deeply, fairly in front of you, probably at least 10 feet. You end up going down probably close to a 10-foot slope. There's kind of a sharp, sharp tree root that's kind of uprooted. You kind of stop yourself before you get hit by it. It's slightly disconcerting, but that said, you slowly climb up the...
Complete and utter irony from the side of the traversing. At that point in time, I will throw up Cat's Grace.
You realize you're casting spells with a curse on yourself,
Yep,
right?
sure know that.
Yep.
Okay, so you potentially could really close yourself up
Yep,
here, right?
sure know that.
So why don't you try to not do much more than walk?
Then that's not the hunter way.
Are you suggesting
which-
not to cast
in which
spells?
By
which
eight?
case, the worst
By
case
eight?
scenario is you fall
Okay.
down.
You can write that down.
Okay.
Otherwise, you can continue to go on. It is a bit arduous. I mean, she is an old lady. You don't think she's doing it purposely, but she's definitely not. I mean, she's not a sprinter. She's taking her time. It's probably is a long process that normally would take her longer.
Where are the goons at?
The goons are probably. Where would you want to put them relative to her?
Yeah, we just have them with us somewhere, I guess.
I assume they're all kind of three up together.
Sure.
Are they stupid enough to try to get away?
They've been continually looking around, but so far they haven't done anything. However, I suppose anyone paranoid about that, there have been already multiple instances that have caused distractions, so given the current trend, it's only a matter of time before somebody blows up a bus and they're like, oh my god, what was that? Where'd those guys go off to? However,
Hey, when's that Plymouth tournament?
Professor and Steve, or is it B? Both of you noticed that at one point in time when she was gathering goods and the goons were helping, she took a little bit of their blood.
I'll
be gathering
mention it to Hunter. Why would you gather their blood? Was
I have no
that?
idea. Talk to someone with alchemy or something like that.
I have alchemy. I'll make a roll.
There could be a host of things that she could do with somebody's
I'm
blood.
assuming it's an ingredient.
And she tried to do it on the stealth side.
You're not quite sure. It did seem a little bit like that, but
Hey,
maybe,
Mama, what you need the blood for?
She says for the curse.
Okay.
She says unless you want to give the blood.
No?
She says she's going to need his blood later on too.
Okay. Just be on the up and up about this stuff or you're making people nervous.
She says I'm working as fast as I can.
Alright.
Nervous people blow people up.
She says I'm not nervous here. You folk are nervous.
Exactly.
Lucky if your friend makes it out of the forest alive. It's just not my fault. I didn't tell him to grab it.
He'll live.
All right. Otherwise, it takes close to about 8 hours. You're already kind of 4 p.m.-ish. It's starting to get dark the next day. It does, I mean, she describes some of what she's grabbing, and obviously this is an intricate process. She's got some time that she needs to do back at the house. She says that she understands that your friend has a curse there, but the demon is just getting closer to its intended target.
Yeah, we'll get there fast enough.
She says, all right, show is on you.
What do you think the demon's intended target is?
Your son.
She said, yeah, she had mentioned it eventually goes after the summoner, and she says once it kills the summoner, it's free.
Well, then let's.
Is the summoner the only one that can send it back?
She says no, somebody that knows the spell, but she didn't learn it. She doesn't know if it's on the first stone or the second stone.
We have somebody who can read from the book and get the book learning real fast.
Why don't we split into 2 teams?
What?
Wait, are you
You're
saying split
suggesting
up the
this?
group?
Yes, their team keeps working on, making our friend get better, etc., etc. We'll go after the stones, then we'll meet up, and hopefully we've saved your son and you free our friend from his curse. Do you know where your son is?
She has an idea.
Well, if you want him
It
protected...
doesn't matter. You don't want to go there until you know how to stop the creature. Otherwise,
So we're gonna have to
you're
go
just going to
after
be
one
fighting
of the-
something that doesn't die.
We're gonna have to go after one of the stones.
Oh,
to
we've
make
killed
sure
things
first.
that don't die before.
So the question is,
No,
do
we
we,
don't.
the question is, do we want to go to Detroit to find the guy who has
He hasn't landed yet. She's got that one covered in theory.
He's can I go make it?
You can give me a perception check, Chris.
So where's her next move?
If she makes a move at him, you shoot her.
I don't know why we just don't kill all three of them.
I don't know. You have a bad feeling from above you.
Look up. What's above me?
Canopy, really.
Take a side step to the left.
You can give me a -6 dodge. This would be without acrobatics or backing up. Burn fatigue.
Can he go prone?
He can go prone.
Can he burn fatigue?
I just said he can burn fatigue.
You probably want to burn that fatigue.
Here's the spare tire from the truck.
Don't you have like a super protective barrier thing you can cast?
Yeah. I was told not to cast it.
And you're listening.
All I hear is
Hunter.
blam.
All I hear is I can't. Start to see is I can't.
Are you a mirror can or a mirror can't?
Could I cast deflect harm?
You want to? It'd be in place of your. You get one defense. Whatever you want to do.
Deflect harm then.
Okay.
No pluses though, right?
Right now, I would say you get a +1.
By one.
By 1. You see him kind of look up and then quickly throw up his hands into a sigil. You've seen him use deflect harm before. What the hell have you?
Magic?
You guys can give me will rolls.
Do we still are suffering from -1? Or
I would say by the next day now.
okay, if you got a good night's sleep. So maybe those who didn't get a good night's sleep?
Yeah, fair enough. I'd say you're still at a -1.
That's by 11.
I'm just helping, guys. I'm just helping.
3.
Will roll straight up.
Yep.
Would mental defense work?
No, not for this.
Mental strength? Okay.
By 7.
By 7.
Like 3.
5. What armor do you have on your shoulder?
No armor.
All right. I'm going to take 23 points of damage. Part of it was deflected by the deflect harm. There's what you feel is a pinprick, and then you guys see a small clump of earth, probably at an angle like this behind him, just kind of blow up, and then
So how much?
I'm looking for the sniper.
it came from above the canopy. The canopy isn't super thick.
Zykes, what do you got?
He says he doesn't detect anything.
Yeah. It's bad juju right now. I pissed off the gypsies. We know what happens when you
I'm
piss
gonna
off
pull
the
out my
gypsies.
rocket pistol.
So you're making your will by 5. You can see that the Mother Malone, the other two, are watching people's faces and seeing what they're doing while this is happening. And you guys are concentrating, regardless of what's happening over here, you're concentrating. And they seem to look at you two, and then there's other people that are like, oh my god, what's happening over here?
You said 23 points, but how much was deflected?
The amount that, what is it? 23 is what hit.
Okay.
I'm gonna pull out my rocket pistol and shoot one of the goons in the left shoulder. Not heart, shoulder.
Okay.
Hopefully. If he dies, don't care. I was aiming for the shoulder.
I'm kind of looking at you. Yeah, you can't take it my way, so I won't stop this.
Pass by 11.
Gonna dodge and drop. For fatigue.
Do you remember the -2 for the arm and distance and all that kind of stuff?
Nope, pass by 11 without that.
Okay. So your success is going to shrink.
Yeah. He does merely manage to miss the shot. And he does kind of look at you like he's going to go at you because you're going to fire at him then.
Yeah, I'm kind of watching.
I'll point at the other goon, same position.
Mother Malone says if you want to fight right now, she will.
Calm the fuck down.
No, I'm shooting at the other goon before.
You guys are getting
as
initiative
she's
checks.
saying
Collapse
that.
phase? You have to just subdue,
Initiative
right?
checks.
Hunter?
She's attacking him.
Collapse is subdue.
One of her
He's
goons
shooting
dies.
people.
What's that?
Collapse is subdue.
Huh?
Stay conscious. I'm in collapse.
Okay. Did you make the checks?
Which ones?
You have your +3 because of high pain threshold. Actually, I wouldn't even apply that anyway. I mean, the amount that happened, you felt like you're...
Pinprick?
Not even a pinprick. It was just, it happened so rapidly, you're like, what the hell?
Why am I bleeding?
Yeah, why am I bleeding?
Did he get shot at, or was it a bad juju call?
You're not sure.
We don't know, but he's escalated.
There's escalation.
I don't care. She's doing
So,
things against
don't
him.
have
I'm
the
gonna
high pain
kill
threshold?
one or hurt one
Oh,
of her
well, what I'm
goons.
saying is you don't have to make a wound.
Roll your initiative.
Because
Yeah.
I'm at 0 right now.
Pass by 7.
It seems like he got hit from something above. They weren't sure what it was. He shot at the goon.
Yeah, he pulled out his gun and shot one of the guns.
Mother
and
Malone
jumped
said,
out
if
of
you're
the
going to start the fight, then she's all right with
way.
that.
And then he starts to target
then
the
he
other
starts
gun.
to target her, and then
No, the other goon.
the other goon. Well, either way, it looks as though initiative started.
Check for
I
life.
sorry.
there. Pass by 7
Check
for
for
shooting
what?
the
I don't
goon.
think so.
Okay.
Anything there.
Sorry, by 7.
You need to roll your initiative
Yeah.
check. I did it by
Are we
3.
gonna do initiative?
Yep, initiative, you get +1 combat reflexes.
Yep.
Initiative.
The PC doesn't have a
I get
coordinated
+2
leader at the moment,
because-
so it's a +1.
Yep, I get +2 for my double bonus.
I have
I
Initiative
get
is what
+2
again?
for the double bonus.
For the double.
Speed.
Double your
Yeah.
speed.
initiative
Divide by
With
6.
bonuses for
right now.
What do you mean double
just
bonus?
double your speed.
Yeah,
Roll under it.
The-
Bonuses if you have combat
I already have
reflexes.
combat reflexes.
What is initiative again exactly?
You
They
said
take
that, yeah.
your
I had it, and then you said it
speed
stacked with certain
double
things.
it,
So.
and then you get a +1
Tomorrow gives you
for
combat reflexes
combat
too,
reflexes
so.
if you have it. So you get 16, 17, and then
No,
you
combat
roll
reflexes isn't on
56, and then for your margin.
I,
Beat it by 3.
I read the wrong thing.
Perfect.
So then by 6.
Pass by 6.
6,
By 3.
3.
I have
I have a speed of 8 too, if
right
that
now, and I
matters for a
rolled
tie.
13.
After we go into
Yeah.
initiative
By
after
3.
that.
Yep.
By 3.
Right. So what the 6s? What are your dexes?
Dex. I have a 16.
Okay.
I go.
16.
I had a 4 success. So
No. What? Oh, who else made by 6? You two. What was your dex?
14.
14.
Sorry,
So
15.
you can go first.
I've already called the shot when you said that before initiative was taken.
The initiative is she was prepared to do something, and then you said you were going through with it, and then that's when the initiative happened. So you didn't pull the trigger, and then something happened. It was she was watching your body language. So you haven't pulled the shot on the second shot. You shot the guy on the
Nope,
ground.
shot pulled. I rolled the dice, passed by 7.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. What is it? And this is the other one, or is it the one that
It's the other
went
one.
onto the ground?
Boom.
I keep dropping the dice. Then you just need to roll a dice roll. I have one here.
It's right by your backpack.
He does not. He attempts to dodge and drop and burn a fatigue as well. You will hit him.
damage roll.
Is that with a? Were you aiming for any more specific or just
Boom.
shoulder? Okay. Then you can give me a roll on damage. Is that a specialty round or is it just a standard gyro? Actually, gyro's pretty bad.
Next round specialty, and it's gonna kill a
You're
motherfucker.
actually firing a gyro.
Yep. That could kill someone. Just
I'm
right
so
there.
proud.
I think it's 5 dice, isn't it?
Is it?
It's a.
It might be 6.
It depends on which one he's using.
5 dice, PI plus plus. So
Yeah.
roll 5 dice and double it. Well, tell him the result. Anything that gets through armor. he'll double.
Yeah, he has no armor on.
So I rolled a 17.
17.
So that's 34.
And
34. Fairly thick, but that.
PI plus plus, what's that?
It doubles. So
Anything that gets through armor doubles.
for 17.
It blows through his back. It looks like he goes down. He seems to be
It's
unconscious.
right there, though, right?
Yeah, but you put a hole this big through there.
Yeah.
Well, through here.
Yep. What I'm saying is that still can kill him.
Yep.
If it bleeds out.
Or the shock.
The shock alone could kill him.
Well,
Somebody
if
could
he's
die
that
from
much
shock.
of a wimp. It's not my fault.
That was your wimp. I just ripped off your arm. Done with it. Oh, actually, I'm going to have to go back. You can't fire on them because they don't have a weapon. You have gentlemen?
No. I feel that she's attacking now.
Before the even other guy, you couldn't have fired on him because you weren't on equal grounds.
Yeah, you could go over and punch him in the face.
You have gentlemen as a disadvantage, and as I mentioned before, you can't
Fine, I will
attack
punch
someone in an unfair. That's fine.
I will
Yeah.
punch him in the face. What kind of brawling
Good,
goals do you
sir. We'll
want?
give your good self a wallop.
You can give me just straight brawling.
Bloody ho.
Straight brawling. Ooh.
Even
See your
better.
pair ones.
So that's a pass by 14.
Okay. He attempts to kind of
In the
dodge
face.
backwards. It does not succeed. You can roll for your thrust punching damage. But generally speaking, in the future, you cannot attack someone that, or gentlemanly, that is at an unfair advantage. You have a gyro pistol. You have him under.
You could have slid him one of your gyro pistols and held yours instead,
Could have
right?
done that right
I suggested you defend yourself.
To the object.
Interesting thing would be if the
it's
guy
just
knew
one
that,
to
he
a-
just said, "Oh, if I want to swing this fist at you, doesn't pick the
So
pistol."
what's? So I'm guessing this is 1D. What's
Maybe I should
CR?
learn my spells.
Crushing.
What's crushing?
It's the type of
That
damage.
type of damage you do instead of piercing
4.
or impaling.
In the face.
All right. He does take. What is it? You hit him pretty squarely. That was a critical. It's normally drops whatever he's holding. He's not holding anything. He does stumble back a bit, but he does take the hit like a champ. Looks like he's probably been punched in the face a few times before. Otherwise, this Mom alone doesn't escalate for this.
Okay.
So
I'll be
you
like-
punch him in the face.
Then I'll be like, stop attacking our friend.
She says that she's not doing anything. What are you, an idiot? He's cursed.
Yeah, and there are ways of escalating a curse.
She says, no, do you not understand? He's already cursed. I have nothing to do with it now. He is cursed until he is not cursed.
He's an idiot.
Shit's going to keep happening to him.
He's an idiot.
Yep.
Can
You've got other spells where you curse
Well, can
them
you
and
put the
then you can
retard in
do
a
things.
harness?
You might have to.
I do. That's a good one. Put the retard in the harness. I like that one.
help for people then since he's
That's
gone?
sad. You can't say that about our friends. Does anybody have the pirate disadvantage?
An insult, you say?
I'm asking. Is anybody going to take the front from
I
that?
didn't take any of those stupid calls.
Too.
It looks like he broke his nose. I mean, you can give him a cloth or something. He'll hold it up there.
Well, what about the one that he shot?
We went back because he is a disad, so he couldn't have attacked them with a gun. Not unless he gave
Gentleman's
them
mean
a...
I punch
not,
her in the face because she insulted
she's a
me?
lady. You can't punch her in the face.
Oh, okay.
You would have to have B punch her in the
I
face.
can only shoot her or something.
Unless she's attacking you with violence, then you can defend yourself.
Is it fair for me to assume that demon worshippers are dishonorable foes? Just for my soldiers'
That's
code?
kind of what I was
Not if
assuming.
it's a standard dude, because Jeb was a demon worshiper. It's if they have clear supernatural abilities, then you can use your supernatural abilities.
Okay.
I don't know. I think
Sorry, I
is-
have to kill you with Gertie.
I think Mrs.
If he had a
Eckhart
gun,
did,
you had a
Tanya.
gun. If he threw the other guy a gyro pistol and says take 10
But I don't have
paces,
gentlemanly yet. I was talking about the soldier code.
Oh my god.
Oh, the
So you
soldiers
do have
go?
retard code. Which means that if they're dishonorable enemies...
You're not going to shoot them in the back when you have them. You're not going to shoot them because you already captured them. You can interrogate them. But the honorable thing to do is if you're going to kill them, you kill them when you
Right.
take them.
Right.
Otherwise, you're just...
Yep.
You have a hostage now, and you have to treat him like a hostage.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Or a prisoner of war. I suppose this would be more applicable.
Yeah.
So you put him in a hole in the ground for 3
Into the
years.
tiger pit.
Into the tiger pit, but not...
I can horribly torture you, but I can't kill you. I'm
they
sorry.
have
I'm bound by my
45s?
codes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had 45s.
Didn't have
The
mine.
Tommy gun was a 45.
No, they.
Yeah, let's.
Are you okay, John?
B said that if they were on the ground, they
got a
dropped it
hole
when
in
they
my
flew
arm.
into the
I
sky.
saw that.
Okay.
Probably need to take care of that real quick.
You guys can give me an IQ roll or an astronomy or a thaumatology.
Pretty everything. Which?
I think it was a micrometeor that came down and got him.
Pretty
Whatever
much.
you want to roll.
I roll a
I
strike.
roll astronomy.
I'm not
I've got
rolling.
some
She
I'll
freaking
do
did
mine.
that.
Oh, I don't need to hold you by arm.
Wow, I do need to put you in a
Does
suit.
he
How did you
know
say
I
again,
curse
Mama?
people?
Put the retard suit? I missed by 2.
I made it even up.
Even up.
Astronomy.
With your roll, you
Thought you
think
were all for killing.
that it's a pretty rare
I was.
phenomenon, but
And
appears
when
to
we
be a
first
falling
captured them, I
star.
would have.
Yeah, Jeb, you got
And you
tagged
would
by a
have
falling
until you
star.
realized.
Can I
that
find
was
it?
Is it still in my arm?
It passed through. You think it hit the ground? It might be in the ground somewhere.
That's an awesome thing. I'm looking for it.
Yeah.
You can give me a search.
Tracking?
I like
On.
search.
Everybody
I'll
search
search.
for the
Tracking.
fallen star.
How about
My other
scrounge?
missions that's going on. Let's look for the fallen star.
How about
Thank you.
scrounge?
Out of the way! I started throwing elbows.
No, actually, I'm just gonna keep an
Bite
eye
you.
on her.
You know where it is.
This is my spot. It was my
What
idea!
is-
Get out of the
A
way!
falling star is like an alchemical ingredient.
Yeah, it's got my blood.
This is
in
a
it, too.
special one.
Made it
It's
get
pass through a human. It's even rare.
It's good you mentioned something because it looks as though everyone else is searching as you're. Well, you're about to make a roll. So it's about to be a bunch of assholes looking around and then one guy just disappears.
I'm pulling like 45
Okay.
I just stand by her.
because they might have 45s hidden on their person.
They might. You're not sure.
And if I see them reaching for something, I'm gonna shoot because I'm
I
assuming
look at
it's
Mom
gonna
I
and
die.
found it.
Not sure about that, but
I look.
We
They
had
had
to
ammo.
test it.
They
It looks
had
like a
ammo
hand
for a
retarded.
45.
they actually had Tommy guns. The thing is, they were left on the ground and they weren't handed
Oh,
back to
they
them.
had Tommy guns. I feel like I have to counter them with lightning bolts since I don't have a Tommy gun.
They left them there, like I
It's
said.
going from
You
0 to
can't.
60.
You can't. You can't actively disregard what I'm telling you. You in character can't see any guns on them. You know they had guns back there. You can't trick yourself into following your own codes of judgment.
Is that a bulge in his pocket?
If you don't want gentlemanly, you get something
Are
else.
you kidding? Cops do it all the time.
They don't
Did you
have
hear that?
They don't have gentlemanly.
I look at Mom alone. Please tell me this will be quick and painless.
She says
I look
you're-
around at everybody looking for, let me find that star!
So what were the rolls?
I rolled a 3 and I got a 14 and had everything out. So I walk over there and pick it up.
Dead on.
Ultimately, you can come across it. I mean, there's a pencil-thin fragment, but from what you understand, these are pretty rare. I mean...
You know how rare these things are?
Yeah.
I've never seen one. Can I see it?
Well, I think the professor can use these for spells, right?
I know. How does it look under goggles?
Ooh, I do look at it with my goggles.
It's got my blood attached
There's a
to it.
faint...
It's got his name on it.
There's a faint entropic and mystical resonance to the object.
Faint entropic and
Is it
mystical
also
resonance.
imbued with all the things of Jeb, like ex-demon worship of blood?
Not that you can tell. I mean, it's obviously...
Blood
There's...
Think how rare that is. An
Do you have
ex-demon
any
worshipping
use for this?
parasite.
If we find the
Probably
right
not as common as you
spell,
think
like
it is.
if you
If anything,
ask,
that's more like a
bless,
sick ex-smoker on a Nicorette
Why don't you
patch.
keep it then, Professor?
So I don't think it's that rare. I still need to get my fix for worshipping a deity, but I just don't like the aftertaste of the demon. It's got my
You don't know how
health
smooth
risks.
demons are.
Can I try to bind my wounds?
What do I?
You can.
Fallen
You can give me a roll.
You want help?
That's pretty severe. We should probably get you under heavy cover.
I think that would just be something that would fall on him.
We should
Straight
probably
up.
push him out more to see if we can get
It
more.
takes a little bit of time, but ultimately you can heal the wound back up.
You
You do have a little bit of limited
The only thing that can hit him is
motility in that
meteorites.
arm.
When I got my pattern destroyed in my right hand,
Yep.
did the numbness come back? Or go away?
The numbness would have gone away if it's a 0-point feature.
Yep.
Awesome.
I have no more numbness in my right hand.
Awesome.
Bitch, delete.
All right.
Oddly enough, though, you're disappointed by that fact.
Otherwise, Mom Malone tells you that she has relatively everything she needs. She just needs to reorganize the altar and align it properly, and then she can...
Okay. Well,
Again.
on our way back, I'll keep in between Martin and the rest and the other group just to make sure.
What do you want
I'm
us to
pretty
do
sure I
for
can
you,
take one of those
Jeb?
gyrock rounds just fine.
Get a harness for the
Just let her do
retard.
her
I kind of
thing.
keep mumbling that over again, chuckling to myself.
Oh, yeah.
Just let her do her thing right now.
Yep.
Ask her if she's a doctor.
It's like sick.
She says that she's an old, what the hell is that?
Witch doctor?
Not a, she doesn't say witch doctor, but she says she's an old, what the hell is that, practicing,
Midwife?
Midwife, there you go. She's an old midwife.
It's kind of like I just want to know if I can say the doctors actually confirmed that you're retarded. We had you tested.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure that
We have to
that
put
Frank,
this harness on you.
I'm pretty sure that Frank kept saying he was a retard over and over and over again. So I think that counts the doctor saying he's a retard.
Yeah, but he was a management retard. That's
Yeah.
why-
It takes you about 30 minutes to get back out of the forest.
Yeah.
She has probably a small pouch worth of various ingredients that do seem to be mystical in nature. I mean, as mystical as you could get from a remote forest like this.
Wait, once she's, I'll let her work.
Watch what her-
I'll stand and watch her and just let her
Yep.
work.
I'm watching to make sure she's not trying to screw him.
I'll ask Scarlet if the fold
I feel like if
or
anything,
the
she
rip
be
in the
trying to
fold is
screw
still on
us,
me.
not him. Because he's already fucked.
The rip in the... She says that you still have some bad juju about you, but especially now.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You guys get back to the altar. She starts to slowly set it up. There's a creak as the house is settling, and Mom Malone just keeps looking back at you, and then just kind of motions for her boys to stand on the other side of the room.
It's not going to tip that bad.
I don't know, Jeb.
I don't know. Who got striked by the
You guys
meteor?
ever wondered what happened on that
You can
boat?
give me a perception check at this
Ian,
point.
what is the altar?
The ravine.
It's a altar to the Black Goat in the woods. It's a small kind of
And I said,
root
fuck
and
it,
tree.
bam!
By 6.
By 6.
Oh, wait. 8 by 8.
You're really not comfortable with being in the house.
I'm going to take a step outside, guys.
You
And
need a
meteor.
dodge.
Meteor again.
Porch hits him.
Deflect harm.
I went for a board just to come up like.
Well, you know what porch lean to? Like
Yeah.
in the,
And we've done nothing against him.
evil
By 8.
like,
This with the platypus we got
Traps
stuff.
is in there.
I know.
You see him throw
He
his,
won't let us play with the platypus anymore.
you see it
I
throw
can
his
get there
hands up in the
anytime I
air and a
Can I slap
deflect
him in the side of the
symbol.
face with this
It
as
looks
I
like
can
one of the main beams breaks, a large nail
No, I
comes
don't
down
want
relatively near your face, and there's a field in front of him that ripples out as it kind of hits to about here. And there's just kind of a jagged nail coming from a board, 4x4 board that's broke.
Hey, Jeff, I think you learned a new
It seemed as though
lesson.
there was a creak and then silence for probably about 30 seconds, and then wha-cha.
We're gonna need to get that fixed, I'm afraid.
You think? Note to self.
Otherwise,
Fuck
you
with gypsy
think you're
charms.
currently bearing weight.
Are you adding
I'll try
magical
to-
laugh
try
to your
to
character
move back.
sheet?
All right, you can use the field and
Yep.
slowly move away. It seems to collapse a little bit. The house is relatively intact, other than one of the main boards went. But this place didn't look good to begin with.
I'll ask her exactly what that charm was supposed to do originally.
She says that it's a gypsy charm, and it's an attune to her. It provides her with good luck, and anyone that's stupid enough to damn steal it, bad luck.
Okay, thank you.
She
So
says,
we need 2 harnesses.
Yep. Yep. The time is outside
I
of the
could try
yard.
to reattune it to me.
No.
You've now super attuned to bad luck.
Yep.
Try. I can change the rest. Try to change the rest.
Good luck. That's a good charm.
Good luck. No, he doesn't.
1 hour maybe.
Yeah, I'm not taking it from her again.
Again.
Jeff has learned a lesson. The more you know.
Oh, I have it.
His name is Jeff.
I agree.
Jeff and
Next person me is gonna take everything they have too.
It's the
Especially if
first.
it's a charm.
I ripped it off because it was shining on her.
You ever took the stuff out of her pocket though.
She said it was hers. She showed
takes
it.
some time. She says that she's going to have to cut your hand.
Yeah, whatever.
She'll cut your hand pretty deeply.
Yeah.
Gets the blood from it, just kind of slides along the side, but there's a large wound. She seems to mix that up for a while and tells you to drink the compound that she gave you.
Yeah, here we go. One thing's gonna kill me, or the other thing's gonna kill me.
Make sure it doesn't have any
If
gold.
it's any consolation, I'll avenge your death.
Some
wait
of
for
the
the tetanus
with
to set in.
naturalists, some of the compounds that she's putting in there are mildly toxic. You don't think it would necessarily kill him, but he might have a bad
I might-
reaction.
I just want to make sure she doesn't have goat's milk in there.
Not that he can see you.
I might have diarrhea. I drink it.
But you had that before. I kind of laughed.
I drink it.
You'll drink the compound. She has the amulet on her. It doesn't instantly transfer. She's had it on her the whole time, from what you've seen, after you gave it back, but it's bad things have still been happening to you. She tells you to keep your karma clean for the next few days, and hopefully nothing sticks.
All right.
I'll ask Scarlet if the rip's still there, or if it's shrunk.
She says there's a fair amount still there, but it looks like it's bleeding off.
All right, can we start pursuing our main mission and
Yep.
actually, save the universe once?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
From what she says, there's an Aubrey Hugh. He's got a plane coming up, and tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. She gives you the airport in Boston.
You're getting stuff involved.
She tells you also there's the Bertram Digby. She says she knows where one of his cousins is living. Supposedly they've been hanging out recently at a bowling alley.
does
She
he
was going
live?
to check that out. She has already checked his house. Nobody's there. Looks like he
cousin?
packed up. She tells you the cousin lives outside of Boston. It's still in the nearby area. She doesn't think that Bertram has left Boston, so it's very likely he could be there.
Are we close to Boston? I forgot what part of the
Yep,
state we're
this is near Boston.
in. Okay.
Okay.
So we want to intercept the guy before.
Does
he
the
takes
truck
the
drive
flight?
still?
A truck.
Checking it out, for the most part, it looks like the radiator has been pretty much cracked.
Okay.
It might be able to get out of the forest and maybe near a main road.
Is
but,
B's driver showing up now, late in the morning?
when did you want him to come back?
Thought it was
Next
morning
morning.
or late in the morning or whatever, the next morning.
You could follow the trail out. You're not sure.
There you go. That's right. He'd be on the trail, not the main road. He should be waiting there.
All right.
You come out. It seems like he's kind of got a newspaper over his head, but he stirs up when you kind of get close.
Are we taking Mama and the goons with us, or?
Not a lot of room with the other people that you have.
I could care less. I don't think we need them. They're going to go work their own angles.
I think we just need to make sure they don't get their hands on the stones, otherwise.
We've got leads. They've got
Oh, we
leads.
need.
What do we do?
We need the unsummoned spell.
We can hit the.
All right. Well, let's
We
just
need
go
to
to
know
the
where the
car.
other guy is.
We go to the car.
Where's the other guy first, though?
They don't
other
even
guy?
know.
We need
Her
to-
son.
She says that she hasn't found either one of them yet. Patrick Malone, she'll tell you, is hiding out inside of Boston, which she says doesn't do you any good until you find one of the stones.
How do you guys want to meet up again?
She says you can come here.
Okay. Sounds good.
Right.
You realize we can't let her have access to the stones because before she puts that demon away, she'll have meet all of us.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
That's why I was wondering why we were letting her breathe in the first place. But
She got the curse lifted, I guess.
yeah, she was a demon worshiper. We had to save her. They're an endangered species, apparently.
The conversion rate.
I don't know.
for demon worship
I
is
think their
fantastic.
species is on the rebound in recent years.
Yeah.
I don't know. Not the way these guys are acting.
All right.
I know Hunter. Google gobble. Google gobble.
Let's go to the bowling alley and the cousin, try to pursue that angle before morning.
Yeah,
Yep.
let's try to go there.
If anything, if you go Team Urquhart, apparently there's very lenient rules regarding demons.
Yeah.
So you guys get in your vehicle? Are you just leaving the two thugs here too then?
And we are.
All right. Well, just kind of sit as you drive off. The airport, you know where that is. The driver does at least. The other location you'll need to kind of hunt down. It is a real
The
address
airport
from
isn't
what
until morning, though.
until 8 a.m. next morning. It's probably close to 7 p.m. right now, though.
Let's try to pursue the other guy first.
You have what the hell is it? A name for a Derek Digby, supposedly a cousin.
He's at the bowling alley.
They supposedly met up at a bowling alley. She'd give the address for the bowling alley,
Okay.
too. Supposedly he's nearby. It's the only remaining relative that's still in Boston. They haven't checked, so they think that he might be hanging out there. It could be that her informants haven't seen him. He could have slipped out of town, but she didn't think so.
Okay.
What is it? You guys can give me an urban survival. Otherwise, did you ask the driver to step aside?
Yeah, the driver has to step aside. He has to drive.
Yep. So then you can give me an urban survival. Otherwise, the driver has a rough idea of around Boston, so he can
I'll let
help.
the driver ride and
By
I'll take a
4.
nap in the back
By
seat.
6.
Really?
Seriously?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So the way I won't go crazy is I'll just sleep.
What's that?
The driver drive. He knows where he's going.
I'm going to
So
lock
he says.
that.
But the best part about flying in the 1920s, no FAA. It's like, yeah, sure, you can bring that town and get on the plane.
And it's only really fairly well-off people that can afford plane travel at this time period. So,
Closest thing was the.
but you imagine an art dealer that wants to get out of town badly might
Yep.
fork some money over to go on a.
We have
plane.
lots of people that made urban survival.
Yep.
Pass by 6.
So, closer to about 8 p.m., you guys get back into Boston. You find down the house address. Seems to be kind of a small 2-story, kind of small attic space. Maybe probably under 1,000 square feet.
Sid Shallows.
You can give me a roll on that.
The closest thing we have at this time is the Airmail Act, so we're good.
By 3.
By 3. And I would say that you're getting a +2 right now because you're in the search of demons.
Okay.
So you made it by 5 then? There is an object in the attic. You get a feeling of something small. It's hard to see on the other side of the wood, but there's definitely something up there.
The wood, right?
Not the wood. There's some relative to the spacing and from how Sense Shallows works. It's like you can smell the food inside of a crock pot. You know it's not the crock pot, but there's something inside there.
I'll use
Your
the
whiskers are tingling.
I'll,
Definitely upstairs.
I'll use the monocle and I'll flip through all the way up till I get to the dark matter when it's done with the dark matter.
There's a faint signature of something primal up in the attic space, but definitely spiritual. There's some definitely spiritual item here.
Okay, I'll let you guys know.
Should we go knock at the door? I think we should knock at the
Yep.
door, be up front. Probably start with
See
diplomacy.
a couple lights turn on. There's a walk down from the second floor.
This is whose cousin?
It's a small building.
Hold on,
Bertram Digby. Supposedly this is his cousin.
All right.
There's a young man, probably about 26-ish, that comes to the door. Can I help you?
Burton Digby?
No.
He's the cousin to Burton.
Oh, okay.
Derek.
Derek Digby?
Yeah.
Alright. This lady here would like to talk to you.
Oh, heavens, yeah.
Can we come in?
Sure. It's kind of chilly out.
This small army pushes his way inside his house.
It doesn't seem like he initially was aware of how many there were. As you start filing, he's like, "Oh, can I get? Can I get all of you something to drink?"
No, you can just stay where we can see you. You're in the suit now.
Your cousin Burton has run afoul of a
Can you
local
seriously
game.
name someone Burton?
Can you shut the door over there?
No, it's
Braxton.
Bertram. They said Barton or Bertram. Bertram
Oh, so they
Digby.
just everyone's Burton now.
We work for
Every
the
idiot.
Obduro Investigation Agency. I show him my badge.
Okay.
And we would like to help him. But in order to help him, we have to find him, find out if he has the objects from this gang.
Why don't we walk upstairs?
Yeah.
I gotta go to the bathroom. Can you show me where the bathroom is? Tell me.
Yeah, it's just down. It's right there.
All right.
See, the only thing is the door isn't visible view of him, so
I go walking with him.
you can give me a diplomacy.
I give him a diplomacy roll.
We're gonna go upstairs now.
It's a.
Hold on, I can get us in there real quick.
Are you guys walking past the bathroom, or?
No, we're gonna go to the bathroom.
Okay, I guess we both go into the bathroom.
It's fairly tight, but
Okay.
Diplomacy by
Wait.
By seven?
What are your codes of honor here about walking into the bathroom?
the bathroom.
I
Hopefully
feel
nobody
like
has any
Honor
bathroom
against
like
double
that.
bathroom use. Jim,
Put him on guy code.
Pull up my.
Xenophobia of the
He'll tell you.
second shake.
He says that if you can really help.
Oh, is that your plan?
I'm not quite sure what he got into, but apparently those Crimson Gang people are after him.
Yep.
I took her on the floor.
He's upstairs. Just let me get him.
Oh no.
You see these two walk into a bathroom together.
I thought you had a plan. You're making me do teleport now?
No, I gotta.
You guys at this point will hear two people walking downstairs.
All right.
One of
Let's
which
go.
does seem to be the description of the art dealer that you guys have been told about. He seems to be a little bit disheveled. Looks like he has cleaned up a bit, but obviously he's wearing some clothes a little bit too tight for him, maybe from his cousin here.
Did you buy the two stone objects from, and I say the underling's name that sold them off?
Patrick.
The
Patrick
man
Cole.
named himself as Charles. He didn't give a last name.
Give him a description.
He says, I do in fact have one of the stones on me.
Okay. We're going to need
We
it.
were, he says you can take a look at it. He has it here with some of the other items he tried to leave town with.
Did he try to sell you the other one?
From the sounds of it, he had already sold the other one off. He believes to an Aubrey Hugh. He knows the man, and he was going to contact him until he started getting the death threats. He doesn't know why. I mean, he paid him a good value. He understands that this object it's priceless, but where else was he going to sell something like this? I mean, he didn't know what he had. It's not like I cheated the man.
No. What the problem is there's a group that's kind of a cult, and I do put my fingers up with quotes around it, and they did not wish to lose this object from their community. So it wasn't his to rightfully sell.
I mean, I can't hand it over to me because they'll just kill me anyway.
We will let them know that you've turned it over, and we will deal with the cult. If you want, you can come with us to be under our direct custody.
So do you have a way
Of course, yeah. I can deal with that.
Okay.
Do we hear this going on in the bathroom?
Yeah, you guys can fucking... The building's not that big.
I step on it. Shake it.
Thanks for the help, though.
I was willing to help a friend. Friend in need.
I got shot.
Nobody seems to be really paying attention to you at
Yeah.
this point.
Is this our man? I go clap on the shoulders.
He's cooperating. Now we just have to meet the other guy at the airport.
So we're going
Let's
to put him
look
under
at-
his protective custody.
I think we should.
That's fair. If they kill you, we'll avenge your death.
I know
Well,
that's
you're
not a
gonna
lot.
protect me,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want my death avenged. I want to prevent it.
That's the
How big is
goal.
this guy?
Everybody has a plan.
He's probably 5'2". He's a little bit pudgy, but otherwise does have a savoir-faire about him of high society. Other than he's a bit troubled recently.
Okay.
So let's get that stone.
He'll kind of go upstairs and give you the materials. He'll put out a large conical stone. He says, "This is what you're
No, I'm
talking
giving it to the
about."
professor. You can't touch
I'm
it.
looking at it to
Can you
see.
give me a linguistics?
This is the stone.
Just a stone?
Linguistics professor, linguistics.
Which stone?
One of the two.
One of the two.
conical stones.
I doubt it's both of the two.
Conical.
Thanks. Good. So descriptive.
5.
One of
Professor's rolling too. Oh,
2.
Jeb's joining the
Can you read the
linguistics
languages
team.
on this at all?
Well,
He said he was going to try to look up. He hasn't seen the language before, but he imagines that one of his contacts could decipher it. But obviously, he's determined the stone is worthwhile and is very old. He doesn't know how old.
Do you ever deal with magic at all?
He says that he deals with various cultures that have magic to their back. From what he says in a cult, it does seem as though he is definitely an occultist, but not have any real
He hasn't seen this
capability. He's kind of on the edge where he might be able to identify or even talk about some things, but not really. He doesn't know anything.
He's a wannabe.
Linguistics by 5.
Didn't you learn magic like 6 months ago?
Yes.
Yep.
Nah.
All right.
And now
So
I'm
linguistics, what
throwing
do you make it by?
lightning bolts.
By 3.
2.
You two aren't quite sure. This bears a semblance to celestial.
Is it the
Can you
bottom
read
side of
this, Browning?
celestial?
It looks like it's wrong.
Browning, can you
Yes.
read this?
I doubt it.
Now can you read demon now after you had one
Ah.
pumped into you?
I'll ask Zykes if he recognizes it.
Nope.
Can Zykes
I'll-
not
I'll
appear
step
here and
away
figure
and-
me out?
Huh?
Yeah, how about you not bring
have to
Zykes
I'll
in?
step
for
away.
him to ask.
He doesn't have to appear for me to ask. Yeah, I can talk to
Okay.
him.
All right.
I'll ask him.
Zyke says, what is that he understands the language.
Oh, could you translate it for us, please?
He can.
His best.
All right, I'll ask for a translation.
It's just the summoning or the
Vanishing.
Find out as soon as I get translation back.
He starts like saying it and then he
We don't need a
comes
translation.
with
Just
the ancient
answer a
At
question.
this point in time, you guys can give me another fright check.
Oh my god.
You get a bonus on this one.
check.
Can he not? At least I don't have my will penalty
Can't we
anymore.
give him like a clown
If he
mask?
tries
That's gonna be even worse.
so
Yeah, that's pretty fucking
steal
Shows
or
up.
something jumps in and tries to steal the damn thing.
I pointed out that they
shooting
didn't
it.
get the guys.
As long as it looks
What about a fedora?
magical.
Can we get a +1 for a fedora on him?
Yeah.
It was like, oh, we know him.
Dora. Yep.
We're doing a fright, right?
Yeah.
Got it by 14.
14?
8.
8?
By 5.
5?
Can we,
I need this.
if we put a
13.
fedora and trench coat
You do
on
burn
him?
2 fatigue. You're at an additional -1.
13.
You can give me a will roll.
It's going like this.
Yep, this is separate.
Except you start, it's getting smaller.
Will
Why
by
does
10?
he have
By
that
10?
here? And how much fatigue
It does
that
match
get
what you had
back?
said, but ultimately what
think
pops in is
all of it.
Zyke's.
I kind of
So
look
unless
at
you're
the two
intending
guys
to
that haven't
shoot,
seen
If
this
it
before.
reaches for the thing, I'm
It does
shooting.
reach. Zyke's does reach towards the stone.
Bam!
Nope. This is
All right, you would have to give me an
It's
initiative
actually a
roll.
bam because it's magical.
Okay.
Who has
And the
lead?
first and third will be death bullets.
You can give me an initiative roll.
Initiative.
Yep.
How much fatigue
It's
did
like
I
we
get
brought our own
back?
chaos with
I
us.
have very
You would
fit.
have. You would have
need a
only
bonus.
lost the 2 for loss of sleep, so you'd be down
Maths,
2 more right
wheel 'em
now.
around.
But then you have very fit, so you forgot.
So initiative.
Sorry, 8,
Initiative
6.
Why are you shooting everything?
9.
Because he wants to
A
make a new
demon is
character.
grabbing for a demon
By 3.
thing.
So you made it by 9.
9.
You rolled 9, or you made it by 9?
Made by 9.
9.
By 3.
Okay, then you can roll for the hit.
This is awesome. We
Someone needs to put the retard to jackets.
we asked
That's by
Zykes
9.
to interpret this for us.
You can roll for damage.
I
Gets
am blatantly
interpreted.
asking
We
for
specifically
Zykes.
said don't appear.
He gets shot.
This is Zykes. I specifically
Damage
asked
roll?
him to.
Yep, you can roll for damage.
I'm looking over at the other two guys who haven't
I
seen
have
this
no-
kind of shit before. Do they just like pass out?
I'll tell you what happens after, because right now that you just see them looking over,
Yeah,
and it hasn't
this
fully
is
clicked in
horrible.
about what has happened as of yet.
So, I'm not sure what modifiers the first and third
I hate
bullet
my
being
group.
Can I try to
magical
cover
will
their
do.
eyes?
You used
So
one.
I may have to stop
You
showing
used one
them.
magical wax in their construction, so I'm aware
Oh,
of
did
what.
we
For
also
this.
get a
Okay, so I'm
bonus?
rolling 15 dice.
Huh?
Fright check?
Was it right? Yep, but it wasn't by enough.
So I'm rolling.
I was aware of the penalty, and I wasn't by it.
So I'm rolling 15 dice then for 3 bullets, right?
I need each individual.
Okay.
Did you buy
If I
12
made it by 8,
The
it wasn't
first
Dude.
is 16, 21, 25.
Okay, and then keep giving me them.
So if I made it by 8, it wasn't enough?
You made the first one by, you said 5.
Fine, but
How
I
many
didn't
fright
put the
checks?
bonus.
Just for
I was taking that into the
reappeared.
penalty that you were taking.
Second one's a
What
12.
the hell? Can't he put like on the jacket and fedora?
The problem that you have is not that, I mean, he is horrific to look at, and normally it would be a -10. The only thing is, he seems to come in when he says it when...
I know
So,
that.
Non-magical is
You're aware of
12.
that, but you can't prep yourself for it. He's like, well, yeah, Zykes can take a look at it. Well, I don't know what you... Poof!
Do you have a picture of Zykes so I can see why I should be so horrified?
It's pretty shown it before. It's pretty
So
bad.
magic was 25, normal was
What's
12.
the cutoff?
And
What
the
did you
last
get it
one,
14.
You're fine?
I'm fine.
11? Am I safe?
You should be.
25, 12,
Yeah, you're fine.
25. So 50 points of the magic dead damage and 12 of normal.
Just hold on to that.
Bitch, better drop dead.
Take your soul for
Why?
a surprise.
He showed up.
Now the cops
Zykes,
get
he's
called,
reaching
so
for
it's
the
firing a
demon
gun
stone.
with fucking...
But it's covered in what appears to be
It's all scarred ruins.
And how tall is he?
probably close
feet
to about 12 feet tall. And he's currently bent over, but it looks like he's scarred in what appears to be backward celestial.
It was burned into him.
Yeah, they...
Patter damage. Barn.
Can I do that? He wears a fedora.
The rounds don't seem to penetrate, but the first one and the last one seem to blacken an area of skin along his body, but they slowly start to turn back into the first color that they were.
Shout, don't grab that stone.
I'm disarming him.
Okay, you really want to disarm me?
Yeah!
Yes!
Okay, I'm going to brawling disarm him back.
I don't have a gun on me.
Give me a brawl.
But
You guys can
And I'm going to grab the
you
sandwich
guys
out
can
of his
include
pocket
me a
at
quick
the
contest
same
of
time.
brawl.
Fresco.
I'm gonna come out there.
I'm burning a fatigue on this side, so...
I'm trying to cover up the two guys' eyes so they can't see any more horror.
Yep.
You don't want to watch this.
Don't look, don't look, don't look.
Brawling disarm, right? Against brawling disarm.
It counter brawls. So you can use the better of your brawling disarm or your gun skill.
9, plus I burned 2 fatigue, so... I burned 8 fatigue, so 11.
11.
They're both 18s, so it doesn't matter.
I go to the couch and sit down.
Pass by 12.
By 12? Alright, you guys are relatively at a stalemate. I mean, he is blocking your shot, but he hasn't taken the gun away from you.
What's a feint?
Get that gun away
Can
from
I
me.
talk to
That's like a
Zykes?
feint
Yes.
is like a fake
Can I
swipe,
ask
right?
Zykes if he can translate it while I hold it?
What are you guys doing first of all?
Trying to get that damn gun away from him still.
Still trying to get the gun away from
He
you?
ain't taking my gun. I'm gonna sweeping kick him while we're in the stalemate.
You guys give me another brawling roll.
Sweeping kick. Whoa! Oh shit! It's -3. But I did it. Pass by 7.
Seven?
Pass by 7.
Okay. You guys both probably lose 5 points of blunt trauma. You guys have fought a little bit and kind of knocked some tables
Doing a
over.
sweeping kick to make him fall.
It's an extended contest. You're doing some sweeping kicks. He kind of goes for your face. You punch him in the neck. What the hell is you guys are keeping
bites your
going
ear.
back? So far, you guys have continued to fight for about a moment.
So
Knock some things
he's a
over.
magical demon, though, right?
What?
Oh, really?
Like
Smaller
magic.
battles.
His ability is above the normal.
You would imagine so,
I
yeah.
just saw like 3
However,
or 4
you have sense of
games
duty, friends, and companions.
So they may not do it on the
Team,
There's
and
a,
we've
there's a point
established
system, like,
things.
It's 1 to 2,000.
Yeah, so
2,000 points.
it's up to you
For tonight, I
at
think.
that point then.
That's like a whole big army.
Otherwise, you guys go into another.
Minus- no,
You guys go into
5 to
another
1,000.
scuffle. You guys had burnt the.
Whatever it says on there.
It's only if you guys are continuing to go from there.
Quit
These
shooting
guys have been
people.
fighting for about like
We know.
30 minutes. They knock over a couch.
30 minutes?
Oh, excuse me, 30, not 30 minutes, 30 seconds.
Okay.
They knock over a couch. They're continuing to fight for the gun. They're at somewhat of a
Can I have
stalemate.
ushered these two
I'm
guys?
aware of what you're trying to do right now. It's just there's 2 people in a small house, literally like punching each other, going for ribs. Somebody knocks over a table, inadvertently, rips a light out of the wall.
Can we get the two innocents out into like a different room so they can't even see this?
They initially did see Zykes when he appeared. Both of them are totally freaked out. Both of the Digby's can't really talk. I would say the first cousin is just straight fainted.
Okay.
The G.U.R.P.S rounds that didn't penetrate went through the front wall, and you assume they went across the road.
To
It's
hit
just
a
so much
granny and
awesome.
her
Yeah.
I've all
Who's got
both
the
of them out.
stone?
Seriously.
Let's go to the
They
car.
both
Let's
hit the
go.
road. Fuck them.
Who?
Anything else that Digby has, we'll put it all in the car. We'll go.
Well,
If
Demon
those two are
worshiper.
fighting,
Can,
let's
can
go.
I want to ask Zykes if he can translate it without touching it. And we can show it to him.
It nods.
Alright.
I'm assuming they've calmed down.
I don't know, what's he doing?
Nothing
Make
that I'm
sure you
aware
don't
of
shoot
yet.
anyone.
I'm done. I just don't want the demon grabbing the demon thing.
Quit shooting
It
people before
could
you
have because
ask.
I have
When it hit the demon, you think, what is it? The Gyrock rounds don't have a huge amount of penetration. Whatever the hell it's made out of, you'd need some sort of like
Need something to punch
armor-piercing
it through.
tip to get in. But the anti-life seemed to work when it came to contact with them.
Now you're gonna
But
get
it does seem to regenerate.
Now you're gonna get it like trans-dimensional family
So you imagine
in
a-
your shoe.
You imagine a very potent round might do significant damage to it.
We're already working with him here. You need to throttle it back a little bit.
We'd explained don't come into contact and don't touch the stone, and he did both.
You said neither. Then you shot first.
Pretty strong freaking
Yeah.
rapper, to be honest with you.
You need to throttle back.
Yeah. Sorry.
Hey, Professor, can you do any
Any other type of
psychology on the two
artifacts?
traumatized
Yes.
people over here?
I'll
Do
just
you want to
grab
go see if
them.
you killed any innocents? when
He
you
brought
shoot
down a
the gyrock goes
suitcase.
through the house?
There might be a
Yep.
few more upstairs. We can give
The
it a
house
search roll.
after the demon.
No, went to the
No,
house.
went out through the front door right there.
Yep.
I mean, it's a solid wood
Yeah, I
oak
opened the
door.
door
And
and there's
then
just some poor person bleeding out on the street.
Psychology.
you don't see anyone on the street. It looks like there might be a tree on fire, and another was a yard, and the other one you've lost track of.
What would start things on fire?
You're
It's
wrong.
it's a guided rocket, and it has fuel sufficient to reach 1,000 meters.
I thought they were magnetically propelled.
No.
Not this one.
To get to speed, then they're propelled. They're a two-stage delivery system, and they can get pretty damn far.
Can I have a
Do I
couple?
think second one?
Have one.
The other one probably.
That,
Your pretzels.
The other one seemed to
You have a bag?
penetrate
Bag of holding.
because all three of them went around. So, yep.
I use psychology by 4 on the
By
traumatized
60.
people, and I guess explain to them that
One of them's
this-
There's
unconscious.
the other flavors too. Like
Whatever
garlic
you saw
salsa,
is assisting us
peppercorn
with
ranch, I think.
Garden
investigation.
sauce sounds intriguing.
By
Good
6.
bag.
It just
six?
sometimes
There's a few other objects.
Wanna try 'em?
Try a couple, but I got my pretzels.
There's a few other objects. You kind of look with your monocle. The stone doesn't seem to be that spiritual item.
I'll search for it then.
Coming back down, it seems to be on his person.
Okay. I'll ask him what's on him.
He says nothing. These are fresh clothes from his cousin.
There's something on you that's glowing.
He says no, there's nothing in his
Still don't know what it
pockets.
takes to kill a
And he
demon.
pulls out what looks to be some sort of small wicker man.
What did he tell you?
This isn't mine.
That if it were
And he puts it on the table.
10 contestants or so, it might actually.
Disappears.
When you grab for it, it's not in your hand.
Look in your pocket again.
He says, I've just... and he kind of drops it, and he starts to panic a little bit. He kind of knocks part of the ice box back, and he just kind of starts breathing heavily next to the wall.
It's your problem now, buddy.
What did he get?
Another cursed item.
What happened?
How do you get a cursed gypsy thing?
The woman probably jinxed him
Not
to put it
good.
on him.
Everything.
What the heck?
Anyone else want to try them?
You might want to check to make sure they ain't gonna kill Dusty.
Oh, wait.
Oh man. Like every flavor.
Sesame seeds, salt, poppy seeds, onion, garlic, caraway seeds.
At this point in time, Zykes does tell you that
I didn't like them.
it appears that there is some sort of unsummoning ritual on here
Okay.
that does relate
really
to the
strong.
name that you said. He says, or you can kill the summoner.
You got them as many as you want. I'll try
Thank
to
you.
even
Oh,
out.
Is
you
it
okay?
salsa
Is that
style?
so
These are
good?
deli
He
style.
said,
It's
he's
the only one
fine.
they had left.
Okay.
Without a
Sorry
salsa.
about that.
I apologize.
He doesn't comment.
Can Zykes
Okay, yeah.
appear in a different form?
Okay.
He can attempt to.
Makes you wonder who
Like
actually
a
eats
fucked
it.
up kid like that.
Here, eat some of those. Taste it well.
Switch to garlic.
Let's try to see if we can get you a form if you come up
Switch to
to,
garlic. I like garlic.
I don't know,
You like
little
garlic
man-sized roughly, like my
Have a
height.
couple more, buddy.
And
You're gonna like
you
them.
be a little more human,
Thanks,
or
dude.
is that not
You'll like
possible?
You will if you
just
train
need to
for it.
Am I going to join the cool club?
Yep.
He appears
If you're
as a
lucky.
burnt child.
At this point, you guys do hear another. It seems as though Zykes was talking to him. You can barely recognize some of the things he's saying, like summon, unsummon. He didn't say that demon's name.
So, anyways, Ike told me that this does have the unsummon on it. But we could also just kill the summoner, but I'm assuming we don't want to do that. So,
No, she wants her son.
At this point in time, there's an audible hum from Zykes, and even a smell of brimstone and hellfire. He seems to
what
be
does hellfire
now
smell like?
kind of sulfur, brimstony, putrid even.
Our characters know what it smells like.
It's in the
Otherwise,
drink.
he seems to change form slightly. He's still kind of long and gainly, close to about 7 feet tall, but he appears to be, I don't know, probably like an odd-looking blonde German man in a suit.
much better, Zykes. Thank you.
He nods.
Is everyone better with this?
No, that's second.
I'll look to the group. Everyone better with this?
I don't know why you didn't do it a long time ago. I'm starting to blame him,
I think
actually.
the part is that he needs to, is there any way that he can, like, announce himself before he pops up so that we won't scare us?
Oh, I'm just asking that if there's like.
After my taste buds
He
are
says he
burnt.
can.
Thank you, that'd be
That's why
awesome.
you need to
Okay,
take
this
over.
is perfect, Zykes.
It's
Thanks.
like, foghorn, like, yeah,
Really?
again. Yeah.
Try it. No. All the cool kids are doing it.
All cool kids. Yeah.
Google got for
See
you.
how many Dusty's eating, or Steve's eating right now.
So, alright, so let's get this back to, let's get this back to the old lady and tell her we
Can't
got
we
it.
unsummon it? Why does she need to unsummon it? Or does the unsummoner need to unsummon it?
It's a special old world demon with special rules on it, so we probably want to use the unsummoning ceremony that has specific.
I asked the German guy, can we just do the ritual right now and be done? And have this thing go away forever?
Until they resummon it.
He'll nod it.
Summoning the. Do you know Old World Celestial?
He does everybody's bidding, right?
No,
He shakes his head.
Do his bidding, right?
He nods.
if I ask him politely like a person.
He's a demon.
He's a demon, yeah, doesn't mean he's not an intelligent person. You guys have dealt with demons before.
Human.
So you guys have dealt with other people that are human, you consider them people.
Keep your manners about you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will ask him if he's could.
I just have an image of like he's civilized people. There's like somebody has a broken nose. There's like a table knocked over the back. The smoking ruins of one of the G.U.R.P.S rounds that didn't make it through the far wall.
I did post with letters that won't have
There's a smoldering oak wood
Right
tree
there
in the neighbor's
with the
lawn.
hand up to root beer. You really can't taste the rest. Honestly, you can't. I think
I'll ask him if he knows
Vanilla?
if the ritual is difficult to do or if we should find a specific practitioner.
He just taps his wrist to indicate time.
everything on it.
I guess we can. I guess we can attempt this ritual ourselves. I still think we should bring it back to the
Does it have a
person who
chance
knows it.
of bringing the summoned demon here to try to stop the unsummoned ritual during the long time?
She would want to unsummon it because it will kill her
No,
son.
not her. The actual demon coming and being like, "Oh no, bitches."
Then we should probably move on
Why don't we just go back to her, let her do the
Yep.
thing?
Okay.
I think we still need to locate the summoning.
Are we going to have a break to the truce though? And is it at some point in time where we're just going to try to take
Stab her in the back, I would think so.
Well, I was going to try to provoke a fight because I don't quite feel right about stabbing her back. If she starts something, I feel obligated to finish it.
I think
If you're working with him, you didn't feel good about stabbing in the back, but if there was a conflict, you could defend your crew.
I think the
Yeah,
stone should
exactly.
be destroyed as soon as it's unsummoned.
I don't
think we can.
No, don't destroy that stone. We need to destroy the summon stone, not the
Oh,
unsummon.
summon and unsummon.
No,
no,
there's
it's
two
just,
stones.
Is it? I thought it was.
We've had this
I
conversation.
think he's right.
No. One's the summon stone, the other one has both on it.
Yep.
Okay,
Is that correct?
so-
Who's right?
From what she said is the summoning was on one of the stones. She never finished it. There could be one copy on each of the stones. One of the stones could have it on and the other one couldn't.
saying
She doesn't know. She
don't
knows
wanna-
summoning is on one of them.
Okay.
You
The
don't
rest
wanna
is unknown.
break
She
this
assumed
one
that
can unsummon
either the
until
other
you
was it
break the other
if
one
she read
that
more on
for
this
sure
stone or
summons.
the other stone would have the unsummoning ritual. They were a pair. They're essentially volumes in the same book.
Chapters of the same book.
Chapters, volumes in the same book collection.
Well, let's just get back to her for now so she can do.
I don't know why we need her to do this. Why can't we just do it ourselves?
She knows the ceremony. Do you know the ceremony? I don't. He
Does
doesn't.
Zykes?
He doesn't.
Can you ask Zykes if he knows the ceremony?
From what she said, she didn't know it either. That's why she said
have to
don't.
research it, yeah.
She'd have to research it. But she would probably be a lot better off than you guys
yeah.
initially.
So I felt let's bring it back to the person who knows more than
So
we
Zykes
do.
knows how to do it?
The I'll ask Zykes if he knows how to do it.
And he says not yet.
Not yet.
How long would it take him to figure it out? Could you ask him?
You know,
long
he
would it
can
take-
answer
You have
questions.
one. No, you have one job in this group, and that's to ask Zykes questions. Why would I want to take that from you?
You can ask questions whether or not he wants to answer.
Pettiness. That's good to mix up into the mix.
Why
Got
not?
some fights
Get a
here.
nice fine brew going.
Yeah.
Mr. Zykes, how long would it take you, just guessing, to figure out how to run the ritual?
He'll kneel down, and he's still gangly. He from a distance kind of looks. He looks human, but you get an unsettling feeling being around him, and
He's
you're
just moving wrong.
and you're not. Yeah, and you're not.
He's like a
sensitive
demon
to
in
the
a
supernatural.
headgear suit.
Yeah, a little bit. You're like, yeah, that's a guy, but I don't know. There's something just really off about him. So in any kind of civilized crowd, there's going to be some people that are just staring at him. But from a distance, they can't say it's not a guy. Otherwise, he'll spend some time and kind of kneel over, kind of in a slightly not natural position over the stone, as though he has more, he has some sort of anchor weight that doesn't exist. So he simply kind of leans over in a position he shouldn't be able to bounce
As if he
for.
has one huge hand. And
Yeah. You have a gesture. He indicates maybe a day or two.
My fear is if we turn this over to the mother,
We're not turning it over to her. We're just telling her to use it on some of the thing.
what if... Well, sure, let's do it then. My fear is that she would have this thing attack us just before she banishes it.
Yeah.
She can't control it necessarily.
Okay.
The only thing is if the control words are on here. So she has to learn how to unsummon it, and you don't know the language. So there is some precedence for your paranoia here from your background in magic. She has to read it, and if she comes across the part that says, "Oh, here you go," but then again, she might make quicker progress than any of you could.
Right. That was the one thing I'm wondering. If she makes
Send it back to her then.
She makes quicker progress than Zykes. But maybe we don't care. It's a day and a half, so the worst case thing that happens, it kills her son and then starts its own rampage, and then we send it back. So
Yep.
where are we going to go, so Zykes can study? What are we going to do to repair the poor, fragile minds that you shattered by bringing Zykes?
You guys asked.
no, we asked if you could.
And you shot people.
You guys are all kinds of awesome.
After we told him not to appear.
In fairness, you told him not to appear.
Yeah. And you've been shooting people and punching people in the face for no reason.
Well, no, he doesn't.
People
He
attack-
answers questions. He doesn't.
People attack the group.
Nobody attacked the group.
Yep. Meteor, she summoned it.
No, she didn't.
Awesome.
I remember you guys had
Hey,
a doctor with you.
Steve got a meteorite fragment.
No, I didn't.
Professor,
Professor. Yeah.
I wish I would
Tiny
have.
bit of stardust.
Yep.
Professor said he had something he could do with it.
So
where are we going to go? So
it's late in the
Zykes
night. You guys could get back there within the hour.
We'll call the Obduro agency, tell them we have 2 people that we feel responsible for. They need psychological help.
All right. He could refer you to the doctor at Legendre, and not Legendre, but at Legrand, and
This is sad. They have like a macro
Brooklyn?
for us. It's like, that's what a girl called again.
Have the driver take them to this doctor after he drops us off in the woods.
okay. He says he wouldn't be
come
able
back
to
here.
get back tonight because it's 4 hours away.
Give him some money to
What's
get a good
4 hours
hotel.
The doctor.
The doctor.
He says the address. He's familiar with the address. It's the Obduro doctor, but that's near Brooklyn. He says in New York State.
Tell them to go. We'll get out of here on our own.
All right.
Get these people taken care of.
All right. We'll get into the woods and show.
Start walking.
Yep.
Carrying our stone, the big blonde guy with us.
So he did drive us up there, or we got to find our way out?
He drove us up there.
He drove us to the woods.
All right.
And he drops you off in the woods, and then
Actually, he could just drive us around to the house, right?
We don't really know where the road is.
All right.
you're not quite sure
Go
where
to
the
the
road
woods,
is, but
then.
you'd imagine there's got to be some entry to it.
Which house?
Where the
Mama
Mother May I is.
Yeah, we'll let Zykes do the ritual, or we'll just go up there and watch her.
Alright. So we'll drop it off at her house if she's there. If she's
We're
around.
not
she
dropping
up-
it off. We're going there so Zykes can
Okay.
learn it. That's just our place to go to learn things.
Okay. Okay.
All right,
So-
you guys get dropped off. It's a little bit dark.
Do we get up to the cabin?
We go up there.
Takes you probably 30 minutes through the dark. You guys have fairly bright lights, so you can make it up there.
The evil dead hasn't been summoned.
Don't shoot, I say, as we get towards the cabin.
I kind of hope you
Fair
will.
enough.
Walk up.
As you start to approach, off in the distance, you can see a fairly bright light. As you get closer, it seems as though the building might be on fire.
Beautiful.
Okay. Go walking up there.
As you slowly walk up after that, you can see that the building definitely is aflame.
Any survivors?
Yep, looking around.
Can I say
Maybe.
quietly?
Look around,
It looks like
tracking.
it's been burning for maybe an hour or more.
They probably set it.
You can give me a tracking or a forensics.
Oh, I
I'll
love
try to
forensics.
draw water manipulation and see if I can pull it out since the river's not too far.
It's not too far. It's 100 meters though. Maybe.
Can I do forensics and tracking, or just pick one?
Tracking would be first, forensics later.
I got 14 on tracking.
Oh, I only did like 6.
You got 14.
Yeah, beat that.
By 6.
By 6 with the one.
Can't. So let's
Seven,
roll a 3.
7 for tracking.
It probably takes you close to about 15 minutes, but ultimately you can condense the water in the air and then start to bring more moisture off from that region. And then start to essentially wring the rag over the house. After that, you can just kind of knock some things down. From tracking, it looks like accelerant had been used. This didn't go up this quickly. I mean, it was an old house, but it looks like somebody set it. A lot of the key points of the house near the altar have been burnt. Looks like the basement, it was mostly dirt, but there must have been gasoline or something that had been lit down here.
Can we get
You
traces
can
of the
see-
accelerant? Like a smell or anything? Or is
It
it
seems to be
supernatural?
probably gasoline.
It's mundane. This is weird.
We're not going to see her again. She's just covering her trails and tracks. So she's
I'll
You
use the
can find that there are tracks leading away from here.
Okay.
2 of them seem to head off. The third one walks into the woods and then just stops abruptly.
I'll scan with
Is
my
the
monocle.
third one looks like Mama's? Yeah.
The other 2 might have been still on the road somewhere.
I'll scan with the monocle. I'll go through the different
So it's not
levels.
There's a slight primal energy here. There's also a spiritual disturbance. It looks like some of the wards have been taken down from what you can tell.
If her son died, this thing was freed, right?
Yep.
He's not dead yet. You
thought Zykes
she's
said if
just
her son
pulling up
died-
stakes. She knows we were going to come back and kill her.
Well,
Either
I
that
guess
or
we should get
son's
some
trying to
place and
kill
let
him.
Could be, but
let Zykes learn the ritual then.
she walked away.
You want to see if Zykes can find her in the near penumbra and bring her back?
We don't need her
Yeah.
anymore. Let's just
Yeah,
all
let's
right.
get Zykes to learn the ritual and then
There's a
get this done.
I guess the shallow's been broken out here. There's no thicker.
There's still a shallow here. If anything, the protective force around the house is destroyed. With tracking 14, you guys take a look. It looks like some of it was recovered, like maybe it's going to be used later on for something, but somebody definitely picked up, shipped out.
just covering her tracks.
All right. I guess we hang out here and let Zykes do his research.
Yeah.
All right.
You gonna shoot him anymore?
Wasn't the ritual site by the river?
No.
No.
There was something down by the river. I don't remember what it was. There was something down there. I can't
We
remember.
did have footprints of the big beastie that flew out here.
I guess we wait.
Yep.
All right.
Postcards.
Okay. You guys don't really... There's a bit of a structure left. The supports aren't really good. You guys most likely do this outside. You guys have fairly bright lights, so you can kind of keep a perimeter, but if somebody were deep in the woods, they would have a good shot on you. You guys probably spend 4 or 5 hours out here. Zykes continues to write into the ground. Some of the words he writes down seem to burn. He would probably ask you to put the stone down so he can
Okay.
look at it.
Oh.
He doesn't come into contact with it this time. He seems to just walk around and take some of the notes and he copies it over. If anything, it seems as though, if you were to witness this for long periods of time, you could probably learn whatever language he's doing.
All right. I'm trying to study with him then.
Okay. You can give me a thaumatology.
Did the tracks lead to the river of Mama's?
No, she It looks like she walks with the 2 goon squad up the main road and then
doing,
deviates.
I tell you, he's speaking anti-celestial or demonic, and I'm going to learn it.
Oh, okay.
Run across it all the time. And that's for me.
Definitely more frequent than you guys would like.
Hunter, I want to go check out the river again.
Thaumatology
Maybe you
by
guys
6.
shouldn't be getting into shit. Maybe that's why you run into this damn language too much.
Did it by 6.
We can go down to the river.
So far, it probably takes about 3 hours.
Jeb
And
and I
it
are
seems
going to
as
the
though
river.
he's found some way to track whatever the hell it is. It definitely is following something. He's just kind of watching it right now, but it seems as though part of the process he needs to know where it is and to unsummon it. And he's learning the unsummoning process right now.
Okay.
For the most part, it seems to be probably now somewhere, and I would say it's outside of Massachusetts, heading west.
I let you guys know.
Okay.
It continues. It seems to stop for probably about 5 minutes, and then it seems to be heading back to Massachusetts.
We might have a visitor in a little bit.
All right. Put my
I'll
stuff
let you know
on.
when.
Yeah, I'll put my stuff on.
Otherwise, probably another 4 or 5 hours pass. It seems as though the creature seems to be circling around Boston looking for something. It doesn't seem to be indicating it's coming here, and you can see that the sigils themselves are kind of burning along the ground. There's a slight risk of you burning yourself inadvertently on what might be hellfire, but it's relatively small, and provided you're observant, which you are, you can easily deal with it. It seems like he spends some time, then he kind of sits down. It does seem like he loses that one form and looks like the other form again. Otherwise, the process goes on for some time and does seem to be a little bit draining. And it seems as though the creature seems to head upward and then disappear. You don't ever see it, you're only seeing like an indication on the sigils around him.
Okay.
He says that from what he tells you is, from his understanding, it doesn't want to be in this plane. I suppose, let me check that. He would say that he thinks that he can locate the summoner, which would be quicker that way. It can lead it to the target.
So,
Likely will leave the dimension after it's dealt with the summoner.
But will it be freed forever?
Good.
I'll sit back home.
What he'll say is it was free to begin with. It doesn't want to be here. Was it most likely?
if we do release it, we'll just go away. It won't come back, probably.
Until it's summoned again. He points at the stone.
So we want to get rid of these stones more likely.
That's what I've been saying.
I'm not disagreeing with that part.
Ask Zykes, can the stones actually ever be destroyed?
Can
by
the
any
stones actually be
man-made means?
destroyed, or would it be easier to hide
She's
them?
like, yeah, guys, legit.
He said they can be destroyed with effort.
They can be destroyed with effort.
Alright. Let's go locate the summoner then.
Yep.
I think Zykes was just gonna home the demon in on it and let it do its thing.
Zykes nods.
Yeah.
Oh.
So why don't you make that happen, Zykes?
Yeah, are we okay with that, everyone?
Yeah, I'm good with that. Demon worship gets
Okay,
a little
that's
on the hoisting
He
on some
called.
tards.
From what do you understand, I mean, the guy's a cop killer and other things of that
Oh,
nature.
Well,
Then
still
yep.
50 cops.
Yep. Then I will let them.
But hold it. What if he's hanging out at the Catholic orphanage?
He's just going to kill the summoner.
Is there any way?
Just going to kill the summoner. So if he's surrounded by innocent children, it can't kill the children.
He'll probably just kill the summoner. Zykes, is there any way you can find the summoner by himself and then let the demon hone in on him from there?
Zykes says that the control rituals are here. It could just say kill the summoner.
That would be awesome if you could just control it like that point.
That'd be better than be if he said only kill the summoner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only.
Just feel free to name everything around.
Mind you, if somebody still sees that, I mean, there could be trauma.
Yeah. Could you control to the point where you could tell it to go and attack Mormo?
It nods.
Would it give Mormo a fight?
It says that he'll tell you that it can't be killed, but it can be stored.
Mormo or the demon?
The demon. If we haven't.
He says it's unlikely that a older demon would be worried about this demon. I mean, it's ancient, but relatively speaking,
Yeah, I don't want to
Mormo
have.
came first.
I don't want to
pipsqueak.
have It's a good idea, but I don't want to.
Relative to you guys, though, it can't be killed. So-
I understand that.
I don't want to give something to like contain this so Mormo has it in case it wants to release something. So yeah, just have it kill the summoners like quietly.
And only the summoner.
And only the summoner.
And no
then
maiming people
yeah,
around
let it
it.
go away from us.
Yep. He thinks he can accomplish that.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and get that.
From your perspective, you can see what appears to be some rough area of Boston and kind of like a flickering hellfire kind of in small ruins across the ground. There's a target, and it looks like kind of a ballistic missile trek, and then probably about a minute after it arrives on target, then...
Ooh, he put up a fight for 60 rounds?
Well, you'd imagine that it has to find wherever the hell it's looking for, rip through a door, he throws a table, there's some gunshots, and it...
Then it gets bloody.
You know,
So 8 seconds.
Yeah.
otherwise, it seems as though the summoner has been finished, and it relinquishes control, then it seems to disappear.
All right. Well,
Zykes wipes the floor clean here.
thank you, Zex. I guess that's what we can do for here.
All right.
Yep, nice and easy. Let's head back probably to.
Okay, we need to find the other stone. Let's just get that done before we put a slate here.
Me, you don't want to
Yep.
leave that stone out there to summon again?
Yep, let's see.
It
if we
was
can
sold
find
to
it.
the other guy that was...
Getting on the plane.
That was the guy we met already. That
Can
was
Zykes track the stone
Nope.
with this one?
There's
Yeah.
2 stones sold to 2 different dealers. We found one dealer.
Yeah, one
No,
dealer, and he was
but-
the one who was going to go to Detroit.
If Zykes knows this stone, is there like some way he can just find the other one and grab it?
Zyke says he doesn't know where the other stone is.
Okay,
He
fair
could look
enough,
for
yeah.
it if you ask him
They're
to.
not like quantum
Yeah, could you?
entangled
Yeah,
and
could you go
magically
ahead and see if you
entangled?
can find it? That'd be awesome. It's probably near the guy who just whacked.
Why don't we just go to the airport and try to find one?
I agree. The guy that we already talked to is not the guy going to the airport. Is that correct?
No, this is the cousin house.
Okay.
Okay,
Yep,
so we'll go to the airport and see if we can meet that guy.
Yep.
Fast forward a little bit of time. Ultimately, that never comes up. You will find out probably about a day later, though, that the police have come across. There's an old cabin, essentially. There's an old kind of structure near one of the wharfs, and they kind of come out there, and somebody noticed some smell and what appeared to be blood. They find what appears to be the remains of an Anthony Hugh, and then some paraphernalia. You guys can do your magic and get the other stone from there.
Okay.
Okay.
So they found the stone?
Yep. They
got
found
the
it. We
stones.
got
It was in his wreckage. They put it in evidence.
He was in the process of unsummoning it. It pops up. Bam!
Well, that's the problem. If you didn't finish it, you didn't finish it.
I'll try to disintegrate the summoning stone.
Before you just straight up decide to try and disintegrate it, why don't you look at it with your...
We did learn its ancient dirty knowledge.
Not
Put
its
it in
dirty
your head.
knowledge, but see if it's like got a booby trap or if you try to destroy it,
I'll
you know.
go through the setting.
There was very little
Doesn't
primal energy attached to it. It didn't look like there anything was, but it could be shielded.
All right, let's take it out in the country and you can blast it with disintegrate.
Everybody
Yep.
goes to a standoff distance. And
Yeah.
What are you trying to carve into it, or are you trying to...
Foxfire into it
Okay.
and then do it that way.
All right.
if
you
you're
give
gonna be
me
doing
a-
that, I do draw a sigil for teleportation. Like here and a mile away, I put another sigil, and I'll stand in it with you just in case you decide to blow a hole in the star world.
And I'll be a mile away watching with goggles.
Okay.
I'll be right next to B, a mile away.
Okay.
I
I
mean,
do put my goggles on my
Unless you,
shoulders.
unless you put
between
them
me
like on
and-
the opposite side of like an agricultural field and you're standing on the top of a car, you can't visually see them.
That's what
you
I'll
can
do
only
then.
see the plume or the mushroom
I stand
cloud.
on a mile away, agricultural field that's been harvested, on top of a car. He's in front of me, and I got my goggles on my shoulders.
Okay. You can give me a fairy fire and then a disintegration.
Foxfire by 3.
All right. It looks like the sigils are in place. Not the best you've done, but
Yeah.
As long as it makes the stones go away, it's good.
well, actually, the Muse sigil is actually the one for the how well you do the sigils.
So they have the stone in custody. We can't get it.
No, we.
No. What I'm
I
saying
already
is, you
have
guys fast forwarded a day.
Yep.
I'm assuming you guys run down. You can't find where it is. There doesn't seem to be any magical means to figure out where it is. And then ultimately, there's the mundane police come across it and they put it in. And one of the lieutenants informs Nathan Dweller, and then he calls you guys at some point, and then
We
bada
get
bing,
it.
bada boom.
By
Yep.
6.
Both of the objects do seem to break apart.
There you go.
Done
I mean,
and
there's
done.
residual
Done and
ash. You can spread
I'll go through
or
it with the
sand,
monocle.
I should say. There's a faint residue of what you've done here. If you spread the remaining particulate, it's unlikely anyone could reconstruct this.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yep.
Some random field in Massachusetts.
Scatter them on the
Yep. So, since we got this done, we got everyone here, why don't we just go save Frank now?
I'll go say Frank.
Yeah.
We got a half hour or hour and a half.
No, we should go save him.
We got everybody
Okay.
here.
What was our plan?
We have problems to discuss.
Just doing it.
I think it's just dice roll, isn't it?
Do it.
Yeah, just
No,
Because weren't we gonna?
yeah,
we were gonna.
everybody makes a
Yeah,
dice
Bruce is
roll.
gonna
If there's
come
a
up.
critical
Yeah.
success, we win.
Gabriel
We win
Bruce
if-
isn't coming.
Do you just have a plan, or you just like, time's
Gab-
ticking, and everybody here. I just
Gabriel
wanna get it
Verus
done,
said that
let's
he
hurry
was
up and
willing
go
to
kill.
assist in the venture, but only if you had a plan. And you could just tell from the underlying body language that he meant a sound plan.
Right. One
Okay.
that obviously
So-
we have
It's
to
not
work
like
on it.
What are you
go
putting-
into
we were- what are
Carcosa,
you
kick
putting
ass,
Frank
done.
in?
We
We
were on
already
our way
have
back to the
some
gentry
No, we got a.
Yeah.
We turned his
to
bag
talk
into
because we
the,
had the Mormo.
into a soul vessel.
Well,
Yeah,
we've
we
got
got-
that. But
Remember, because we talked like we're gonna get
How are we
distracted
getting
by
out?
an adventure and put it on the back burner.
I'm
And like,
comforted.
Hey, look, sidetrack it is. And then I was like, oh, where's Mormo?
I'm comforted to know that you guys are going to get to like 2,000 character points. It's going to be like dicks on Mount Olympus. Like, I turned him into a goat. That's what I did with my power. Done. Mortals of fighting.
They'll be like, can we save Frank now?
we got 3,000
How are we
points.
getting out of the
How would make a
plateau?
new franc for you on Hephaestus's forge?
Look at me, I got a spirit. So the spirit.
How are we getting out of the plateau?
I don't know. They're still doing research.
Yeah.
So
We're
they're
gonna try to
still
find
doing
Momo
research? I thought we
There
were
was the
going
going
and
into-
saving the guy.
I prefer to
Yeah.
save the guy.
Flying.
Yep.
Yeah, that's my
Which
boat.
What? The guy is that Frank?
Flying
No,
polyps.
the guy.
Lana or Nala.
Yeah.
Yeah. Try not to say names because there's certain ears here that we don't want to hear anything, but because you're dense speed, we have
We've
to
got
say
this shit on
names.
lockdown.
I'm all for whatever you guys vote. You got
I
my
think we should
vote.
save the guy.
You know,
still in
let's
there.
Go kill some
B would
polyps.
know that we want to go see the new guy who knows language.
Gotcha.
Steve Jeffrey can't remember what happened.
All right.
Yeah.
2
Is
hours
there
ago.
any way to save Frank without going to Carcosa?
I ate that freaking sheep's head.
You don't
I'm
know where
telling
his
you, I
spirit
think I got
resides.
the
You assume it is in
mad cow
Carcosa,
disease.
which
Really?
the best you could do is Gabriel Verus had mentioned there's a way to bring somebody's
2001.
body
What
back to
additional
life,
evidence do
and
you
it
have
would
with
act
this
like Franck,
gaping holes in your
and it could even
cheese?
assist you in
Every
the
time he walks
process
by
of
a
getting
cow, he
him back,
punches it in the
but
face.
it wouldn't really kill his soul. His soul is in a Carcosa.
That's
and
tough
he
little
doesn't know what
very
to do.
How can we get Frank the most two Frank?
Head cow.
You
Just
can
can't
put the
remember
soul
things,
back
that's
into the
what
body.
Which is the real
No.
I think it's all
frog?
the Diet
Because
Coke.
that guy
The
is
aspartame?
different from.
Aspartame's rotten. You got Swiss
Technically,
cheese
you'd
for
have
a
different
brain.
It could be
memories
the
and
nanites.
recollections.
You know?
They would have to
Could
merge
be the
together.
midichlorians.
That'd be okay.
We're talking about real
Maybe that
things.
guy was two Franks.
Can I up my lightning bolt by one by putting 2 points
I think
into
we,
it to 4?
I think we have enough
It'll be at 12.
research
then.
done that we could go get him. We
I
have
would-
the soul.
I would say that given
vessel
your
for him,
previous
and we could
exploits
probably
with
just-
lightning bolt, I'll give
If
you
we
that.
know exactly where he is, we can bring it in and then
Dark Emperor.
run out.
Yeah, but
Everything must feel by electrical wrath.
Come with if we don't have a plan, and we didn't come with a plan.
He doesn't use
Because
batteries
they're
anymore in his
still doing
flashlights. He just funnels electricity.
I think we're gonna have to spend time researching a plan.
For the
Yeah,
polyps?
put 2 points in the flex.
Yeah,
For Frank.
The polyps were just. We have the lightning cannons.
I meant for the plane of Lang.
Yeah.
The plan of Lang, we need to have our
So-
shit buttoned up and all together. We can't just be like, hey, we're
We
doing
got
it.
100 more
So I
points.
gave you guys.
You
the
can do
layout
that.
Of a plan. There were some
Sad.
holes
Be a
little
in it.
sad,
Fill in
but-
those holes and we go.
I'm trying to, but they got like limited amount of information that they're still working on.
So, Professor, did you confirm where the target is?
Or Frank is?
No. The target.
No, we're not talking about Frank. Put him back up on the top shelf where we've left him all these
We're talking about
past
Lana,
months.
right? Yeah, the
Talking
target.
about the guy who talks Mulan.
Have I been able to with those that time that I spend down at the
Like I had mentioned
take
before,
Yeah, go for it.
what you'd be determined and you'd spend some more time researching, you're pretty confident that this La Na, if any way connected to the Yith, would have to be something at one of these 3 sites. One in Peru, 2 on the ancient continent of Mu, which is now under the ocean.
Right. Were we able to narrow it down?
To the 3.
But we weren't able to get it further
Originally, you had it down to, I believe, close to 8 locations.
Okay.
Then you narrowed it down to 5. Then one of the locations was the library. You're pretty confident it's these last remaining 3.
Okay. But I know that's what Steve basically figured out, or B figured out, and then she just said, "Well, it's the one that we can get to, not the other two." And then the professor continued
There are
doing some
two
research.
two that could be potential sites. The only thing is, if he is at one of them, hypothetically speaking, and you go to one, you're pretty sure you might be able to use the additional information there to narrow it down to a final location. If anything, B has said one because there's one that you've been to and have identified a site there, so you know where it is.
We know what danger.
It is on land. It's not under the ocean.
So
That would be
Peru.
the Peru location.
So how do we get in? So, isn't it
Let's
very
get back to
bad?
the chantry. I'm gonna see if I might have something there.
If I get to
We
the
check with Larson, he
chantry,
was
I would
researching
like to
normal.
procure
Yeah, I'm
Yith
waiting on a
ripples in
certain
case
thing.
The plan for getting down there was have Zykes take him
Oh,
with
yeah.
the carpet,
Okay.
teleport to the carpet.
Okay.
Let's keep my
That
word,
was the
even
plan.
though it's taking away a long time.
Alright. Take who goes with Sykes? Browning?
So the plan is to go in there to Peru and have me clear out the entire thing
No,
myself.
have Zykes take you down to the chamber, and then you lay out a rug and we all teleport down.
I could do that, yeah.
As long as we don't find you.
I'm gonna need a lightning
You
gun
were
or something.
surprised that time.
Yeah.
I think you'll be fine this time.
I'll get I get a lightning gun now.
Okay. Sure.
Okay.
You need a gun.
All right. So where are you going from here? You're going to the chantry.
Well, since we're out in the wilderness here, why don't we all just take our lighting guns and practice a little bit?
No.
So we can so we can shoot the polyps.
Isn't there any way to practice at the chantry? Like a
Look at this. You can't practice this. I put it on. Jabam!
From out here, ultimately, you don't know there's any other buildings around here, and if anyone was, you imagine there's somebody probably 2 or 3 miles away. Like I don't see any thunderclouds. That's
I know.
weird.
It is weird. Yep. So I go practice a little bit. This is kind of
Give me a
fun.
dex check.
You should try it, Professor. I'm shooting trees.
what skills can I use?
It's
Photography.
I would allow a photography default.
yeah, sneak up like one.
I succeeded on by one.
By
Dex
one?
check.
I mean, it does kind of burn the hair off your hands. You are relatively on the reverse impact point of a lightning bolt. If you didn't have the willpower you did, you'd probably freak the hell out. And you imagine that's probably what tripped B up the first time. She's like, all right, so click, bah! And then fell backwards. But yeah, I mean, it's a whole lot of power.
This makes you feel alive.
Was that
Do I
on
feel
zero?
that she went back because she was skinny? Like, could I handle this?
You're not sure. From the it looks like a real lightning bolt coming out, and I'm not talking about his mystical Dark Emperor lightning. This looks like the kind of shit that breaks down trees and blows up cars and
You just
burns
saw me
buildings.
blast a couple trees.
Yeah, there would be trees that are falling down in the forest.
I am loving it.
He just shot it. He's convincing
everyone
that they need
Okay.
to practice.
Level 3 is the
Mine-
biggest one we want to deal with. It does go up to level 25. It will
It
destroy
goes up
you.
to 32.
Oh, sorry, 32. I don't think you want to go to level 4.
I already burnt all the hair off my arms.
While they're practicing there, I want to go to the river.
Go into
If you're
the
in the
river.
woods, I want to go to the river.
No, this is like days later.
Yeah.
But whatever. Sure, you can go to the river.
No, they say you're running the woods.
All right.
That wasn't everybody
You
else.
guys are around Massachusetts. You could easily go back to the woods.
I just want to get familiar with the guns so that
Oh yeah, I guess I can practice.
do that.
I can practice a little bit myself too.
What skill is
The
it?
only thing you worry about
It'd
is
be,
this is not really a
being
weapon.
projector.
You can, like, Steve's sitting there, you fire it next to Steve.
No.
It is, everyone's behind me, I'm firing down this corridor.
Yeah.
Anything that remotely is metal or in the way, it could arc to.
Right.
So if there's 5 trucks over there, you can't determine which one it might hit.
Right.
But the thing is, if there's a flying balloon
got a
in the
certain-
air, you're pretty sure it would hit that.
Wand of Wonder quality to it.
Oh, Jeff.
Because I want to try to figure out where Mom Alone told.
Does it have like a certain number of charges or it's just good to go for
Yeah, each magazine
I don't think so. I
has...
think
And then I want to try to
photography.
What does the settings go up to? 32?
primal
Each
save or
magazine has
save
32
and
charges, I believe.
Yep. So
So
it,
you could use
it
one
appears as
magazine.
though one magazine could be discharged in one round. The only thing is, from a physical standpoint, you're not aware of any protective mechanisms that would protect the wearer from a 32. The air around you would, combust. it would be like being near a channeled blast. You mean you'd be
So how big of an area?
it'd burst your ears and most likely would burn your skin.
Point out idea if anyone's interested in this.
You're gonna push it on a 32, brave man.
No,
Step back.
ideas to clear that area out. We could just drop one of these things down there, put it on 32, and remotely detonate the button. I could rig up like a new rig for remote detonation, so I could just drop it.
From what you're aware, it would probably send a pretty. It's a massive underground city, so you would destroy an area linearly close to kind of like a, what is it, Highway 694.
Right.
You probably hit several of them.
Right.
But you wouldn't destroy the city.
Guys,
Just a suggestion.
they won't notice us unless
agree.
we fuck up. So
Unless you start firing giant lightning bolts. Like, what's over there?
yeah,
I agree.
Come and get some!
how should we start this stealth mission? Send one in on 32. They'll never see us coming.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be familiar.
It's like that scene from The Matrix where all those blobs are coming down on them. There's just raining hell on them.
Supposedly, they consider us to be like ants. They don't even notice us.
I just wanted to be able to know how to use it, so when it's like, oh, they do notice us.
Yep, I agree. So we're going down to the Peruvian city.
You can spend a day searching. If there's any more time from there, you can give me a search roll. It's not scrounge.
Can I also shoot the lightning gun just to be familiar with how it works?
Give me a dex check.
Ooh, I didn't fail.
Can I put a point into
By
lightning?
9.
8.
I'll assume you guys spend the day doing it. So
I'll
another
try.
day will pass
Yep.
and he's doing something else during this time
I'll
period.
try practicing too.
Give me a dex check. What did you make your dex by?
8.
8.
After the first lightning strike, I do take some wax and I plug my ears.
It's deafening. It's it immediately kind of burns your skin.
I got big leather gloves on.
Yep, I'm aware, but it superheats the air in front of you.
Yep.
So, I mean, everywhere you immediately get kind of a backblast. It's not enough to do any real damage, but it's enough for you immediately to try to kind of cover your eyes. You have to blink. It's hard to see.
You get a
close
reverse
to about
Brazilian, that's what
20
they say.
seconds afterwards. All you can see is just this bright light in front of you, and everything else is just discolored.
Before
I get my goggles and then I close my eyes when I shoot.
Can I actually do a fold space right in front of it to like 3 feet away, just so
I move away from that.
you know the blast isn't right next to
Yeah.
It could, but it probably is not going to help super amounts.
before I start that, I'll actually have my welder's mask on and some gloves, and I'll be
Yep.
firing that.
Ideally, whoever would want to fire this would probably want to have
Limit it by 8.
some sort of shaded gloves. What is it? Shaded goggles, some sort of gloves, and something at least covering your skin.
Snake suit will do it.
For you, you probably don't really care.
You have those gloves that
If you get fried by
metamorphic,
it.
the metamorphic gloves.
Yep.
We get to practice for a day. I'm happy.
I'm happy to.
You guys, if you want to, could at the end of this session put a point into beam projectile. Oh, is it beam projection? Beam projection.
Projection.
So photography isn't a skill.
You can default in a -2 off photography.
Oh, really?
Can I just put a point in photography?
You could if you want to.
What is it based off of?
Oh, I'm all over photography.
It's like
Is that in-based?
it's IQ average, I think.
Smile.
Average.
For using that thing though, is it IQ based or dex based photography?
This would be a dex-based photography, most likely.
What is beam
Thanks, Dusty.
projection?
Just helping you, Steve.
All weaponry.
If you took some time and lined up the shot, I would say it's IQ-based. If you quickly turn and fire, it'd probably be dex-based.
They're the same.
I don't care. I was screwing him, not you.
Now that you mentioned it,
In
I'm
fairness,
screwed.
I would probably, in the future, as that came up, ask him for a dex-based, so it's better that he be aware of that now.
Yeah,
Well,
I could have
at
waited
least-
until you're like ready to shoot the thing.
At least we actually had an adventure today.
We can still go.
Yeah.
Still got plenty of time.
So, going to the plane or the
Do I pay it? Do I find it?
Anybody have a
9?
book? What's beam
right now?
projection go off of?
There is a
I guess
location
Dex.
pretty far south, probably about 2 miles. You do come across it late into the day. It does look like it is fairly... It's a little bit off the beaten path, but there are some trails kind of leading up to it. It looks like there are a lot of deer
So how
that
many
growl.
animals
Oh, is
did
it
you get?
graze around there? But there's a few charms.
You could have up to 10 if you want.
10 clips.
You are aware there's a few charms in the area, but do you think this might be a source of her power?
What is this law?
If
The charms might have an adverse effect to somebody
Called lightning
trespassing,
devices or lightning.
but given some
cannons?
time, you might be able to just destroy them or have somebody come out here.
Yeah, I think they're Yith.
If anything, it looks like it
Yeah, Yithian. Yith.
tries to keep animals away and might inadvertently negatively affect people trespassing.
What about Scarlet?
It probably was. Scarlet doesn't like the area, but it might not directly affect her.
And this area had a
Can I have
clear
two
sense
guns?
of primal.
Sure.
Yeah, there's definitely something
gonna sell
here.
one?
Anything right where I'm at where I could siphon?
Did you get the money
No,
at the beginning of
you're
the
pretty
night?
sure there's something probably within 4 or 5 blocks of you,
even now.
but the area's kind of warded off with the King Elite
I
Trade
want two
on
guns because I have
Could I
trees in there.
destroy the charms?
That's what I said. You can spend some time destroying it. It's just going to be more than a day process, unless you want to be really risky about it. But
Like
He
disintegrate them?
described it like
yeah,
being
but
a...
that could end up
There's
inadvertently
lightning
cursing you,
strikes on the
and
sun. He described
All
it
right.
being like that.
you don't imagine anyone's maintaining it, so it'd just be a
Then he
matter of
described it
time.
like 694. So,
If you take a hatchet to
Check
it,
that out.
you might be able to destroy it right away, but then you're dealing with the full backlash of whatever happens.
Alright, is there any primal energy
No,
that's
no,
in the area?
there's a
right here
glitch
that I
in
can
the
siphon
system
and
apparently with
store?
one rare.
You can't control yourself, can you?
you
I'll
can
do
go
a
rare.
primal conduit and see what you get.
What?
Infusion.
What do you mean a
Confusion
glitch in this system?
Keep looking.
What are you trying to put it into?
Planning on buying
My
this
staff.
tonight, but
It's already assigned to me, so.
I don't get it.
Straight up.
You go a little bit around the perimeter. You don't have a whole lot of daylight left, but you could probably get one. There might be a couple more in the region. There's definitely probably more wherever the hell the center of this is.
So I can get one.
Yeah.
I played with lightning gun. Mastered. I'm the master of the projectile beam weapon.
Yep.
It is a horrible weapon. You imagine that anyone getting hit by this isn't going to be merely paralyzed. They're,
I'm just ready for the next time Glocky rears his head. Take that, Glocky!
think we destroyed
Kabam!
Very glocky.
That's pretty cool.
Can I put a point in primal?
Big worm guy we
Or
killed.
primal
Two mythics.
Yeah. It's really cool.
I only have a point.
Now you wear
One
him.
shiny.
You know what?
I've been using it
I
when I
like
was
to
at
point out
the
you gave
Cat
you gave
Sanctuary and I
crap
dropped
to
5 into it.
Franz for wearing a deep one. You were
you have
wearing
it at 1 point
Glocky's
right now?
armor, any Glocky's body
Alright.
anyway.
No, it wasn't like it was like a whole individual that was skinned out, and I put his face over mine.
Oh, and look what the front of it was.
You know what? In all fairness, you're gonna mess with that guy. Like
so
oh,
24 hours passes. You guys, what the hell is it?
You should go sell those two back.
Most likely stay at the Chantry.
They do.
The area in Nepal has been
you can turn
escalated
it
to a
down.
level 3. They've been having more and more frequent attacks on the entry point in Nepal. There's talks about closing it down, but then again, that's going to be they're going to lose their foothold there.
Maybe
And
they'd only give you $25 for the two of them. If you're not going to
Okay.
with them.
I
So
like the white one.
they're losing the battle, it sounds like.
Who's losing?
initially, they had the area quarantined sometime after they closed the the rift to the unformed chaos. But over the last couple of weeks, a lot of their primal wards that had been originally put up seem to be going down. Something is actively destroying them. And they sent out 2 pretty large teams to investigate, and they didn't come back. So right now they're operating under the assumption that there's something very powerful out there that is fairly intelligent and understands a lot of their warding mechanisms. They assume either a powerful Nefandi or some sort of leng creature, maybe even the King in Yellow.
We gotta stick like a laser and
Yep.
get line.
If anything, they've already afforded a lot of time for people in Nepal to move to farther areas of India and to Indonesia and move just away.
Okay.
But still, yeah, it's
It's a shitstorm over there.
Is this Larson
Alright.
telling us this?
this is the word around the Chantry.
Let's try to get our guy.
I'll try to see if Casey has those stones to go through the charcoal to go through stone,
Charcoal growth is strong.
and the spirit, his version of the spirit knife, stronger than the true.
He would have the charcoal and the spirit knife. For the charcoal, he would probably say probably about 900 for. He can go 900 for the 900 for the charcoal. He's gonna need probably 7 quintessence for the knife. He'd like to be able to trade you money, but it's a little bit hard to trade money into things people don't people don't value as much anymore, especially in the Chantry. It's kind of like you have the Deutschmark, and you're like, no, I got plenty of Deutschmarks. I understand how many Deutschmarks you have. I'm just saying, People aren't really happy about those. You got something else you can trade.
Can he take the Bible?
The Bible for the knife, is that what you're talking about? He'll do that.
Roll.
Okay. So I still have the decipher. He's got the original copy.
Okay.
Alright. I don't know what the new Tremere knife does, but
It's a
get
solid metal knife from what you can understand.
I'll get stats.
Very cool.
But the charcoal's for stone.
Did you ever get my
It is a
staff?
Still working.
You see it? It's cool over there.
Oh, I know. I already told you what happened. I can't get it. They're holding on to it.
Who's holding it?
They're using it for the front over in China.
From here, I'd probably say
I could use it
$45.
much better.
Okay, and then I'm gonna ask someone about what we can do with this falling star fragment that jumped out. Does anyone know?
There's various purposes. He would probably offer you 6 quintessence for it. Otherwise, there's various alchemical things. It has a strong mystical resonance, meaning it acts as a catalyst for other alchemical components, or it could be used as a fragment or a reagent in an enchanting process.
I'll have to discuss with these guys.
He understands. He says the offer is still open. He needs to check it out the next time you bring it in, though, just in case.
I'll tell you guys that then about the fragment.
What's it called again?
He's
Steel
offering
knife?
6 quintessence for it.
Okay.
Otherwise,
You can write it down as a
can be
magi
like
dagger.
A number of enchantments or reagents and things like that.
Okay, very cool.
I think you should sell it.
Otherwise, for metallurgy, it looks like it's made out of wrought iron, but it definitely is fairly sharp. Otherwise, it has runes on it that seem to be indicative of spirits.
What can we do with quintessence?
I'd say we keep this.
I would keep it. The quintessence isn't worth much.
We're going to be making our own quintessence eventually.
Then we have to
Another 2
research
rares.
what we
One's
can
mythic.
do with it.
In China.
And if you think
Is it okay for him to
Include
take a
them all.
look at it
you got
then?
another thing coming, because I can roll
Evaluate it?
far harder than you can.
I assume you brought it in for him to look at it.
I wanted to evaluate it.
Opponents can't gain life.
If in the future you brought it in, you'd want to evaluate it before he gave you the same number,
Yellow paper.
just in case it lost any of its resonance.
How is Althea doing?
See if anything else that they figured
She's
out.
doing fairly well. She thinks in
Usually
a few
don't
days she
do
can give you an
anything in these
update.
situations. They just move on without me, and that's fine.
There isn't a lot of positive things to say to Carcosa. I mean, you'd have to be pretty...
Yeah, I'll tell her that Bruce told me that there's one way to bring him back, but it wouldn't be from
Yeah, some of those items that they found could help us combat.
She says that reanimation's quite a bit beyond her. She doesn't know what it would be like.
25.
There's some people that practice voodoo here that might know more.
I think it would be horrible. I think we'd bury him on the pet cemetery, and then we'd be putting front
better.
door.
I have to bury him because you gotta bury your own.
That would be the next
bury your
adventure.
own
We got to
out.
put Frock down.
That
He's
would be
cut my
great.
Achilles. It's horrible.
Wait, what did we unleash? Wait, he has destroyed life. Fuck.
You gotta love it.
Yep.
That's alright, he doesn't hurt himself when he does it.
How is her and her family doing though?
She still has some family. What is it? Her family would have headed off to the Chantry. They're currently relocated in the States near Massachusetts. It was at Miskatonic University. She says that she's been working with the Chantry, and she's definitely been learning a lot about wards and things of that nature. And things. She thinks she could be a great help in the future. It's just she's been spending pretty much all of her time researching.
That did get.
We gonna go get him? Frank?
No.
Why not?
Yeah, let's go get him.
Well, we have a plan for getting one now, so.
We can do that. We
Let's
got
do
a
it.
plan.
Okay.
Let's
Is
do it.
there anything that the Chantry can use a handful of Deep One pirate gold for?
They could give you
Asking for a favor.
cash equivalent. They'd have to look into it though.
I'll take it.
Like any like spells or something.
Yeah, I'll
like
take it.
that.
Yeah, there's various spells that use gold.
Yeah.
Why? What do you do?
Turn into lead with my magic alchemy.
But you got a better staff now anyway.
The staff. That's what the
Yours
Chantry.
has.
That's what the Chantry.
Well, he is what it was provided by the Chantry.
No, I thought you put some
It came
runes
out of
on.
Iraq. There's like another 150,000.
I thought you
like
put
it.
runes on it. I thought you put. Oh, you haven't ruined it up yet?
Nothing is going to be as good as the staff you promised me.
If I could get it, I would. I was told that I couldn't get it though because it's being used.
Okay.
The traveler's staff that I was going to get from Casey.
I just remember there's promises
Well,
that were laid out.
he said when you're dealing with items of that power, you're dealing with eccentric traders, so often they want
eccentric things
back, and it was taken off the market shortly after the events in Carcosa. Most likely he either found someone else that was interested on it, or he no longer feels like trading.
Yeah.
He says there's not a lot you can do.
I'll let Casey know if there's one again that comes up like that.
He'll look into it.
There, it's out there.
I'm willing to take on someone's anger for a day.
Good. Release your
I know where I can find him.
Can you pass me those pretzels to distribute them? You can eat one.
Take a small one.
You take that one.
I'm not eating any more of those things.
They're delicious.
They have a horrible aftertaste.
I'll
trying
have
to get rid
it.
of it. Give it to Ben. He eats anything.
Not
I'm like
this.
Mikey. Yeah.
No, Mikey wouldn't like this.
All right. So where are you
Where is
heading
he?
from the Chantry?
I guess we're going to be headed to Peru. The plan of, and make sure everyone's got a lightning gun before we go. The plan is to get down there, set a sigil
Can I go down there?
down,
I don't have a light here.
and then start moving in.
Should
So
have one.
Alice likes to take me down there.
I'll give you the
I'll set the
put it on your
the transport
person there.
notation
How much is it?
mat out.
How much is a handful of hire?
Oh, like 6 coins.
To be honest,
Yeah.
A
6
handful,
somebody has to throw up
I'd
the
say
flight
half a
time
pound.
while people are
Okay.
shooting. So,
Yeah. We're not going to shoot anything. We're going to walk
No,
through
I
here.
mean-
They're never going to notice us. We're going to get what we need.
but you know what? I'm not gonna. We're gonna be completely, if you're gonna go offensive, we have 6 people going in there with lightning guns. It's like, oh look,
Daniel grab
Back
some
door's
too,
open.
but-
There is an issue with what is it?
We should never have to shoot the lightning guns.
I agree.
If we do this right.
Yep.
And as I mentioned before, I mean, this thing has a wide berth in front of it. It is definitely not a friendly fire weapon. If you're shooting in close combat at this point in time, if this hits a wall 5 feet in front of you, it likely is going to take everyone in the room. Mind you, you guys are pretty beefy. You might be able to survive. People survive lightning blasts.
All the time.
I'll ask Lars.
Well, not all the time.
Oh, he did.
Shunts it or two.
I'll
I have to
ask
say, I'm the third
I'll
toughest
ask Lars
person.
before I leave
Jack,
if
you,
Shroud
and
would
me
work against
are the
flying
toughest people in
pilots.
this group.
He says
He's beef now.
in mine.
Yeah, I'll give him up there.
But for the most part, we're insignificant in flying pilots, so we could probably go under the radar.
He says they used to be territorial conquerors. You're probably insignificant if they don't notice you. They might not care. But if you're obviously interesting and you make your presence known, he says it depends on which one you run across.
So would it be better, in your opinion, to be shrouded?
Is the
he
shroud
said
the process
he's
of-
always in favor of caution.
Is shrouding the process by which you dampen the quintessence presences that you have?
Nullifies.
No, that's
It kind of.
It's one of the runes that they have come across, and there was more runes, so I'll tell you guys what the runes that they had found on the sigil were.
They have attune, grow, lift, and persist.
They have a few other ones
That's
as
a
well.
spin.
And they said that there was a few more, but I got them. And it is actually not in this one. So never mind, I'll send out a list.
Has anyone been in contact with Psychosis lately? Maybe he can help in
But those are the
locating
ones I said, though.
a general area where Frank might be,
But
so
they're all
we can
hard to
have
verify,
at least
right?
that part of the plan.
Psychothis is a bad guy.
Did you make a trade?
He's activating all the
Were they
snake
interested?
eyes.
Or?
What is that?
They can only get half value.
Yeah, Psychothis. Yeah, he's bad.
Whereas I think
No.
3/4 value.
Why does that
or
come to
full
shock
value
to you?
Online or something like that.
Just because he
just
helped
curious
us for a
more
little
than-
bit, just because he.
Right.
Yeah, but he may still be able to help.
Yeah.
No, I think with all the alarm systems that are going off in that big pyramid of his, the ziggurat, that he's activating all his partners, and he's like, "Look, here's the
From
video
it,
tape
you
of me
understand that they
saving you."
needed to harvest some sort of psychic energy from people, fear. You don't know how he would gather enough to wake up a colony, but
Okay.
apparently they had some plan in mind for when these colonies started waking up in the future.
Well,
He's not our friend. I don't know why he thought he was our friend.
with the
Here we go. So they also have detect, reject, water, spark, lead, ice, color, account, and tool.
Do they know what they do?
They say that they essentially have a meaning relative to what they are. They assume reject, in combination with something else, acts as a ward or a barrier. They say that from what they can tell, water, spark, lead, and ice can conjure those particular elements and compounds. Color, they have been able to change color 4. With minor alterations, they were able to get a count to create a more intricate detection process. They were able to count how many coins were on a desk mystically in another room. But this is really minor things. They say that it's kind of a verbal language. Once you construct the sentences, they can operate drastically differently.
Tool?
They would say tool didn't do anything initially, but somebody was able to make a hammer out of ice.
That's all interesting.
Part of the problem is it was a mystical language, and they only know bits and pieces, words, nouns. So it doesn't really look like it does much now, but there's a few of them like disintegrate that's immediately you can tell what it does. But if you actually added a sentence to disintegrate, it could be very precise or incredibly
water.
destructive. Or disintegrate ice or disintegrate lead. Imagine if you had like disintegrate
that
this
guy's
particular
face.
square area, only life forms.
So you can also do disintegrate accounts or disintegrate.
Blue.
Disintegrate blue, potentially. Maybe disintegrate color. And then you'd have to try to designate a color through some other means.
So this is my way to learn magic, secular blue magic.
That's what
You're also aware that I had sent you another list that Riker was aware of some sort of weird technical language that had origins in Mu, but it seemed to work primarily with the apotheo engineering.
Okay.
How's that?
And a few of the things that he had seemed to bear resemblance to thing that Thomas had detailed in the future regarding living reactors and living machines and
Skynet.
Biotech.
You should own Skynet in this future. That'd be awesome.
well, the Cthulhu apocalypse seemed to reign in Skynet. They seem to be dealing okay with living machines in the future. That might be because everything else was shit.
Exactly.
So like, what do? Rebel against us? Everyone else is still going to try to kill you.
All right.
Terminator robots dragon.
I'll ask Larson if he can help me do the Mu Shroud over us.
He does know a little bit. He says it would only last a few days from what he can tell. And he doesn't know the exact reactions with anything else that you may come across. They are basically vaguely aware of its effects. It seems to, mind you, they don't know the actual word. Based on what it's doing, they're giving you a English equivalent. It might not be shroud. They're telling you it's shroud. You listed on your character sheet as shroud, but I might have something else listed here, and you're just like, yeah, it totally works like this. And it's like, well, it kind of works like that.
But it didn't work.
Really
like that.
means squish.
Extra squish.
That was just the shadow
Let's
of the big
take
man.
it. Let's go in. Let's walk through like ants and see if we.
Why don't we go with the proven technology where they can just shield your
All right.
essence? So
Proven technology. There it is. I like
They
that
do
better.
have some, primal wards
Right.
of that nature that can protect you. You're also aware that Gabriel Verus had a fairly effective fade technique, where he didn't seem to show up. He seemed to be like some sort of vague blur.
Right, but can we? I'm assuming that's more specialized, and they only have access to the more general.
They have their general
the
stuff.
primal wards. So would he invest in this adventure to give us primal
Yep.
wards?
He can have a team of people arm you up with primal wards and life wards. The only the main issue there would be if somebody tries to heal or use primal conduit or something, there's still a ward between you and them. You have to cut open the bubble wrap to get at the person.
So is there some way that we can have like a couple of necklaces or a bracelet?
things we could take on and off.
Like our staff. We can put it on our staff.
It would take a couple days. He says that he thinks he could get the primal wards right away, but the hiding your life force and your heat, it would take another couple days for him to procure it.
I think it's
So
worth it.
5 days. Let's give it 5 days. Or even
It's not
a
even
week.
5 days. It's only like 2 or 3 days.
Yep. Sure. Done.
In 2 days, you will get a beep on your radio, even inside of the chantry halls. From what you understand, this place is warded
Yeah.
from all sorts of stuff like that.
All right. Well, I will let them know that they got faults in their security, and I'll go out and take my call.
They already know.
Ultimately, when you're talking about it, you're dealing with some sort of advanced alien,
concealing.
because Walter Riker backwards engineered this from a piece of dusk technology. So you're dealing with some sort of piece of hypertech from a type of human that hasn't been on Earth for centuries.
Yeah.
So they're like, you got us. We don't know how to protect against that. If you provide them with material, they'll definitely look into it. They're not so much worried about being attacked by that means initially. but they do say it has vague resemblances to Migo and things of that nature,
Right.
which they have run across them afoul a few times.
Bastards.
Well,
You guys
the days
do
when they're
too.
making materials, I'll sit there and analyze it with them, try to figure it out.
You can give me a thumb tech.
Are all those hard, very hard, or
I'll give you the list, but most of them are hard.
During the time of the 2 days, the professor's going to teach me sense stealing.
Okay. There's
So how
nothing
do
to
you
be
do
done.
your use
You
spells?
have to
Just
be
like
off
everyone
Chantry grounds,
except it's symbol based,
yeah? I use my Foxfire.
but it's off your power.
I can-
outside the wards.
You're
So
gonna cast
runs
spells
off your
off
in
Chantry
Boston
Grounds, Professor?
or yeah, you'd have to be outside the
My
Chantry.
powerful
You
one.
could be in Boston in a hotel.
After
Yeah.
How many
I'm
points do you have?
done with that, then I'll go with them
It's gonna
then.
be pretty hard to get up to.
You don't have to make any roll. That's
Oh,
just
like an IQ roll?
no.
She's got teaching.
Yep, I understand. That's why I don't need a roll from you.
For a thumbtack.
For a thumb tech.
Just broke even.
There are some
I'll get it
means.
up.
There is certain patterns. It's going
If I
to take
drop
some
another 4
time.
into it, I'll get it.
Definitely some development.
14.
Well, I'm
So it's
helping
very
them.
hard.
It's hard.
2 days, however, you will find out from
But if I drop it,
Jason Eichholt
Yeah.
that he'd gotten a call
I got 2
from
reserves right now.
what is it? Probably the Vermont police. Was it Nathan Dweller had redirected the call? Apparently, they found a car that driven off the road. The plate seemed to match that of your driver. It looks as though something ripped open the roof and it crashed into the ground. They're not sure what.
My driver and the passengers are dead. I'm betting.
We must avenge him.
They said that they found what appears to be the body mass of 2 bodies, but they're still looking into it.
That's mama.
The area that's described seems to be actually the area which you saw a dot and that demon heading off to a few days ago when Zyke started to initially track it. And it looks like it hit a location that was heading westward towards New York, and then it stopped there for a minute and then left. And it headed back to Boston.
So it did its killing before.
You're not sure why the demon went after the art collectors, though. You have a vague
Yeah.
inclination that somebody might have hexed them.
It's the curse. The guy had the voodoo doll in his pocket.
Sorry
It
about
was a
your
curse
bear.
doll.
There's a chance he's alive wandering the countryside with horrible scarred memories. Because there's a corpse missing.
Okay.
They found the body mass of 2 bodies in there, and they're still looking.
But there was
Least.
3 people in the
Oh,
car.
excuse me, there would be 3. I apologize.
So there was hope. And then he's like, no, let me see. I couldn't read my own writing. It was 3.
Oh, I forgot about the cousin. The cousin went with her well. He was unconscious at the time, though.
Right. So you
Actually, never mind. There would be
4.
1 person was alive. He only saw. He can't remember what happened. He remembered that he heard screaming, and then everything was gone.
Who was alive?
The cousin. You remember he was unconscious when he put him in the car.
But the driver did die then. Well,
I don't know what else end result you really kind of expected on this one, but
I thought they'd get to the insane asylum and get it taken care of.
no, I just meant just the whole idea of having a driver that he left on that curbside.
Probably did that.
He's lasted a long ass time.
Exactly. Here, you got a gun and I pay you every week, so you're okay.
We do
Yup.
have the means to bring him back.
Can you drive me up to
Not like our
the...
Egyptian.
I do?
Damn.
Wait, was that our Egyptian driver?
No.
No. He's waiting outside
No,
the
'cause we had an
haunted
Egyptian
hills
driver.
or something. The hills has eyes.
I gave him money to come to America, but we never
hired
used
him.
him. I'll look into finding that Egyptian driver.
Okay.
He's had experience with the occult.
Yep.
Is that Egyptian driver like
His
Ahmed?
cabbie got tipped over by a giant blob monster.
What's this means I have of bringing people back from the dead?
Oh, nothing.
No.
Oh,
We
nothing?
have the means
It's
to
the
bring
way
him
that they
back.
were thinking about Frank. It's not the same.
Okay.
Well,
has
did
the
they
same
want
He
to
has
do it, or
urges.
give us an FYI?
It was an FYI.
Alright, so whenever you guys are ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
Wait, we're gonna go wait 4 or 5 days.
Yep.
Alright.
So you guys, does anybody want to boost up their spell work or anything like that during those 4 or 5 days?
If I can get into a class, I think I would spend a little time on my...
Could we make like a waxwork driver?
He
Hey,
should,
Johnny
he
Cab.
should make one of those guys from Total Recall.
Yeah.
Johnny Cab.
Primal War.
God damn it, we lost another Johnny Cab. Make another one. Thanks for Johnny.
Back to the assembly line.
Johnny Cab 14. It's like, why do you number them? I remember everyone. Each one has a little bit of its own quirk.
I'll find out if this guy had a family,
You can always make one of those
etc.,
wooden,
etc.
mannequins.
Make sure all his pay gets forwarded.
Well, the next one she can put laser on.
No, given your requirements, I mean, you're talking about somebody like they needed to be available at late hours and random things like
You're an
that.
orphan with no attachments, correct? Good, you're hired.
He was probably dating, but I mean, it was kind of a distant relationship. He hadn't had much time. They'd probably broken up. There was some falling out. He had a good paying job, but she wasn't dealing with him just traveling in the middle of the night to God knows who
He
where.
was just there for the sex. You don't have a relationship.
I make sure that his significant other gets $1,000. He gets a nice memorial at the graveyard, like a big granite stone.
You're gonna have to,
Okay.
you're gonna have to put
Wow.
that into the hiring.
guys.
$1,000 death benefit and
You know what?
a nice
most widows
limestone.
get a
Just a
Yeah.
reference, just while we're talking figures here, cemetery guy, can I get this plot? This area? For my family.
What I'm shocked is that they put more
Put a little
in this.
taxi cab above the gate.
Exactly.
But I'm surprised
Hey,
they're
this is
giving
where the
this guy a
cab
big
drivers go by.
memorial, and I had to go
wait,
use
wait,
my
He's
money
lasted
a
for
little
years,
paper
people.
cup.
Yeah.
He had a name. I don't know what it was, but he had a name.
He said
That's
to
the
give
worst.
him
He's your bro. You
$1,000
don't even know his
check in
name.
hand.
Yeah,
Hey,
Tony
Sam.
knows his name.
Hey, Sandwich John.
Back then, the widow didn't even get $1,000. They maybe got a ham if they're lucky.
that is a good point. Frank has a fairly small, there's a giant granite thing like the taxi driver. Who's that guy over there? I don't know. Let's dust it off. It's a little bit sunken into the ground. Frock Le Carte or something? I don't know.
He had a last name.
Hey, Jonas, you guys are looking after my mortal remains. These small plot sink you to the ground.
No, I didn't get a flat one like that. I got one like this, and it says sleep with the angels, and it's got 2 chairs.
So when we're there waiting for 4 days,
But
can
they're,
I
like, doing a big
find a class to
memorial for
come and practice additional primal awards with? I got 1 point, so I can do
Can I
another
take
one.
How much
somebody from the
people love
chantry
me
to
so
go back
much
to
here?
the grove?
Yeah, I would say over the
all
5
mad
days,
like,
they can break down the structures there.
Oh,
Like, I need to know where you.
I'd probably say for 2 quintessence the guy could do it.
could have put my grade that just said Uga shot.
Otherwise, there seems to be a node 1 here. It produces 1 a day. If you don't check on it, some of it slowly accumulates, but I mean, there's.
I'll tell them that
I might have enjoyed
share
that.
whatever
Like,
I.
oh,
You can take whatever it is.
it's like my face, like Kirby's face looking around the corner. Like,
Because I'm going to be gone for a couple
I
days,
heard he
so
liked
after that,
do that.
He'll cut it 50-50 with you if you want
I would
to. He'll come
every
out
year
here and check it and
remembering my
maintain
grave,
it.
you just pour it, you pour 40 on my grave,
how
and
many
then
can
in the
I
bucket
do
of fried
in
chicken.
break
There's the 2 initial that he would take, then you would get essentially 2 by the end of the week.
So,
And you'd be getting essentially 2, 3, 3, 4, 3, 4 every week.
So I net 0. I push.
Yeah, but in the future, this is.
Do they have a tattooist here in the chantry as well?
They do.
So can I get the primal ward tattooed on my chest, and can I get the mental one on my head? Shave my hair.
You could.
Put it on my dome.
What they would provide you was a basic ward. Beyond that,
And then I just want to power it up, right?
You could-
Yeah.
you just want the sigil there to activate.
Right, so I'd want the sigil on my dome.
All right,
And then
they
I'd
could do
just-
that for free then.
and then I'd activate it with my
Yep,
own.
that's fine.
Same thing with the primal ward.
Yep, that's fine as well.
Okay. So when I show up again, you see I'm bald. It's starting to grow in a little stubby.
You too, huh? On your head?
My head, yep. I shaved my head. You see I got a big tat on the top of my dome.
I don't know. Probably
Look at that, another tat I got. I'm going to be all tapped up.
While I'm there, I'll try to.
Bunch of sailors here.
Bunch of sailors.
While I'm there in the grove, I'll try to work with the credit card
Okay.
object.
You can get accustomed to it, and if you had forgery, you believe that you could make this look like virtually any handheld object. I mean, various documents, other things of that nature. If you have artistic drawing, you can make any kind of picture appear that you can think of on here.
Okay, I can't change its dimension.
You could even draw sigils using this small piece. Mind you, if you make something like disintegrate, it's a
Yeah.
one-use object.
So I can make an elder sign.
You could make an elder
No
sign or
sign
something else to activate it.
Or gas galder.
Yep, or Gasgalder ward.
So I could use. It's almost like I could use it as a practicing slate.
For symbol drawing, yeah.
So can I use it for a practicing slate for the Mew Shroud? Could I make it into a 4?
You would have to learn it from the people here, or learn it directly from the rune itself, like the original tome. Because there's only a handful of people that even are aware that exists. And frankly, if you ever mentioned that to Larson in the hallway, he would immediately stop you and tell you to come into his office. And once the lock clicked, for whatever reason, you couldn't hear anything outside, and then he would talk to you about it.
He's like, "Do I have to get a harness for you?"
I already know the symbol.
The shroud?
I learned it from Larson.
You would have to actively cast it, but you could use that as...
Okay. As a go-to?
Yep.
Okay. So I would have to do symbol drawing on this.
And learning on your own would be a little bit slower, but you could accomplish it.
Alright. Guess I know I have a little etch-a-sketch.
You ready to go do this thing?
Yo.
Yep.
What's their time to visit Punk's grave?
What do you?
That's in Chicago. You could take the Chantry to Chicago.
Why are you visiting his grave?
Because I'm gonna put gladioles on it.
Wow, was
And
there
then
something
walk away
between
sad,
you
like
two?
I said.
During the 5 days, you could take the Chantry entry to Chicago.
Clearly.
Was there something between the two of you?
You already accused me.
You already accused, and you realize that Frog was the only one
I
that got
see that she has
anything to
deflected
play.
your question.
You
I like-
accused me of that.
I'd like to point out that Frog was the only one of you all that ever got any play. Put that out there. Throw that out there.
Really?
None of us wanted that.
This is a
play.
married woman.
You know,
you're gonna say
Gerhard
that.
could have gave it to you for free.
He could have, but I don't.
He probably did.
Yeah.
Who knew Frank was a catcher?
What? Frog was a catcher.
Frank wasn't a catcher. He's a pitcher. The professor's the catcher.
No.
Nobody caught.
right.
He's just shooting up the walls.
So 5 days have passed. You are aware that Christmas is up around the corner.
Air thing or whatever.
You're in mid-December right now.
All
In
right.
Peru, though, it's fairly warm.
Where are we going in Peru?
The place where we have the one call-up city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Narrowed it down for me. Have I been to the Pop City before?
It's probably about 120 miles away from the Peru teleport site.
With the pissed off beast there.
Yeah.
The last time they went there, they took, the Riker portal there.
Alright, I'm going to take the Riker portal, drive through in your stupid tour bus.
Did you say my stupid tour
I
bus?
said you super tour bus.
Yes. Let's do that.
Otherwise, you would
Get
hear
that
back.
wrecked.
You would hear. You'd constantly be in contact with Walter Riker. It's
Yep.
just
Yep.
I don't role
Yep,
play
I
it that much.
understand. Yep.
Apparently, within the next 3 to 4 days is when they're initiating their first test on the transatlantic gate system. They're very hopeful, and they believe that the first thing they're going to do is transport a lot of supplies into London, and hopefully none of it disappears. If they lose it, then it's not real people.
Yep.
It's pretty much on a conveyor belt, and then they unload it from the other
If I
side.
could be back for that event, that'd be awesome. If not, that's the way things go.
Trying to make it happen for you, B.
I'll pull up my
Okay.
credit card. I'll put it down on my calendar here.
Otherwise, the gate they're talking about
Is that your
literally
plastic calendar you
is
get to manipulate everything?
probably a 6-lane highway gate.
Okay. That's cool. We'll go play in Peru and see if we can rescue the new master.
All right. I-Holt, if you want, how are you getting there? Otherwise, I-Holt can open up a portal from the
I-Holt.
danger room.
I hope Portal Danger Room.
Oh, sure.
We drive the bus through.
Is there a place to park the bus?
Up on a little bit farther up, there's
Plateau.
a small chance of avalanche, but the vehicle should survive. And since you guys have teleport, you shouldn't be really
Okay.
worried about getting stuck there.
Make it so.
And we've all been warded up with quintessence wards, or primal
You've been
wards.
provided some
life
warding
wards.
from the Chantry. It's not permanent warding, but he says the warding should last 4 or 5 days, and it's moderately strong. It does what is it? So you wanted the objects. So given what you're currently doing, he would say, technically speaking, with what's going on here, these are on loan, but he says that he's not going to come looking for them anytime soon, because all of you can write down that you have a moderate mental and primal ward. It's most likely, like, you can put it on an amulet or something else of that nature. The problem with the primal ward is that affects other types of magic. It's not so much a counter magic, it kind of dulls magic on your person. As in, if somebody tries to heal you, they have to go through this primal ward.
Right. But if I want to shoot somebody with magic, it doesn't.
No, because the effect is not generated from your person.
Gotcha.
Will that stack with the mind barrier that I have?
The mind barrier that you have, you could amplify its effects.
Okay.
Otherwise, it'd be working in parallel to the earrings. I would say it wouldn't work with another ward. An elder sign wouldn't help it too much.
All right,
There you go.
let's do this. We drove the bus. We're in Peru. We're in Peru. Now we have to get down.
Yep, that was my part of the job.
Okay.
I'll ask Sykes to give me a lift down there.
So you got a carpet?
I do have the carpet. Yep, I'll take the carpet with me.
Zykes will tell you that Mrs. Urquhart has assembled a fair amount of materials, and he'll list some of them off. Things like Utter Dark and Liquid Night. What the hell is it? She
Very
has
substantial objects.
moved resources to the contact and is only awaiting information if you want to continue with this. What is it? Continue on research regarding Mormo.
Is that what our primary research was? I'll ask the
We'll
group.
continue looking at more. Yeah.
Yep, I'll ask for delivery of that.
Not right now.
Not right
just
now, but we will continue.
At a later time.
at
Yep.
later- give us a
We've
couple
got-
days. We'll get back on
Yep.
normal.
Well, I'll report back to her that we're following a lead based on some more information.
That's fine.
And we'll be contacting more information.
Zykes tells you that he's been informed of all the relevant information should you require it in the future.
Roger that. Thank you.
Awesome.
All right. So I'll get down to the have him pull me down there, and I'll put the.
It's like you don't like what your team does.
Really?
It's warm over here. It's really warm.
It is.
No, physically, if you've ever stood near me, you feel like I'm generating a fucking fever.
All right,
I
so you're
will-
in Peru.
Yep,
The
I
vehicle
will-
is up on a summit. It should be fine. I mean, if there could be an avalanche theoretically. It's unlikely.
teeter-tottering.
But then again,
It's
if you
not my
guys start
bus.
firing off lightning bolts,
Yep.
the vehicle should survive. They should be able to recover it. It's just,
Uh,
you know,
There you go.
I'm
We
worried.
leave a signal up in the bus or someplace so we
Yeah,
get back.
sure.
All right.
yeah.
And
He's got a rug to take with him.
Yep. I'll have Zykes take me
given
down
it,
there.
what is it? Given some time, Eichholt will remain at a station in case you need to use a beacon.
Okay.
Your teleports might be a lot quicker, but at least he might be able to cut through things that magic normally wouldn't be able to.
okay. All right. We wait for him to set up the rug downstairs.
All right.
How long we need and how long we know it's ready.
Well, as
There's
soon as
a
I get down
radio.
there, I'll be able to tell you.
How are you going to be able to tell us? You can teleport
Because I'll
back.
come back up, yeah. I know how to teleport.
Okay.
He just wants to triple jeopardy all the magical teleports and switch dimensions.
I will get down there to have Zykes pull me down there.
Okay? He disappears very rapidly. It is still a bit unsettling. You don't know whether it's not just you think you've become used to it. It's just you feel as though you might have some sort of sense of wrongness, and there's definitely, you know how like certain animals don't have a fear of certain creatures. Whatever this is, it doesn't feel. You can feel sometimes when shit like this is in the area. Otherwise, he does bring you down to the location.
Okay.
It is, as I described before, it is a little bit, uncomfortable down here. You can give me a fright check, but you should be fine. Right now, critical fail.
Zex goes back. You freak out, man.
Exactly. He cranked that thing to 32 and pushed the button. I got tail off.
By 9.
Dawn.
And that-
So then I'll lay that out, and then I will sense the Steely up above.
Okay.
That they put in the truck. So sense Steely by
Aren't you done building that deck yet?
3.
No, just put it
By 3?
Yep.
You can roughly sense it.
Okay, I will transpose up there to that Steely.
Okay.
5 colors.
These are just the rares. But I haven't done that.
How long you been doing with the
So why did you sleep
8,
with them
7,
if they're not intact?
5.
They're rares.
Okay.
Okay. He thinks we're crazy to play bareback magic. He doesn't understand, though, that the
sweaty hands.
sensation is awesome.
Ultimately, there is a little bit of time. You can immediately feel that someone has sent up a spatial pulse. Shortly thereafter, it's a little bit.
Under attack! Oh, wait a minute. No, we're
I get my gun out.
Yeah.
Got her.
After a short amount of time after that-
feeling they'll appear right there.
It's a little bit rough, but what is it?
Yeah,
Browning arrives on the sigil stone that you've laid near the symbol that you've laid near the vehicle.
Yep.
All right.
You okay,
There.
Browning? That was a little rough.
Yeah. It's probably one of my first long distance.
Open up a
trips
can of
posts.
sardines. It's like my ceremonial,
Serious right now?
like,
Look at you.
before we go in.
Like 5 hours
Puddin just
later.
kind of gives you an evil eye. Puddin is lined up.
So I'm putting in Scarlet, and
Scarlet will have some.
then I'll let it sit in my
Puddin
mouth.
likes this new ritual. It involves opening up sardines to get ready for the heart and heat of battle. Good, noted. Done.
All right, everyone ready? Or are we waiting the 5 hours for Jeff to finish eating?
I can still walk.
He's letting the sardine melt on his
gonna-
tongue.
I think
going to
I think I can
to
snack, but if it's like a full meal, I think it takes 2 hours. I mean, I could
You can eat a little bit here, and I won't
Yeah.
penalize you. It's just when you actually have your daily meal, it's
2 hours.
Okay.
I got my requisite 75 chews.
A piece, yeah. All right,
everything passes cleanly through his bowels.
Exactly. It's been finely
ready?
pulverized. Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Someone
right.
teleport us.
Everybody's in the circle. I'll sense it.
Did you bring a lightning gun?
Let's see.
I think we all have a lightning gun.
So I sense by 3.
Remember, I think I gave B weights for the lightning guns in case that encumbers anyone.
25.
No, that's the.
You're right.
It's
That
at
was
25.
Can I
It is heavy.
Can I cast up deflect harm?
You can, and then
Oh,
teleport.
that's
Yeah,
that's a
but
good
not,
idea when we get down there.
Not active, but passive. You said that once I got to a certain level, I could start doing it in a passive sense.
Do you think so? It's not going to be as effective as an active one.
But once I start needing it, then I can draw it forth.
Yep. So it wouldn't be active, but the power would be there.
Yep.
You're just kind of holding it. The only problem with that is if somebody totally distracts you while you have the power in your hand.
Oh, I just got the hand grenade.
Deflect harm's not too bad, but the thing is, it might just cause you to just fuck everything up, or...
So I
4.
sense,
Alright?
sense Steely by 3s. So can I sense the room down there?
You can give me was it by 3? You would sense the room down there.
Alright.
You would also detect in the region, there's an area that just does not show up. It's similar to Australia.
Okay. And we're off. See the rabbit?
Ooh, beautiful.
Bring us in with a success by 12.
Smooth, it's quiet.
And that's how you do it.
Well,
She doesn't even know where
I'll scan with my monocle to see if I can.
You guys can give me fright checks. It's over some time, though.
Jam, jam, jam!
Did I ever get my will back? In my
Yep, over the time you would be. You get your fatigue back. Those were only penalties, so they weren't for was it willpower removal? So there you go. You can get this back. By 7,
6.
11.
6.
11,
11.
11, 5.
9.
I'll give you a bonus. You've seen this a few times
Note
before.
to
9,
self. Out of hypnosis.
7,
Oh, yeah, sorry.
or 6. You lose 1 will,
Got it,
1
2 now.
fatigue.
I'm doing
Ultimately, you're in some space that is probably larger than London itself. There's giant from the size of it. You'd say close to about twice the size of a semi-truck. They kind of are in the rough shape of a hunting horror, but they're definitely not.
Thank
And
God they're not
it's pretty pitch
omnipotent.
black down here, except for some odd glows off in the distance. You're not sure if it's coming from some of the creature or something on the far wall, but you just are aware there's, in the darkness, there's something out there, and it's fairly quiet. It is windy in here, and there's an audible hum, so that does give you a small bonus, but if there's obvious noise, I mean, it's going to echo pretty damn well.
Out of hypnosis by 10. So plus 5.
It'll give you a +4.
Plus 4. Gotcha.
Does anyone have any idea which way to go?
I'll scan with my monocle to see if I can see any type of signature. So I'll
You're the
go
one
through
who's
there.
been down here before.
You immediately
I dropped
see that
one
there's
dice.
at least 60 to
Basically, we
70
need to go
primal
towards
primal flare-like
Do a
objects up in
sense
the air.
steely. It'll be the blank spot.
Okay.
Mr. Direction.
I'll lead us there then using my sense Steely on the blank spot.
Just to let you know, there's about
You have a rough area of where it is.
50 or 60 of them straight up.
Alright.
Okay.
Nesting on the ceiling. I don't look up.
Keep an eye on them.
Yep.
They seem to be moving about the city. It's just none of them are along the floor. So if anything, you're a bunch of cockroaches underneath the fridge right now. If somebody were to find you, something might happen.
Does anyone mind as we go if I draw some map?
So I can flip through the signatures on the monocle to see if I.
They seem to have a spiritual. What is it? They have a dimensional.
Probably was that.
They have a dimensional
reading.
signature. They have a life signature. They have a high primal signature. They have a mild causality signature. And then, of course, a small amount of matter signature.
Okay. I'll let B know, just in case that's any.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to need some either climbings or acrobatics. The ground is unlevel here, and you don't have good lighting.
Acrobatics.
Why don't we have good lighting? Why aren't we using lighting?
Does anyone want to?
No.
The Professor has a light spell. Though.
No.
We don't want to draw attention to ourselves.
You're not sure if these things can see light, but if it's pitch black in here, so if you did throw up a light and they could see,
I'm living with goggles. Do I have goggle vision?
that would give you some basics. But as I said before, you can't tell like contrast or
Climbing or,
detail.
yeah.
So you just see a gray palette of rock, and you're like, that's an edge right there.
Okay.
You're better off than other people.
5-1. I'm sorry, dead on.
No, lucky. I don't want to screw it.
Failure by 1.
God damn it. I'm lucking it because I was going to fail by 1. You're just like,
I'll buy 5.
Yeah, it's no choice.
By 6, acrobatics.
It's only a failure by 1. Why are you looking at that?
7.
You would find like a
Dex by 7?
failure by 1.
Pass by 7.
Dex by
Climbing.
7? Climbing? Okay, so
Climbing by 5.
fine. You do end up slipping on a rock, you catch yourself, but you take 4 points of cutting damage to your hand. Do you have any DR there?
No.
Then it would go to 6 damage. You have high pain threshold, so it doesn't come up. Similar to you, you step on something, it's a what is it, kind of a thin obelisk stone, and it cuts up into your foot. Luckily, you have high pain threshold as well.
Boots on.
I'm aware, but it is armor divisor 3, 6 points of damage.
Is it cold here?
Yeah, that's rock
I'd say it's
sharp,
mildly cold.
Zero plus
This
damage.
area seems as though it was randomly chiseled out of so much stone. So there are bits and pieces that are almost fragmented, like this place had been carved roughly, and then some sort of devastation happened inside of here.
Since it's a little chilly in here, then I'll stick on my Snake Man outfit.
You'd have to sit still for a while in the dark putting that on.
Well, I was
That's okay. I rubbed the
wondering
boot fast and then all over him. So you can
I was wondering that
Let's
too,
not
so that
spend
we
time
could have
let's
done
go
it
then.
sitting. Let's keep
preemptively.
walking.
Because I know
you
we took
attack
it off
anything
because
He couldn't tell when he was down here. It felt okay. It didn't feel too cold or too hot.
I can try to
Like
go cat
everywhere.
form so I can carry
Yep.
people.
Let's just not spend time. Let's not display unusual skills. We're
Yep.
ants.
Okay.
The ants are hurting themselves. Look at the ants. Don't look at the ants.
Alright, so I'll keep them on primal to see I can see the figures above me.
All right. I'm going to need 2 more dex rolls from the PCs. Or climbing. The default from climbing, I believe, is a -5 dex. Or acrobatics.
I'm going to do a cat's grease.
I had a literal perfect 3, so a 2. So that's a pass by 12. Do I
Cat's
need
grace
to
by
make a
3.
second roll?
No, you're fine.
Cat's grace by 3.
Okay, you'll get a plus 2.
2.
6.
Acrobatics.
climbing by 3.
4.
Pudding's just
4, 7, 6,
chirping along here.
4. By 10. Acrobatics.
Okay, you won't have to make the second roll.
Okay.
You'll end up burning 3 points of fatigue. You'll end up burning 2 points of fatigue. What do you make by?
I had a 1 and a 4.
1 and a 4. For your first roll, you'll end up burning 3 points, and your second one, you'll end up burning 2 points. What was your first?
Mine was 5 on the first one.
Okay, and then
3.
whoever didn't give me a second one, give me a
And
second
then I
one.
have
Made it
very
by 4 on the
thin-
second one.
2 do not have to. And then your second one was what?
I made it by 4.
Then just a 1.
I'm going to do cat's grace again, though.
Can I ask Pudding that, like, if she sees anyone fall, can we do, like, a, like that gravity thing so they don't die?
Yeah. If she sees like somebody obviously go over some sort of cliff or something.
Yeah.
The best part of
But
pudding,
do like we did down the well, like,
best thing about pudding is she can watch over here and over here. So that's all field of
Cat's grace by
vision.
6.
You know, I want to keep saying stuff
Plus
about
3.
Pudding
So
because
that would
she
give you,
pooped
excuse
in,
me.
fart and shoe.
Yep.
She did.
You
Plus
know,
3,
he
yeah.
said.
So plus 3
When you
next
said,
steps.
like,
Gotcha.
F the cat.
What was your second climb roll by?
By 6.
6.
Ian,
You said that
didn't,
before.
no, I didn't. Remember when he said, like, forget the cats, let's do this, and then, Pudding pooped in his
Yep,
shoe.
the next day,
Bam.
one of your sets of shoes that were sitting either at B's laboratory or inside the vehicle had a poop snugged in the very toe tip as you kind of put it in. You're like, what the hell? And it was, yeah.
It's okay, it's just my test kitty. What is this magical object?
That's why it's gonna escalate. You know that, right?
It's a bit treacherous. There's a few times where you felt that you could have easily broke your neck. There were a few other times where there was things you could tell were moving around, but so far nothing has openly gone after you. But you get a feeling that there's definitely more than 50 things in here.
Oh, awesome.
It was just probably only within initial view of him.
But there's other cockroaches in
You spent about 2 or 3 hours making it towards this superstructure in the center. It looks as though part of the structure collapsed around it. The city looks to be built afterwards, but otherwise you don't have a terribly good view of the city other than kind of the silhouettes of what appears to be maybe glowing green algae and a few kind of weird bioluminescence that come from the creatures.
Okay.
You come across kind of a smooth material. It seems to be very similar to the psychoactive material that you've come across before. There's no force field here. You don't know if there's an entrance near here.
I guess we started
There's a
looking
dome
around.
structure above you, which would prove very difficult to climb.
We'll start looking for an entrance somewhere.
Searching.
Yep.
You said it's a stone, the stone structures.
Yep, it's kind of that smooth psychoactive stuff that you've seen before. It looks
Touch
like.
it to see if I can find the door.
You can give me a will roll.
Wasn't B and the professor started doing this stuff? You guys are masters.
Library.
That was only for the place that had the passcode.
By 4, I think.
I appreciate you stepping up and swinging.
It takes you a little bit of time. It feels as like whatever is here is sleeping, but initially there is what you feel is something clicks, and the wall seems to open up. Beneath you can see what appears to be a pit. It goes down farther than you can see with your kind of your what the hell is it? Your goggles revealing in your your monocle.
Like below us? Straight down. A pit opens up.
Like a spiral staircase.
He touches the wall. It opens up in probably about a 6-foot diameter hole, and then inside of there, it goes off into the distance and then down. So it's some sort of large antechamber. It's just you can't see the bottom from here. You're on some sort of top of a building. The rest of it must be buried deep
Kind of walk up
underground.
to the edge and see if there's stairs that go down.
Initially, no, there's nothing there.
Is there any other primal
Put my hand on the wall and I
very similar
will
to what's fine?
stairs.
This material, inside you don't see anything. Everything's black. I wouldn't say it's not black, but it's
Muted.
it's muted.
I put my hand on the wall and I will stairs. To
Can you give me a will roll?
Nice.
by 9.
It's slow, but you ultimately can cause even handholds to appear. Given that it's slowly kind of veering back away from you, you can do it. It's just tricky because as you go farther and farther down, it takes longer for the material to come from the wall.
Okay.
Do you want us to have some light?
I think at
Let's
this
shut
point.
the door behind us and then let's turn the lights on.
We'll shut the door.
Walk in, shut the door.
We're gonna turn the lights on.
You've made a platform on the interior.
Yeah, will the lights on.
Okay.
I point
Interior
out,
light.
And here's the master block.
Yeah.
It's like the SpongeBob, king of the jellyfish.
Yeah.
And he's intelligent because he's been studying the Yith side.
Yeah.
Ultimately, you guys can give me a will roll.
Oh my gosh.
Right, check
We're
the
gonna
will.
see like that Yith hanging on the walls. The blobs will like,
Auto.
Success by 11.
By 5.
so 5.
5.
11.
by 8.
14.
There's various bits and boxes and other strange objects that look like they're broken.
I keep forgetting.
It takes some. What is it? You guys do get the lights to come on interior to here. It's a massive antechamber. You can see the other side, but it's daunting. It's like looking into the Grand Canyon. At the bottom, initially it looks like debris. It takes you a few hours to get down towards the bottom. There is bits and pieces of what appear to be Yith tech scattered apart. I mean, there's bits and pieces of camera and other things like that. You can find what appear to be skeletal structures of some strange, large, 16-foot creature. It doesn't seem to be indicative of where the hell is out there. Strangely enough, it looks like a battle took place here, but all of the walls seem to be completely fine. You're not sure if that's because they have an ability to self-heal, and there might have been structures in here prior that did not have the ability, thus you're looking at a a perfectly intact building and erect interior, but there's blast marks, there's other things of that nature. It looks like this whole chamber must have had hundreds of thousands of things in here, and there's just lightning blasts and what have you. It looks like there is another chamber that heads in further into the compound, but it's going to take you an hour just to slowly walk over all this debris.
That's what we do then.
Coming through here, you can make out the debris of what appears to be strange devices, fist-sized objects, strange tubes, and even camera systems that are still intact, and magazines for them. At least you assume they look to be fine. But there's obviously a graveyard of Yith technology beneath you
Is there
here.
any large coffins or anything like that? Things large enough to contain a man.
Or Yith.
There are broken cubicle boxes that could theoretically do that.
But they're broken.
A
I
lot
did
of them
grab
are
a
broken.
handful of different fist-sized objects that are different from one another.
Okay.
Backpack.
All right.
Things that look Yith.
A lot of things in here look Yith. You would say there's as many pounds of Yith stuff you could take here as you wanted.
Right. Well, I'll take 5 pounds.
Okay.
10. 5 objects, 10 pounds.
Okay.
Keep making
Just
my way
write that
to
down
the-
on your character sheet so you remember.
Still flip through the channels.
Can I also take 10 pounds of Yith?
You can.
Maybe a bigger eraser.
Just write down how many objects / weight. Like if it's one object that's 10 pounds or so on and so forth. You literally could find any combination.
3 for 10 pounds.
Right. And be aware of that. What that changes your encumbrance for like running speeds and things of that nature.
I put mine in extra dimensional space.
Okay.
If you want me to
That's what they're calling it.
fill up a trunk, I can fill up a trunk for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I grabbed some things that don't look broken.
Mind you, a lot of this stuff could be, in fact, at the library and storage. Yeah, I'm just making you aware that there's a lot of stuff here too.
As we get by a skeleton, I'm going to try to figure out just sort of like
Here's a
arms,
tag.
head, just figure out its body makeup, its anatomy.
Okay. It's strange. It seems to have claw-like appendages. It seems to have a conical body. It roughly matches the description of what a Yith might look like, but Yith were body hoppers, so you don't even know if this was what
Its true body.
its true body was.
Looks like a
Is
clock.
there any primal energy coming from it?
There's definitely some sort of strange outline to a lot of the technology here, but no, there's remnants of a lot of primal energy in here, just nothing sufficient. It's
Are
pretty
there any
diluted
like
over
small
this.
bones, like the skeleton sign? There's like small little finger bones or anything like that, or
There could be, without like an archaeological dig, you're not sure if this is a vertebrae or maybe a finger from something. There's nothing that obviously looks human or at least ape-like.
Is there anything that looks skull-like?
There is an object that kind of looks a little bit like a horn that is in a rough skull formation.
Okay.
These conical bodies seem like they had small heads,
Okay.
like 2 heads on a stalk, but
Do they seem bisymmetrical or do they seem like
they are
pentasymmetrical?
asymmetrical. They seem to be bi-headed, and they seem to have a claw arm and various tentacles.
Okay.
They might have more. It's hard to determine. This is only you can make up from their skeletal structure.
Keep walking for an hour.
All right.
You said you got some more items? Okay. You got your portable hole? Yep.
foot locker. Secondhand.
You ultimately do approach an area that, I mean, it's horrible to think of, but like you had found out in the other chamber, there might be walls, doorways that are just closed and they don't look like doorways. Obviously, they had some means of knowing which way that was, but there is a Grand Canyon full of area around you that theoretically could have hidden doors. You would have to have a team of people out here for a very long time to try to find that. You're going for the one area that does look like it goes in further.
Yep.
Coming to this region, you can see that there are a few terminals, what appears to be an inset wall that might be a tunnel leading away from here. It's very large, though.
We got terminals on. We've interacted with terminals before. I'm game for a terminal.
I'll still scan with the.
Okay.
The terminal's where it's at. I'm all over
And then
the
also we'll
terminal.
do sense shallows when we're down there.
Initially, you do see what appears to be a faint spark of primal energy and life from probably about 1.5 miles away up towards the wall. You hadn't seen it prior.
Alright, I'll let you know. The spark up there.
All right.
Following us. Keep an eye on it.
I hadn't seen it earlier. So.
Keep an eye on it. I
See if it's
agree.
Yep.
I'll sense shallows too.
Okay.
Got one more round left. Yeah.
Ready then, fellas. This is the last round.
By 5.
By 5. There is a faint shallow. I mean, everything in here is completely sterilized except that point that is also the light. And shortly after you did that, the presence seems to continue to rapidly head towards you at this point.
I'll let you
So, let me clarify that. After you had sent shallows and kind of got an area of where it was, it seemed to pick up speed.
Okay.
Now it's moving coming to us.
Now you guys can faintly see in this lit room what appears to be a black dot heading from the roof. But it's still ways away.
Okay, so we shouldn't shoot the
keep me
guns
beat
right
on it.
away,
Yeah.
guys. That'll get more out of our
The Magi
asses.
knife glowing.
Did you request it to have that functionality?
It was a spirit knife, so.
Initially, no.
Okay.
It doesn't glow.
So, can we make it off to where we think this room is to be able to kind of...
You're next to the terminals when you start to look.
They
You
can
could
probably
leave the
just move through
potentially
the
leave the
walls.
room if there is a room beyond here.
Well, let's keep an eye on the thing that's
I'll
coming. but let's
scan
look
it
for
through the
a
rest of the
rabbit
settings to see if it's the same signatures as
How
a
long
flying
until
polyp.
it gets to
It
us?
seems to be the same signature as a flying polyp. It seems to be moving close to about 40 to 50 meters a turn.
I'll let
Let's
you
find
guys
a
know.
rabbit hole.
Yep.
So, it's a flying
Okay.
polyp.
That's one of those things from outside, right?
Yeah.
You don't know how it got
If
through the wall, though.
nothing, my lightning doesn't make sound, right? It's not loud like the lightning guns.
It
It might make it crackle, but it's not a bam,
Okay.
right?
it
I don't know what you
depends.
can charge it up
If you
for.
roll really well, it is equivalent to one of those things. It depends if you're going dark lightning or you're full on. If you roll by 10, you're going to be doing a much louder explosion than those cameras. At least on setting 1.
Let's try to find a rabbit hole. Let's try to find a rabbit
We got
hole.
5 minutes left.
Try to go in.
Hold on.
Try to head
He's
for
not.
the.
He's going
I would
in.
say the one you hit the car with was equivalent to what, a little bit stronger than what they had initially. It's just you don't have any of that backblast because it's mystical in nature.
Okay.
It became interesting to walk through the wall.
Yep, they can walk through it too.
We're looking for the
How-
rat hole.
How else did the dead bodies get down here? Unless there was already one.
Yeah,
down
they had some way to get in and out.
So,
All right, you
Not
guys can give me a
surprised.
will roll. Like, what? You assume the wall, nearby wall, could go to a separate area, but you're not
Yep.
sure.
Everybody will or one? Everybody will or one person?
One person. The wall is large. It's like a what is it? A
Okay, I see what you're saying.
channel. You can go to a separate area. If somebody gets it first, you guys can go through the
Pass my
hole.
By
10.
By 10? Yeah.
14.
14? 14, 14.
14's the winner.
Jeb
I'll
opens
give
up
six.
pretty quickly. I'm assuming you all stop at that
Yep.
point and go through that hole.
Yep.
Yep.
You guys close up the hole behind you, and that's it. Well, you can tell
Can
so
you
far.
harden it? Because this thing presumably can come along and wheel its way in.
I could try to.
Try to lock it.
Try to lock it.
You're not sure if you can do that. The last time you had tried that, specifically against that spirit, it became merely a contest of whoever wanted the door open more.
I don't know if I'm going to win against this one.
Yeah, you are. Pat you on the back.
Well, okay. You're more intelligent than these things are.
We're same.
So, I'm thinking intelligence implies higher will.
No.
No.
No?
If that's the case, then B wouldn't have gone completely bonkers when she was in Carcosa.
This is...
Yep, I've decoupled. You know, from a game mechanic standpoint, I've decoupled intelligence and will.
Yep.
You can buy them up separately.
Or you can fail to buy them up separately.
Yep. All right.
Or you could just buy that up separately.
Well, you bought up your IQ separately because your IQ is higher than your will.
So,
So you're in a new chamber. It is larger than kind of the channel. It's very big. They're from here assuming you turn on the lights, which you can do, I'll give you that with a 14. Looks like there's a few other areas from here. It'd be nice if you had a car down here, but
You can get a bus down here.
there's an area heading off to the left. There are terminals on this side too, so
Head over to a terminal. What the heck?
right.
Go to the terminal.
I go to a terminal and I put my hand on it and I try to alert it. There's
Maybe a computer operations. Do you know Yith?
I do. I got a point in it.
Okay.
Can I will?
I think it's at a broken level, but
Can I will the structure?
mind you, it's still only 1 point. It's just you RP up to that full point.
Yeah.
5. What are you trying to look for in the terminal?
I'm trying to find out if there's any way I can contain a loosed spore.
Flying pollen.
Flying pollen.
Flying pollen. You don't feel that you. What is it?
If they could have.
It's just one of the
There's a lot of reference material. Apparently, they had been searching for some time to permanently seal these creatures away. And generally, with force fields and keeping them deep underground, they're able to keep them down there sufficiently. But you imagine force fields could temporarily keep out one.
I'll try to activate the force field between us and that last wall.
You give me electronics operation force fields.
Well, I can't.
Otherwise,
do
you give me
that.
a computer op -4.
I have all kinds of electronics operations.
You can default off another. You can default off communications at a -4.
Yeah, side tunnel.
Operation. Communications at a -4.
Yep.
11.
Or computer at a -4, which one's better?
Computer op and -4.
Computer out. Did that one by 5.
It takes you about a minute. I mean, that thing was pretty far back when you
Yeah.
last saw it. However, there's an audible hum and a snap. The wall next to you turns blue.
Okay, I tell you guys what I did.
Good.
Activated force field. It might not be able to get through.
Kept us out.
And then
The one thing you have going for you is these systems were never meant with security. How do I put it? They were never meant to keep out outside influences. There's no firewalls. There's no passwords.
on the other hand,
It's psychoactive. So if you search for it with the language,
See if we can find.
you assume whatever the hell they are, they might have the same access to the computer, but you don't know. They might be less intelligent than you are.
maybe it might be able to figure out.
Can you
the-
run to see if there's any humanoids in stasis?
There you go. Humanoids
Yep.
in stasis next.
While they're doing that, I start to draw a
when you
signal
do-
on the floor.
There's something strange. You get an error symbol, and then it references an operator number, which you would equate to a technician.
Okay. Any ideas? Especially you, Mew Reader.
I'm guessing
Professor.
someone deleted the entries on it. Maybe.
That's what I was
That would be
thinking.
unusual for a Yith site, but
Well, when they were scrubbing the histories of all the survivors,
Can,
maybe this was some.
Can he read it?
Can I try to access something?
you'd have to give me a computer's operation. What are you trying to figure out?
Did you try his name?
You can give me a computer operations roll on that. I think you know Broken Yith as well.
Is that at a -4 though for computer?
Nope, this is straight up. The previous was trying to do something that wasn't just accessing the computer.
And then by 8 then.
Good job.
There is an emergency stasis, roughly what you would say about 2 miles from here down the tunnel systems, that possesses one technician by this number. It seems to be a stasis.
We could bring it here. Is there any way we could bring that here to the news site? Or do we have to go to it?
I suppose given your broken understanding of the language, the force field was a little bit risky. Having something automatically pick something up from here and get
It's
it
not
over
a good
here.
idea.
Why don't we go to
Okay.
it?
Yeah.
Let's go to it.
Or we can do that.
Let's go to it.
Just a suggestion.
It's 1.5 miles down this damn corridor. You have a rough idea of where it is.
Straight?
It's straight. It's like a giant tunnel. Like I said, it's an underground.
Anyone against folding space to get there?
I see no reason to not just walk there.
Is the thing still under tail?
Is the corridor
We got
pretty
force
straight?
field between us and
It seems pretty straight. It branches off at 90-degree angles.
Was I able to complete my transpose symbol?
You can give me a symbol drawing.
There's no
Can I
debris in
press
this
6?
tunnel.
I would say there's minor debris in this tunnel as well.
7.
I forgot my
Successful.
But it's not stopping you. It's just there's a lot less. There's a lot more in that previous chamber. So do you make a buy?
7.
Yeah, you clear space and you can do it.
Okay. I won't mark it, but at least I've got one here. Okay.
Let's start walking.
Yeah.
Right.
Start walking.
You guys walk for probably about 15 minutes. I would say, what was it?
Do we have eye for distance?
I did.
There's nothing unusual from what you can tell. You're making progress as per normal. It's just an observation. Steve and... I rolled really well for Steve right now. Steve and Barton.
Yep.
You heard an audible thump from behind you, but it was ever so faint.
You got my +1 for a keep hearing?
You're keeping an eye out behind us, right?
From what you weren't sure. Now that somebody said it, you weren't quite sure, but you might have seen that blue light dim a little bit, and then nothing's happened since then.
I'll let you guys know.
Okay.
Blue light.
Just keep an eye back thing.
On one hand, I
So
learned about these
it
things
shut off the
on
force
last
field
time.
in an area for a little
You don't think it went down, it just dimmed
It
slightly.
hit the
Could I use some of that psychoactive material to make a wheel?
And with enough time, I mean, if the PCs are willing to stop, then...
Let's just
On one hand,
Because I
I
have
learned
that
about
canister of
these
gas. We can just
flying
project
bullets
gas.
with my research last time, that they're not really affected by bullets. And
That they're kind of they're made out of
When we
shadow
get there
material.
quick, we take the dimensional.
They're not really affected by normal materials.
Lightning.
Apparently high energy, like lightning, does affect them. But other things like
are they also attracted by
Primal
high
Blast
energy?
should hurt them, but only partially. It seems like certain high energy forms, like electricity, though specifically, for whatever reason, you're not sure why,
their Achilles tendon.
is an Achilles heel.
Keep walking.
Keep walking.
So far, you don't see that happen.
Keep going.
You guys probably go through this debris for another, what is it, a mile? You're making about 2 miles. 30 minutes, you guys make like a turn that you should be making.
Okay. Keep going.
Another 15 minutes pass, and you get a few another 90-degree angles, but you're heading towards the area that she had roughly saw on the diagram. You've gone through a few walls, and for most part, nothing's restricting your access. At the end of that time, though, as you're probably maybe 30, or not 30 minutes, I'd probably say about 10 minutes away from this area, the walls seem to pulse yellow every once in a while, but in a very faint, sickly way. I mean, it takes you a moment, you rub your eyes, you're not sure if it's because of bright lights in the room or what have you.
Do you think maybe there's hundreds of these things trying to get in here?
Something else.
Okay.
Why don't you ask for a computer monitor to see what's going on?
If we come across the terminal, see what's going on.
Why don't you just ask them to come out of the wall?
Yeah, there you go. I
Give me a will roll.
go up to a wall.
See? Winner.
I did it by 10.
By 10. You can get a terminal to come out of the wall at this position. You can give me a computer operations roll.
Do you want to help out there,
I
Professor?
did it by 2.
Okay. Apparently, a force field had gone down in a previous chamber. After that, it did an initial check, and it determined that there was some entity that brought down a force field.
All right.
Is there any way
That would indicate a warning to anyone within the facility for somebody to check it out, or at least further investigate.
We got incoming.
Is there any way that we can scan for life forms and like have it like come up on the computer?
You're looking behind us.
You're
right,
not
Chad?
sure, maybe.
I'll ask the terminal if it can tell.
We can't teleport out
Aside
from
from
it,
the
but
presences within
have
15
that
feet of me,
advice.
where's the next
Like,
nearest
only
like,
if we're
presence?
about to die.
You can give me a roll.
Understand that, but we can teleport within it.
I did it by 11.
As
By
long
11?
as it's not
Until we
through
get to
a
the
wall.
gate.
There's 30 forms in the first antechamber
That's
that
why I
you came
put a
from,
symbol at the end. of
two of
it.
which are now in the corridor.
I tell you guys
Your
that.
right eye's really red.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
So in case you missed it because you were talking, there's 30 forms in the first antechamber, and there's 2 in this hallway coming towards
And the height
us.
of the graph would be kind of like snowflakes coming down.
So we don't have
I
much
think we
time.
made an
Yeah.
impression on someone.
Okay.
Yep, let's get this stuff done then quick.
If anything, you don't think that you did anything wrong, but I mean,
Yeah.
They seem to be acting fairly intelligently.
Did they attack you before, or did you just
No,
start shooting?
I just start shooting.
I'll throw in the mercurial
Use the
too,
computer
so I can see if I can hear anything
terminal,
coming.
find out where our package is at.
Where's the package from here?
From here, you're only probably about 5 minutes away. I mean, you're looking at the wall. It's just
Yeah.
over some debris.
Can I bring another force field in this corridor?
You think so? I mean,
I'll try to
the
bring-
systems here are fairly advanced.
I'll bring another one in this corridor.
Okay.
Why don't you stay here and keep putting them up? We're gonna go down to the package. Professor, you come with us.
I don't like
light on, so
separating.
turn the
I
light
don't
on.
like separating.
It's only 5 minutes away. Turn on a light.
Move down.
All right.
Don't move down as we go. It's just sort of like every little
Browning,
section.
stay with B.
Sure can.
7.
Those two
I
have
bring up
kind
a
of
force
like-
field 100
If
yards
they
down
die, they
towards
don't
where they
die.
should be coming,
Yep.
and I
yeah.
try to keep making it more powerful.
So 100 yards and
And then
25.
like 75 yards away from you, and 50 yards away from you, and 25 yards away from
From what
me.
we can tell, there is a what the hell is it? I wouldn't say disambiguous, but there's a decentralized power. It actually comes from the walls. So the farther there's only a limited amount of field strength you can get in a region. If
Okay.
you go down 400 meters, then you should be good again, and then so on and so forth.
Okay, that's what I'll do then. I'll make one 100 yards down, and I'll start jogging and try to make a terminal. And
The only thing other that I should mention in these force fields, if from what was indicated on the thing, the shadow material doesn't pass through them, meaning that your device from Riker might actually allow somebody to limitedly protect themselves against something.
I'm not sure what you meant.
Riker made an arm unit from a prototype force field device,
Yep.
in part from some of the earlier research he did with Yith technology.
Yep.
He made a force field that could absorb up to a certain quota of
Gotcha.
damage, and it works on a very similar principle. So theoretically, whatever the hell these are, they won't rip through you instantly if you're wearing that force field.
Gotcha. Okay. I understand.
I think the wind will still whip you off your feet, though.
Yeah, but at least it's not going to be...
Browning's with me, right?
Yep.
So I'm going to do, like I said, every 410 yards. Stop, make another force field. I'll have my force field
How
personal
much time do you
generator
need to
ready.
make some kind of dead man switch to push a button?
Not long.
Okay, make something. They're in the funnel of death here. We could put it on, say, 16. Dead man switch it, put it on the floor, back
I
up.
could
Okay,
do
if you're
that.
doing dead man switches, just do 32.
No, we
Well,
won't.
I don't want that much backlash.
I'll see if I can rig up like a radio-controlled deadman switch using our communicator.
You can't think... With what you have on your person, you don't have any timers or anything else like that, your best bet is
What a
using
grenade
one of
make it
those...
go off.
Give an actuator of
What
some
about-
kind.
You're not sure how resilient these are.
What about you guys shooting it, and if that doesn't work, have Zeiss teleport
You can give me
and
Okay.
B.
engineering small arms roll,
So as long as they don't go through a wall, hold space.
or even a machinist. I love perception-based machinist.
Okay.
Can I aid him while he's thinking
You
about
can.
this?
I thought
Okay,
you were making...
so
I want to do my task primarily, so no, I won't.
So they would most likely be moving past you then.
Yeah. I make sure I'm staying
Come on,
near him.
Professor. Gotta keep up, Professor.
I'm going.
By
Jesus, pudding. Why
Yeah,
are you?
but-
So with your guys' encumbrance, what's your move speeds now?
I'm just slightly encumbered.
I'm light as well.
So I'd be at
Yeah.
5.
Five.
Actually, I wonder if I'm
2.
even at...
Encumbered how?
With whatever you put on your person, Yith equipment, shit that's on, you're
How
wearing.
much was
So-
that thing again? The
so
camera?
the-
I'm looking. I haven't found it yet.
Light
That's the
cloth.
one thing I need to know for
You
sure.
still carry that weight, right?
I'm looking.
No.
Probably got nothing.
You do not. The tablecloths essentially have an anti-gravity field about them, but it's
Three
only
buttons,
stuff that
so
could
it's
fit in there.
40 pounds.
So
Okay.
10 to 20 pounds worth of stuff in there. If you have like 500 pounds worth of pillows, it's too much volume.
How many pounds is that lightning gun?
How much is the lightning gun? Because I have 32 settings.
I
3
want to say it was
buttons.
12 pounds.
Okay.
I'm not encumbered, so I gotta move a 7.
Okay.
7 more
7.
bones.
I have a move of 8.
12 pounds.
Okay. So you're not encumbered at all?
No.
I've got a 15 strength.
How much does the harness weigh?
The harness I would say weighs about 2 pounds.
I'm not encumbered.
Okay. And else, and this is anything that you want out on your person right now. So if you're not counting the weight of a gun that's in a pocket somewhere, you might want to have it out now.
I pretty much have none. I'm at under 20 pounds.
That's
So what's this?
it's counting all this stuff.
So I got 6.
So 6.
Yeah,
So the
anything
PCs
you got
can-
equipped, you get counts off.
Well, it also.
I think a lot of my stuff's
What
light.
you asked me basic speed?
No, basic move based on your encumbrance.
The thing to
7
do is you just
Seven.
pick what
So you guys are moving at 6 right now. So far, nobody's encumbered.
Okay. Yeah. I'm lightly encumbered. I'm moving at 5.
Well, they're moving ahead of you, though.
Yep,
so you're
that's
not
fine.
slowing the group down. So what do you make your machinist by? By 2?
Okay, would a dead man switch a fold space to it? Push
If
the button
you've seen
more?
him use that that telegraph ring,
Yeah.
and if somebody else had a
have-
telegraph ring, it
I have a
could.
telegraph
it-
ring.
If you took his telegraph ring, you don't know if the telegraph ring would survive, but it could tick it, and you could end up setting the sensitivity on a lever or a ticking mechanism enough where you could just tick.
Yeah, I could do that.
I give you my teleport ring.
Use the ring.
And the corridor is fairly big. I mean, you're going to be sending a large lightning bolt down it, but still, it should.
It also could be that I don't know if the Yith had this rigged up. There's a possibility they could have it so if they detected one of their weapons going off in their corridor, it could channel towards what they consider enemies.
I'm not going to bet on that.
Psychoreactive material walls.
They lost the fight. They're not that cool.
I have to
Do
agree
we
with
want to stop here or we want to continue?
How much more is good stopping point again?
Nothing is. You're not in the middle of combat, so that's always a good
I'd
stop.
say here would be a good stop.
It's 5 minutes away from the life capsule. I mean, we could be done with this thing in 10 minutes.
I don't think we will.
Let's hustle the life capsule.
Do we want to just stop?
All right.
Do we want to stop the life capsule then if we get there? Or shall we just...
Let's just pick it up here next week.
Yep.
Right.
So,
I'll give everyone 3 XP for the previous adventure and then coming into this one.
Awesome.
thanks for running me in.
So,
Yep, no problem.
that was 3 total, right?
Yep.
Did you stop the recording?
I am in a second here. I just need to update the date and we have 5 days, 7 days. So it's the 19th of December right now. It's almost 1930.
Yep. You grab power cord.
All right, stop the recording.